Hello there and welcome into the Summoners War World Arena Championship 2024. You are watching the Europe Cup. It's great to have you here with us live from Berlin, Germany. My name's Adam Savage. Delighted to be alongside Sam and Seishizo for one seriously brilliant finals coming your way. The crowd already excited for this one. Sam, it's finally here. It's Europe Cup time, baby. It's finally back. We've had a year away, but now we're back this time in Berlin with the German crowd to support these German players and the rest of the Europe Cup guys as well. But I'm so excited to bring this action to you guys today. What about you, Say?
Yeah, we have 8 formidable players once again. All very strong players. We went from 16, now we have 8 left. And who's gonna make it all the way to World Finals?
I know, 3 places up for grabs, so we'll go into that very shortly. You can see right now Verdi on your screens, who is warming up the crowd here in Germany. You'll see us very shortly. But a big shout out as well to one of our partners. Google Play Games on PC is the official sponsor for the 2024 Summoners War World Arena Championship. An updated version of Summoners War on PC is launching on Google Play Games on September 26th. Massive date for your calendars there. Enjoy expanded keyboard controls, smoother graphics, login rewards, and you earn 1 Devilmon as well upon your first login to the latest version, which is massive for new players, Sam.
Definitely is. Get those Devilmons, get your monsters skilled up. All the guys on this stage definitely have that. You should follow suit and learn a thing off you know, from these guys. You need to do it.
Exactly. You've competed. You can see the pressure right now as well of our players. They'll be waiting in the wings. They're going to come out and see the crowd very shortly. You can see that everyone can't wait for this. I mean, how are the players be feeling backstage right now? Is it anticipation, exhilaration? Is it worry? Is it fear? What are they feeling?
Well, I was able to talk to quite some of the players, and it is kind of a mixed feeling. Everyone's kind of like downplaying it, keeping it chill. We're here, right here on the screen as well.
We are. Look at us
next
right
to all
here.
of the other casters.
Woo! Let's go! That's us. We're here right now. That's the first one seeing us. Come on, the English broadcast.
But as I was saying, these players, some of them are like super nervous. Some of these players are really into their zone, saying like, no, I'm cool, I do my thing, I'll see how it works. But some of them are like just saying that because, the nerves, man, it's the nerves.
It's the nerves. You can hear that right now. Verdi's giving a shout out to the German broadcast, the French broadcast, and the English broadcast here as well here. I think, have we been said yet? Are we next?
I have no idea with this language, but we can just celebrate each time.
Listening out. Let's just cheer when. Oh, okay. I think you must have done it. Yeah. That was the big applause. That was really loud one. You heard that was us, obviously. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, we're gonna meet the players very soon here. We've obviously got a lot to talk about. Obviously, those 3 places this year for World Finals, massive for these players. 8 are competing today. You can see the back-to-back champ coming out on stage now. PINKROID is. I mean, Say said formidable. That could be the word of the day here. PINKROID is such a massive player in this competition.
Definitely is. The target is on his back for all of these players. ISMOO's been calling it out earlier. He wants to be the one to take out the current champion from the past 3 years. Is it finally his time?
Oh, I mean, that first matchup was all. We're going to break it down shortly, but ISMOO is a big challenge here, Say.
Yeah, absolutely. We have ISMOO walking on stage right here. We do see a slightly less hair on the head of ISMOO. That might have happened in a previous round, but he kept on to the agreement that they had, and he's still looking gorgeous over there.
Just want to say that beard grew back very fast as well.
Very fast. You know, I think it's amazing. I think back to the prelims this year, and we saw that 3-0 clean sweep from ISMOO. Since then, you go from that moment that happened there, go to the lower brackets, and here we are in the Europe Cup finals. Amazing. Rosie on stage, a crowd favorite here as well. I mean, what does he bring to the table here, Sam? I mean, Rosie, a previous champion as well. Obviously, the crowd really celebrating him and his opponent too here.
Yeah, exactly. Rosie and Neff, both of them actually very similar play styles in the way that they're playing currently. They've got the ragdolls, they're ready for those bruiser matches. But it's another ex-champion. He's going to be coming back to reclaim his throne at some point.
Yeah, I think Say as well. The next players, STARTIIK coming out now, waving to the crowds. And it's good to get all the players lined up like this, like, I guess, next to each other as well. You can kind of see, and I'm sure there's like fans, you guys watching at home, you'll be staying in the chat the entire time who you're rooting for here. SCRIBBLEBIBBLE, one of those players that I know you guys at home absolutely delighted to see competing here, Say.
Yeah, absolutely, one of those players. Always streaming, very much a stream favorite out there. but it's very much also going to be last few days on stream didn't go that well according to plan. We have probably all seen it, but let's see if he can make it work on stage. Also one of the stream favorites, Glorious, that we have on the screen over there, smiling as always.
Yeah, he's beaming in from somewhere in the stratosphere there. We can see Glorious, who is very much up for this competition as well. And we're going to see his opponent coming out on the stage in just a moment's time here. But HANZELOT, you know, we've seen him in previous competitions, a confident guy, you know, big dude as well. Stand next to him, shoulder to shoulder. He's a titan of a man.
Definitely is. I mean, looking at how the bracket is, all the tall guys are on the right-hand side at the moment there, Adam, and all the slightly lesser favoured ones are on the left.
That's right. Although, did you see ISMOO there? His face when he saw all these three guys next to him thinking, why am I here? What's going on here? Yeah, big lads here all looking to compete here. But the proof will be in the pudding of what they do on the stage here, what they're really going to do here. You've met the players, and now it's time to meet us officially. It's good to see you here. Again, I'm Adam, Sam, and Say. We are delighted to be your hosts here on the English broadcast of the Summoners War World Arena Championships 2024 Europe Cup. It is great to have you wherever you're watching from around the world here. We have got ourselves quarterfinals, we've got ourselves semis, and then we've got the third place matchup, and then that grand final. Sam, let's just reset this for a second here. Big stakes, big stage, a big Europe Cup.
Yeah, for sure. For a lot of these guys, we've only got a few newer ones actually appearing in front of a big crowd. It is very different. It's different than last year. There's not a French crowd, there's a German crowd. Does that mean some of the German players are going to use that to their benefit and get further along in the competition? It's for us to find out later, and like you said, we now have that third place match. 3 going to World Finals from Europe. Maybe it's our year to have a World Final winner, but let's not skip ahead too far yet. We need to find out who's going first, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And besides that, also the first place match is slightly different this time around because the first place winner is going to get a better seat in the World Final. So it really matters something. Besides the extra prize pool, it is also a better position in that World Finals if you win that match.
Yeah, think of that. I mean, that's amazing right now. We can see here on the main stage, we've got ourselves, I think we're going to meet our players taking part in the first matchup very soon here. But Tokyo is on the horizon, the opportunity to compete later on this year in November. This is absolutely massive, Sam. I mean, Tokyo!
Exactly. I was with the players when we were doing a lot of the media profiles for the weekend that we had them all over here and getting those footages. And all of them were all saying, the reason I'm competing this year is because I want to go to Tokyo. I want to get to Tokyo somehow, and if I can get there, and there's a competition on the side as well, yeah, why not go? But they all want to go there.
Yeah, they certainly do. Say, you two, are you excited?
Yeah, absolutely. Tokyo. Great country. Never been there. Would like to go there. Absolutely. And these players are sharing that with me for most of the part.
Yep. I think we're going to a break soon as well, I believe, if I'm not mistaken here. We're looking forward to that happening very, very soon because these matches are going to get underway in just a moment's time here. Fellas, I think one thing to show we are looking forward to seeing what's happening. I think a break coming our way.
No, I think actually we wanted to just tell you again around the Google. The fact that they're the sponsoring this event for us for the SWC.
You know, I'm glad you brought that to my attention here. Yes, of course, Google Play Games on PC is, of course, the official sponsor. You can see that on your screens here.
Like I tried to find where is it? Is it on that side? This on this side? It's over here. It's over
somewhere. Obviously, you know, this is a huge part of things here. 2024, the World Championships here, the Summoners War World Championships. You know, the great thing is an updated version coming to PC soon as well here. I guess Summoners War broadening its horizons, reaching even more people, newer players, veterans, loads of different ways you can play this game here. And of course, one Devilmon upon your kind of first initial login to the latest version, which again, say Shizo, emphasizing newer players, big things for you guys to really invest yourselves into the game.
Yeah, absolutely. It's always one of those things. Devilmons are always very sought out for. You get a few per week, but getting those extra in, especially the ones that are easily obtainable, that you don't have to do anything extra for, always grab those because it's just an easy grab.
I would also say it's also important for like skill 1s. Most people want to use them for skill 3, skill 2, but skill 1, don't forget them, and that's why these guys haven't, and they're here.
Yes, exactly right. You can see on your screens the overview. I mean, you could be here next year if you continue your journey into Summoners War for our Europe Cup 2025. However, for now, you can see here, September 21st, 2024, $214,000, the SWC total prize here. This is what's coming your way. Of course, we've got our Europe Cup happening right now, September 21st. America's Cup coming soon. Asia Pacific on the 26th after that, and World Finals on the 9th. But again, to reiterate, the big thing here, best of 5s and first, second, and third place of the Europe Cup advance to the World Finals. And also, Sam, you can take some goodies away as well. The emblems as well, my friend.
Yeah, for sure. Remember, the SWC shop is back, and you can grab those emblems from the prediction event and obviously from this live stream, so stick around. There's going to be quite a few for you to grab hold of, and you can redeem them for crazy rewards in-game in order to power up some more monsters or even just summon maybe an LD. Let's find out if anyone gets an LD5. Let us know in chat, actually, if that does ever happen. And obviously only available during the SWC, but the bracket is in front of us now, Adam.
Say, Shizzo, this bracket, this is what you guys at home can look forward to. Our quarterfinals, you can see on screen, it's all laid out there for you in black and white, or blue and white and black. You can see there, we've got some big matches. Which one really takes your fancy?
Well, it's got to be Wedgemon, right? It is a finals from 2 years ago and 3 years ago. ISMOO against PINKROID. We have seen that time and time again, but this time it's going to be all the way at first. Also, we see the predictions over here, and the predictions, well...
I hear grumbles in the audience. Go, really?
Yeah, like, if you win 3 times in a row, it does look in the numbers like this.
Yeah, I mean, 87.48% of the vote, PINKROID there, the back-to-back-to-back champion. And, you know, I think it's going to be a big test this first game. I'm trying to put myself out there and think ahead now. If it does happen that ISMOO does become the victor over PINKROID in that first matchup, PINKROID out of the competition here, that's going to really shake things up. I mean, you can see the World Finals on screen as well. Sam, we've got 3 spots in the Europe Cup. You take that kind of back-to-back-to-back champ out, just potentially, just speculating here, it really opens up, doesn't it?
Definitely does. I mean, already qualified as well, you've got some incredible players there. Lest, one of the people who really sets metas in this game. H-Frog coming out of nowhere, really doing well in that qualification match as well. And Kanitama represent his country in Tokyo, so he's going to be very prepared for that competition. The 3 that come from Europe, it's all up for grabs. I mean, maybe we've got a Europe Cup champion for the World Finals. I'm still praying for it.
Can you mistake? That would be very, very good for the region in general. We see Europe such a strong region too, but to think that that could be a potential that we have one of our finalists go all the way at the Worlds. I mean, Tokyo, what a place to lift a trophy like a World Finals trophy in Japan itself.
Yeah, absolutely. But also to emphasize, top 38 to just qualify in Europe. The 16 players were top 38, with the 38 actually being an outlier because everyone else was top 30. That is like an insane difficulty to already get in Europe. So we can see the broad horizon of Europe just playing so well these days.
Yeah, they really are. We're going to meet our players soon. Obviously, we've talked a lot about our first matchup. It is a really spicy one to kick off the proceedings here. Verdi is back on the main stage, and very soon he's going to be introducing the back-to-back-to-back champion. It's PINKROID.
My name is PINKROID. I'm 22 years old, and I'm from Amsterdam. I think my biggest strength in the game is just being patient and like not freaking out when you lose or like bad RNG happens. Just keep having passion for this game and like enjoy playing it. But also a big part is like playing a lot of RTA matches and like really thinking about what you should do and like what to pick. I mean, I think anyone of all the players can beat me. They have a pretty good chance at beating me, but I've been defying the odds for the past 3 years, so I think I have a good chance still.
There he is, the Pinkster in all his glory, and he's about to come out in front of a live audience here, really get a sense of the support for PINKROID right now behind us. There you can see the crowd going wild. Sam, they love a bit of PINKROID.
They definitely do, and he's proven it year on year. He's just so good at drafting, this guy. Honestly, matches it with his rune quality and the monsters in his box, but he's a really fearsome opposition for any of these players, and ISMOO's that lucky guy who's going to face off against him in this first match.
Yeah, it really is. I think PINKROID went straight to his seat, not looking at the crowd, kind of really focusing laser sight on what's in front of him there, and I kind of respect that a lot as well, despite the fact that having the confidence there. We'll have a look at ISMOO now as well. Here he comes.
Hi, I'm ISMOO. I'm 32 years old and I'm from Tønsfors. Right now I'm very rune heavy player and have a variety of monster box, and I think that's a good strength for now. Oh, Pinky! Let's go. The thing is, I said last year I will kick out Pinky out of this tournament, and now it's time. That was my first goal. Kick out Pinky and then win. I would say Pinky is always a hard matchup. He won the last 3 cups, so he's a pretty good player. We are not playing in the finals, so I have to care to win. I'm not in Tokyo right now, so I have to win to make it to Tokyo.
Oh, Pinky! Oh, I love ISMOO so much. Here he comes onto the main stage, PINKROID's competitor. And a player, say Shizzo, that we're looking at thinking, if there's anyone that could go the distance with PINKROID, ISMOO is your guy.
Yeah, absolutely, and we're gonna see the stats in just a moment, but ISMOO has been picking up so many good units, has crazy good runes in general. There's just so many things that he can bring onto the table that for both of those players, even what's not in the draft, you still have to keep in mind, like, okay, if I lock in this unit, it could still be other units coming out. You have to prepare everything you also don't see yet. And both of those players have a formidable box to make that work.
Yeah, we've seen him in previous kind of competitions as well here. That ISMOO's one of those players who, he definitely can bring something out of the box here, which we don't really expect sometimes. Do you think there's an element of like surprise here potentially from ISMOO? Do you think it's going to be, look, I'm here, I've got to focus in now because this is the champion. I've got to go laser sights if I'm going to beat this guy.
I think it's interesting to say, maybe I think it was 2 years ago when ISMOO was actually at the World Finals in Korea. He surprised even Raigeki with the speed of Dark Pudding Princess Elena at that time, and everybody was like, wow, what has ISMOO cooked up here? And he completely outsped and just dominated the draft from that point on. Is it something he can do against PINKROID? Might be tough in all honesty, and you can see in front of you now, like PINKROID, such a stacked career. He's been that Europe Cup champion, he's been to the World Finals, the highest so far being that runner-up, and he defeated some tough opponents along the way as well, especially against Raxaz. But interestingly enough, so we can see there, none of the LDs in the most picked from the preliminaries, right?
Yeah, none of the LDs. I did use some of them, but those were not really the core units out there. Sure, we have the Cigar and the Chandra, which we do see a lot, but Asher is definitely an interesting unit over there, which we normally don't see all too much in like these high-level plays. Like sure, it fared a little bit more with the more Changpeng meta that we used to have, but right now it's used a little bit less.
Definitely is, and it's interesting to see how he's going to combat against ISMOO with also a crazy box in terms of the different LDs that he's been managing to pull over the past few years now. You can see there the very strong one in that box there, Julian. It's so dangerous.
Yeah, it absolutely is super dangerous, but then also pairing that with the Gianna, with the Yeonhong. And ISMOO seems to be a man of 3-0s. It's either one way or the other way, but he likes them 3-0.
He definitely does like those 3-0s, Adam.
He really does. I mean, that's the thing I love. You know, the Mr. Nice Guy is back. We've got you've got PINKROID saying pure skill, which I love as well. And I do love this edition this year, hearing from the actual players themselves here. But we see here the history of ISMOO in this competition, as we've kind of talked about here. The 3-0. It's interesting to kind of see the kind of confidence, obviously coming in from the back end of beating out Obabo, 0-2-2-2. Two again great opponents that he's managed to kind of quash to get into this position here. And preparation. I love the character that he is as well. I think character speaks a lot, and there's a lot of humor, there's a lot of fun here. And that's a big emphasis as well, fun in this competition. Yes, it's serious. But for you guys at home as well here, the community, the players backstage, there is a great vibe amongst them too. Yeah,
there definitely is. I mean, ISMOO is, like it said there, Mr. Nice Guy. He's so friendly. You come and speak to him and he enjoys every single moment. He'll speak about Summoner's War with you for at least 24 hours straight. I think he would not stop talking and showing off the runes, the artifacts that he's recently got, and also just helping you out and saying, you could, improve a little bit here, a little bit there. He's a nice guy.
Yeah, he's a nice guy. And we need nice guys, right, Say?
Yeah, absolutely. Nice guys are always great.
That's why you don't play anymore. Say is not a nice guy. He is just the worst of the worst kind of person. I'm joking, obviously. Say, obviously, nice guys, they do, I mean, if in a best of 5 as well, I mean, you're going to need that grit, that kind of like that hunger as well, that drive, which is really imperative here. We had like best of 3s, like, last year. This entire season, best of 5s. It's a marathon, of course, not necessarily a sprint.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's also like, sure, match 1 and match 3 and match 5 could be like repeated, like similar drafts, because that's why you have the same first pick, the same pre-bans. But it's also really going to be interesting for the pre-bans in general, because we have Julian on both sides. I would argue that Julian is probably one of the strongest units you can put on the field right now. Is it going to be the thing like, okay, if I don't have first pick, I'm going to pre-ban it, and the other way vice versa, that you don't see the unit at all? That could be an option right there. Or are you going to lock it in right away in the first if your enemy leaves it open? Because especially in the case of ISMOO, there's a lot of things you want to pre-ban. There's the Jeonhong, there's the Gianna. So many good units. He has a whole bunch of other good units like a Woonsa. We haven't even seen that. But then again, for PINKROID, same thing. Tianleng is still there. And he has a bunch of actually Julian counters with the Jara that's recently been buffed, and he's actually been trying to use it. It's definitely an interesting unit. Like, okay, can you make that work, or is that Jara going to be one-shot by the Julian in the same process? Because that is also very well possible.
I think it's like you were saying as well, he does have the Julian, so if you have the unit, you usually know what counters you when you play it. So
absolutely.
Both of these guys have the unit, know how it works. They also know how it's countered. is this like an inception of mind games that's going to go on during this first match? Because you're going to do that, and I think you're going to do that, and we could go on forever.
You're elevating the stakes here. Inception of mind games. This is huge. Of course, the course of this entire competition, every single matchup, let us know in the chat what you guys, who you think is going to go all the way, your predictions, who you're supporting. Speaking of predictions as well here, two players. Dare I ask you both here? We've seen the guy, everyone at home has been voting. Where do you stand? Let me ask you both here now. Sam, where would you put your chips if you had to place them somewhere? Where would they go?
I think I'm going to have to jump on the bandwagon with the rest of the 87.48%, I think, maybe, that we saw. I think it's hard to bet against the guy who's back-to-back-to-back champion. But
that's true. Say, I mean...
I'm going to bet on the 1.08%, if I recall the numbers correctly, guy, in this one.
It was only him.
It was just me. No, I'm actually going to vote for ISMOO on this one. Also, to have a little bit of back and forth, because you don't like it when I say 50-50.
No.
Besides that, no, I actually did vote, like in-game, we also have to vote for the predictions. If you missed out on this one, make sure you do it for the other regions for sure. But I did vote for ISMOO to win this match, because I actually do have a feeling that this year picked up a lot of good LDs. He's been drafting very well. He's been getting a lot of good stuff, but both of the players have. But if this is a year to beat PINKROID, it will be this year for him.
Yeah, whatever happens, I think, you know, I obviously have to be completely impartial here and say I want both to win. But in reality, just saying, and this is just me saying, if ISMOO does go on to kind of like change things up here and we don't get PINKROID going into the next round, that's going to really ruffle the feathers of the entire pack. And we're all the same. We love the entertainment, we love the drama of this thing as much as anything else. You kind of want to see that because it's really going to change the dynamics of everything. Because particularly the later rounds, that kind of, you know, that third spot in particular becomes a really interesting proposition. If you've got, like, you know, it's wide open, the competition. And I love that about this competition this year, to re-emphasize for you guys, you know, more spots from this particular competition going into the World Finals this year. And now, obviously, you want to go through, and to reiterate as well, if you win the whole thing outright here, you kind of bypass that first round in World Finals, which, again, is a huge advantage in some degrees to miss out the first round come later on in Tokyo this year.
Yeah, I think it's also interesting because we've said before, this is a final match from previous years. In that final match, both of them kind of knew that they were going to be going to a World Finals, and it didn't really matter. Okay, there's extra money on the line, but now it is actually you get to skip a whole match at the World Finals. That's even one step closer already, and I think it's very valuable for a lot of these guys. We're not there yet. We're still at that first match, and they need to get through this one first. But preparing for your opponent is always what we say. What Say always says, you've prepared for that one opponent in front of you. I don't know if people are going to be prepared in the second match. Like, they were probably thinking it was a different person, maybe.
Yeah. Well, that's also the thing right now. Normally, you would have to prepare at least your first and second, and then you're in World Finals. But now, if you just prepared your first, you lose the second. You still have a backup. So that is the interesting thing. Sure, you're not going to prepare for the other side of the bracket. That's like really far-fetched. Wouldn't recommend people to do that much. But first and second is what you mostly prepare for. Your third was what mostly people didn't really prepare for. It's like, okay, World Finals, let's see. But now, if you think you can make it all the way, it is actually useful to already look at that third potential match as well.
Yeah, the qualified players already confirmed. The 3 players already in. Are they watching this with a lot of kind of interest as well here now? Because obviously you're playing as different regions around the world. We haven't yet done kind of the other 2 regions that are coming away, like America and Asia Pacific. But I guess that they're kind of waiting to see exactly who's going to be coming from Europe, because we know that there's this kind of wave now of like a lot of great European players, and probably kind of anticipating, I'm sure predicting as well who's going to go through. But they might not want to see PINKROID in this and want to kind of say, because he definitely has got experience and could cause an upset.
For sure. I would say definitely for HFrog and Kanitama, because they've not actually been there, if I remember correctly, to World Finals. Lest, I don't actually think will be scared of anyone. I think he would literally just be like, oh yeah, cool, like I'm going to see PINKROID, I'm going to see these guys and, you know, meet up and chat. I genuinely don't think they're scared. But for the other guys, I think they know that Europe is starting to become really stacked and a scary region to face off against. Look at us in Interserver. We're always there, you know? We're always there. Like, China was giving us a lot of trouble for a bunch of times, but they gave up on that one. However, China's mostly still winning the SWCs. Can we change that this year? Let's see. I mean, obviously last year we were in Paris. This year we're in Berlin. We were here 2 years ago as well. I mean, what's the vibe been like for you guys being here in Berlin? Do you know what? Put that on pause for a second, lads. Put that on pause for a second. Berlin,
We can hear them cheering and chanting in the background. For you guys at home, it is finally time. We have a best of 5 here, the first quarterfinals of our Europe Cup in 2024 here. ISMOO versus PINKROID. Who will be the victor? Let us know in the chat. But for now, it's over to our esteemed casters. It's over to Sam and Say. Let's get into the pick and bans, my friends.
Are we heading back to the future? Is it a new setting for both these players to quarter-finally meet? Are we heading back to back? The power of 4. It's time for PINKROID and ISMOO as we're going into our SWC. We already see that Julian being picked first, let's say, and the Yeonhong and Haegang being respected out at the moment.
Yeah, I absolutely love that Yeonhong ban right there, because I think maybe ISMOO was slightly anticipating a Julian ban right there. But the thing is, the Haegang is really good if you want to pair Julian with other units. However, PINKROID does know that as well, and stealing exactly those units. I'm talking about the Twin Angels. Those are very good with the Julian. But ISMOO could still go for a Vanessa and locks in that Gianna, which is very strong if there's no Haegang on the field.
Exactly, bringing out the speed lead with the Vanessa as well. It's going to be important. We know how dangerous Gianna has become after a recent balance patch. Looking over there, Say, we're seeing a lot more RGB picks from PINKROID at this time, with Oliver and Miles both coming in.
Very interesting unit there with Oliver and Miles. Sure, Miles will be very fast and probably outspeed anything on the field. ISMOO still likes to show a little bit of LDs, but let's see what he's actually going to go for the draft. Because if he wants a speed contested, he needs a speed lead, and he probably needs some speed awakening unit, like an Athena, like a Wunsa, or any of those.
Yeah, let's find out. Just seeing there as well, Say, PINKROID starting off with those Water Twin Angels and Cigar. They're 2 of the top 4 picked units so far at SWC. We've seen them like over 200 times in each case, and we see a response from ISMOO getting in that speed lead with the Chandra and the Meihu Wang.
Yeah, Meihu Wang, very interesting one over here, because in the end you still have to fight a Twin Angels, which puts up a little bit of healing, has those shields, but also a Miles. And I mostly do really like Meihu Wangs, but in most cases it's more into a like wind or fire heavy draft. And we do see a Barbara, which we mentioned it before. Lest is making metas. That was something that Lest came up with. And PINKROID is going to lock it in over here as well.
Yeah, so we've got speed leads available on both of these sides for ISMOO and PINKROID. Who are you liking for the ban here, Say?
Oh, it's very hard to say. Like, there's 2 very fast, or even 3 potential very fast units on the side of PINKROID. So are you locking any of those out? Doesn't really matter too much. On the other side, maybe that Gianna, it's always strong, but curious to see what they do.
Yeah, the full amount of time now to consider it. Obviously, it looks like ISMOO is taking that time. Obviously, it's important. If you get that first set win, are you going to create momentum at this Europe Cup here in Berlin? Barbara being taken out as well as the Vanessa. So we've got speed leads from Oliver and from Chandra for both of these guys. We're here. It's our SWC 2024 Europe Cup quarterfinal, match 1, set 1, PINKROID and ISMOO. Miles is going to be there. Can he get a stun?
Miles is very fast. We also have the Twin Angels moving right after. Is this a potential for a full AoE strip? Because only 2 units are on Will, and then Cigar and Oliver can just do what they want. Everything is landing so far. Where do you place your reset? Is it going to be on that Julian, or do you maybe go for goes for the Gianna? Did actually miss it, so we have to keep that in mind. Sure, the Oliver still moves and can do a lot of work, probably resetting the Julian over here.
Yeah, he's going through cycling now. He's going to be able to control ISMOO, and it looks like losing that speed battle at the start and getting that stun from the Miles has just allowed him to take over this match so far. Say, what will Monkey Business do though?
Yeah, Monkey Business can definitely still do Monkey Business. We did see actually PINKROID not go for the 3rd skill on that Oliver, just now saving that skill because there was not too much ATB to drain at that moment.
Yeah, let's find out. We've got the Twin Angels back up again, looking to push up again. That's a guy, didn't get a stun there, crucially as well, from the Meihu Wang.
Yeah, let's see what the Meihu Wang can do in a longer fight, because in the end, Meihu Wangs in longer fights can do pretty well, but not if it's armor broken, plus there is still a Miles. However, we see in Julian Meihu Wang in a late game can still do a lot of damage. If there's one additional turn on that Julian, could go for a stun, doesn't get it in this case.
Yeah, Oliver can look to cycle again now, just keep stopping ISMOO from getting those turns in. Nice cool time again, not allowing a skill 2 from Julian anytime soon, and Miles is stacking damage.
Miles stacking a lot of damage, but it's slowly chipping away, and the more time you give to the Meihu Wang and the more time you give to the Julian, the more they can bring into a match. But it's gonna take quite a while for them to actually get those turns in. But the moment they take a crucial turn, they might instantly take out a unit.
Yes, they might. And Julian, if he gets any additional turns, Say, it is going to be a stun and a lot of damage right now. Does get it as well, can go for the Cigar.
How much do we go for? And do we actually go for the Cigar, or do we still lock down the Oliver? Because Oliver is lacking the shield right now, goes for the stun. Not that much damage coming in, but definitely working out that unit a little bit.
Yep, we're going to be having Oliver coming through very soon right now. Skill 1 from Chandra is going to be doing a fair amount of damage. We've got Oliver now. He's going to have to control that. Monkey is online, and look at the attack bar already.
Yeah, the attack bar in this case, the Monkey, I'm pretty sure it was not reset yet. So, ooh, it is reset. So, just a skill 1. We're looking for stuns. We did not get the stun.
No, we didn't. And he can look to try and confirm a kill, I guess, now onto the Gianna and follow up into the Chandra if he chooses to do so.
Ooh, also, he was able to push up the attack bar of that Oliver. Therefore, Oliver takes the turn in front of the Julian. Once again, being able to reset that Julian. Doesn't have any skills. Goes in for the skill 1. Doesn't get that skill 2.
No, he doesn't right now. Doesn't get the provoke, though, on the Chandra, and Miles should be able to clean up soon.
Oh, that is a very tanky Chandra right there. The unit is still alive, and this is where Chandra has skills. Do you go for AoE slows? Because AoE slows are very strong against... Ooh, on the one unit that I was aiming it for. That was the Miles. Didn't land on that one.
He's going to be able to go into that Chandra if you want. Are you going to be able to push up as well, they say, but I don't think it's going to be enough for the Julian, right?
No, it's not going to be enough for the Julian. Sure, you can make the kill over there, but over here, do you go for the Oliver right now? Because you're really spreading your damage. However, I think it is fine because the Mayowen can clean up that other unit. Ooh. Actually goes for a stun on the Miles. That's where the most damage comes from. Managed to take out the other unit as well. This might still be a turnaround because Miles still has to... yeah, it still has the chance for Julian to take HP from the Mayowen, and Mayowen is giving himself HP back. Can you take out this Miles? You need a crit. Wrong element. He's stretching his muscles, seeing if he can land it. Does not actually land it.
Yeah, and he can, Oliver, now control that Julian, push him back down, and more damage you're doing is going to chip into that Monkey, but same Monkey is still there right again.
Monkey is on 10 stacks. Monkey is so fast, and there's a slow on the enemy side. Are you pushing back? The Monkey does go for the Monkey, does go for the Monkey, does get the pushback. So that gives Miles a chance to actually deal a lot of damage on the Monkey. Also the big question, do you go for the armor break on the Monkey right now, and does it stick?
Exactly, and if it does stick, Miles can follow up. Going into the Julian instead, pushing back.
Ooh, a lot of damage coming in, but there's still a lot of HP to drain from that Monkey before the Julian actually gets taken out. In this case, you need that crit. Does not get the crit, but does get the stun, takes the additional turn, goes for a little bit of healing, takes out the Miles. Now the big question, can an Oliver actually do enough Oliver things to take out those units? Takes an additional turn from his own, but is that going to be enough to control those two very fast units?
Oh my god, it's all up in the air right now. Say, you love Monkey business, and I love Monkey business right now watching it, because can Mei Hu Wang, with the current 40% win rate in SWC, pull it for ISMOO?
Well, the big question is, at some point there's going to be too little HP to drain. There's another stun coming in. How much damage? There's another Monkey moving. There's another Julian moving. These units are doing so much. The Gianna, the Chandra, just field fillers for the Monkey and the Julian to take over. And that is why this unit is so crucial. We talked about it before, and that is the first victory for ISMOO.
Wow, ISMOO taking down the back-to-back champion on that first set right now. You say it every single time we ever do any casting. Monkey business is there to stay, and the Monkey business came back for ISMOO, right?
Yeah, absolutely. But the pairing with the Julian, it's so good. You got a little bit of healing coming in back to the Monkey, and the Julian needs one ally to take that HP from. The Monkey just gives himself HP. It's going to be so fast. We saw him lapping Swift units at some point. We saw him lapping the Miles. It just works so well as a combination.
Definitely does. Let's see now then how ISMOO wants to react. He knows that PINKROID has that first pick this time. Are you going to look to pre-ban the Julian before, so he doesn't have to deal with it?
Yeah, I would absolutely deal just pre-ban it, or pre-ban something that maybe has like a very different kind of style locked up. No, pre-banning it. That's I've seen it before on stream. Like, okay, how do you deal with the Julian? Just ban it. Don't play against it. It is so strong.
It definitely is strong, but actually, interestingly enough, Sam, looking at the stats overall in SWC, it's on a negative win rate, 48%. So. What are we all thinking right now of that?
That's a very interesting one. Maybe people had slightly lesser runes than these two players over here, because I do not want to face the Julian of these two players, that is for sure. Neither does ISMOO. In this case, we have the first pick on that Cigar. Very comfortable unit for, I think it is the most picked unit in all of SWC so far. Let's see what ISMOO likes to go around that. Goes back to that Vanessa. Last time was banned in the late ban cycle, and to the Yeonhong.
Yeah, just to say though, actually 66% win rate in EU. So the Julians in EU are doing a lot of damage, let's just say. We see that Yeonhong, it's a typical drafting from ISMOO right now. We're trying to get maybe first turn, but look at the Holy Trinity coming out on the side of PINKROID.
Yeah, that's a Holy Trinity that is played a lot, but then again, it's also played that much that you have a lot of experience into it. So let's see what ISMOO is going to work around. It's actually going to go for Sierra with a Robo combination. Definitely a TL Lango is going to come out on that one. Big question for PINKROID right now. Do you also pair that with a fast unit? Because you kind of need a speed lead, but you also need a fast unit right now, which might leave you in something that you might have go better for a bruiser. But Tianlang becomes a must ban. Can he also make Rika that must ban?
Exactly. Seeing no immunity on the side of ISMOO at the moment. Picking out the Rika, we know the additional damage over time can come out. Juno is a typical usual response, right?
Yeah, that's definitely a typical usual response. It is still interesting that you have to ban out that Tianlang. It's also going to be the big question. Let's say that can you do enough damage with a Robo and a Sierra to kill multiple things? Because you're fighting a very heavy bruiser style of PINKROID, so this ban is going to be very interesting.
Yeah, let's see what those artifacts are saying. Say for some bomb damage extra on the side of ISMOO right now. Like you said, the bans, are you going to, it's the mind games, are you going to respect Juno being in there? Whereabouts is the damage? Juno and Tianlang both being taken out, allowing the speed lead on the side of PINKROID and ISMOO in the 24 and 33. It's our quarterfinals, match 1, set 2. ISMOO 1-0 up against PINKROID. Can he look to bring it back as Yeonhong is going to be able to boost? Do you go already for that Robo?
I think you go for skill 2 because your Robo is moving in front of the rest. No, actually decides to go for skill 2, wants to push that back. I'm not sure if it's on Despair. Does manage to strip everything and decent amount of pushbacks as well. Definitely does not look like Despair, otherwise we probably would have seen one over here, so it's mainly violent. But the big question is over here. If Sierra lands that bomb, which we're looking for, can the other 3 units not perform a 3v4? Because that is mainly what you see as strength from the Holy Trinity.
Yeah, it does get the bomb off as well. Can look to explode already, because obviously Velojoule can come with a cleanse, but can the Holy Trinity take down 5 units with Vanessa on the field as well?
Yeah, I think that's definitely possible. The additional turn definitely helps a little bit for lowering attack bars if you so please at this moment. You could also hold back on it. He's actually really deciding, okay, does want to tumble in a little bit more damage, but first goes for the Sanctuary because he does know there's no any strip on the enemy side right now. The Vanessa did already use the skill 2, so that strip is also not there at the moment.
Exactly, managed to get the stun on that Yeonhong as well, so it's not going to be able to take that turn with the Robo currently provoked as well. We've lapped. Sagara's got in there, can use that skill 3, push everyone back again.
Yeah, definitely looks like it. I think PINKROID is maybe looking at a potential where he can reset the Vanessa, and then with the reset of the Vanessa right away kill something at exactly that turn. It is a little bit risky, but I think it plays off. However, this is a violent Vanessa, and there is where you get back your strip. You probably go for, who does go for that one? However, the big question is right now, Sierra bombs are back. Can you land those?
Yep, and didn't get a stun with the Chandra either, so we've got that bomb landed as well, but obviously can't detonate through. It's going to be up to Sagar to try and land.
Yeah, it's going to be for Sagar to land. He's going to try to land on the Vanessa right now, and then he wants to make the kill right after. So he takes out that Robo, does go for it, is resisted.
Rezzed there, and it does mean if he takes out that Robo, it's going to be revived from the skill 3 of Vanessa, and she's going to be taking a turn soon as well right now.
Yeah, she's definitely going to be taking a turn. Robo moving next. Robo, if I'm not mistaken, has that skill 2 already, so we can go in a little bit more cycling. He will be hit by the Chandra, but still a lot of damage coming in.
Can he cycle? If he gets an additional turn, no more bombs coming out at the moment. And I think the Velojoule is still a little bit away.
Yeah, Velojoule needs 1 additional turn to actually get back to the Sanctuary. You can go for the kill right now, does get the kill, does not get the additional turn. Sierra, are you back on your bomb right now? Because if you are, you also have your 3rd skill back up. Armor breaks. Are we going to land it?
And I think she is on bombs there, sir.
She is on bombs. What do you take out? Do you go for the Sagar? Do you take that one out? Or do you go for the Velojoule? Do you have enough faith in it that you can kill it? Does miss the bomb. That is very crucial for not landing it. Yes, but we got a charge vitality. That is a lot of HP coming back into that Robo.
Yeah, the Robo is looking a lot healthier. No skills, only skill 1 at the moment, but we'll get that attack buff from it. Skill 2, is it going to be enough at some point?
It might be. That is a lot of damage coming in from the Yeonhong. We've seen that with these players. There's a lot of additional damage. Also the crit rate. There's just so much things going in. We have Sanctuary. Too bad. 1 turn too late. But look at that Vanessa once again. Vanessa is already back to another revive.
Yeah, exactly. And Robo is going to be coming through soon. Sagar not looking healthy. He's going to get, if he provokes, he's going to get hit anyways there.
Yeah, he's going to get hit anyways. Sure, there's a little bit of healing from this punishment coming in, but those punishments without an arm break is not dealing that much damage as we would like. Another round of arm breaks, does get the round of arm breaks. This skill 1 might take it out, does take it out, and 10k from skill 1 Yeonhong. PINKROID knows, and we have 2 to 0 for ISMOO already.
Wow, ISMOO managing to take 2 against that back-to-back champion. PINKROID, there was some resistance going in the match on either side, to be honest, and all there, say, but the drafting, Julian wasn't available. What do you do now? Do you give it back to ISMOO and say, right, I'm going to deal with it, or how do you reverse sweep?
Yeah, that is the difficult thing, and that's why I think ISMOO this year is that strong. You have to take care of that Yeonhong. You have to take care of that Gianna. You have to take care of that Julian. In this case, what do you pre-ban? There's so many good answers to pre-ban that there's actually no best answer.
Yeah, exactly. Julian is actually the 5th most pre-banned monster in our SWC this year as well, with 40 times being banned out during the matches right now. Let's see if PINKROID is going to take a lesson from ISMOO there and look to pre-ban it out before. Last time we did have, if I remember, the Yeonhong and the Hey Gang actually that were taken out in that first set. thinking of the full amount of time, and we are going to see the same ones.
Ooh, we're going to see a repeat, so I'm pretty sure that ISMOO goes right back into that Julian. He doesn't have to think about this one. And then it's going to be the question on PINKROID. PINKROID is very known to play multiple best of fives and also really switch around. So I'm definitely not expecting a same match as in match 1, but I'm definitely expecting a Julian over here by ISMOO.
Yeah, he's flicking a lot through there to see which monster he's wanting to do. Oh, we've again ISMOO back to his old tricks. Let me show you what else I've got in the locker, but obviously taking that Julian first.
Yeah, absolutely. We're not going to go for a Dark Itadori at this case. Very interesting unit, but not good enough to see some show here on the stage. PINKROID going back to, ooh, definitely a less kind of style draft over there as well. We go to an Okeanos. Kinky over there, not interested, not too sure if you would actually lock it in. Woonsa could be a potential one, but I think ISMOO definitely has to be looking at speed leads, and there we have a speed lead with that Vanessa. That is on Violent, which was very interesting in the last round.
Definitely was. We've seen the Vanessa and the Cigar. Maybe to mention there, say Okeanos at the moment with a 46.6% win rate in the SWC, playing over 40 times as well at the moment. Not actually played in EU at all by the qualified players. Maximilian. Oh, wow, he's changing it up. What's this?
He's changing it up for going for a cleave style with Maximilian Lionel, because he does know that ISMOO only has the potential for 1 speedy unit and 1 speed lead. Is your speed lead, in this case, the more also going to be good enough? It is somewhat of a counter into the Lionel, but if that Twin Angels moves in front, it might still be a difficult one. So I definitely like the draft of PINKROID in this one, with like that flex pick. That just shows like the flexibility that he has in his box in his draft. ISMOO, is he going to go for a fast unit? Has to go for a fast unit with that Zibala.
Yeah, Zibala, so double water coming out as well on the side of ISMOO right there. Like you said, say, changing it up. When I was speaking with PINKROID during the media weekend, he was actually saying how Maximilian is just really hard to use in competition. People are ready for it. Wind Robo, the highest win rate in SWC, is that unit you see right in front of you, say. What about Banzo?
That's a very interesting one to see as the highest win rate. Well, I definitely do think we're hard speed contesting here. Whoever takes the first turn with a good core comp will probably instantly win the match if you land your things. But then is, what do you ban on top of that? You could go for the Lino, probably fastest unit, other side, Zibala fast unit, but then you have that more. If you hit it, it will take a turn. It could disperse stun your units too.
Exactly, we're getting out the Zibala and the Maximilian taken out as well. 24% against the 33. PINKROID and ISMOO. It's our SWC 2024 Europe Cup set 3. ISMOO is 1 step away from defeating PINKROID as Lionel does take that first turn, say.
Lionel takes the first turn, but also the Twin Angels takes the second turn, so you could decide to go for skill 2 and not give more a turn. That is definitely what he's thinking about right now. Goes for that skill 2 on itself, has the threat state, has the counter, but right now he's actually outspeeding on all fronts, so you could boost up the Okeanos right now, but you could also decide not to and first let the Robo move.
Let's find out. He's going up for the Robo, so Robo can come in right now, look to get the pushback, more coming in.
More coming in, but there's a lot of things to strip. Does not manage to strip enough. Robo taking the second turn. Vanessa moves after, but after that, it's going to be that Okeanos.
Definitely is, and there's obviously the threat state on that line as well, so the Vanessa hit is only going to be able to hit there. Maybe can look to try and strip.
Yeah, you can go for a script, maybe go for a cooldown on the skill 1. That is the options you have. But Okeanos is going to go in for Rain of Stones, and the Rain of Stones are being pretty consistent right now. Does land it on all 4 units. But we asked Julian to say something about that. Julian, skill 2. Probably going to go for that Okeanos. How much damage can you do? Or are you going to go for that Robo, so preventing another round of stuns? Does go for the Robo. Double 8Ks, half HP on that unit already.
Cool time into the Cigar to not allow him to take an extra turn. We have that skill 3 from the Lionel as well. Can look to push up, but with that stunned Robo, it's very hard.
It is definitely very hard. You could go for the skill right now, but it kind of adds up in like a weird way. And that's where Lionel mostly doesn't really fit that well if you don't have that Maximilian on the field. But so far, he's sitting in the drive seat. Let's see if he can prolong that, because we have that Julian taking an additional turn once again. And this is going to be so much damage. Are you going to take out that Robo on that additional turn? The second skill does so much damage, but you could also decide to go for a stun right now.
Going into the Okeanos, gets the stun, and it's 7K hits additional turn though.
Definitely that additional turn helped him out a lot, but that stun was very well placed, because if that additional turn happened without that, and there's also an additional turn on the side of ISMOO, once again on that Cigar. There's just so many additional turns going back and forth, but who is going to have the upper hand in this match? A lot of HPs are not looking that lively, but the match is far from over.
Exactly, and there's still the revive on the side of ISMOO with that Vanessa as well, and that Robo just being provoked is not going to prevent, it's going to prevent him from doing anything else.
Yeah, the Robo is definitely not going to do anything else. I'm pretty sure it is on Swift, so it's not really going to do anything. Can this Vanessa actually take out that Robo? Because that gives a bounce potential. Ooh, so slight by health, because that would have been a bounce potential. Can't go for the bounce. We have a skill 3, Rain of Stones going for the Okeanos. That's a lot of damage coming in right there. With the additional turn, can you take out another unit?
Do you go into the Cigar? No, it's coming. No, puts the cool timing, kills out the Julian because of the health so far down at the moment. Say, it switched. What's happening?
Yeah, it switched. Well, that's the thing. Everything was so low HP that the Julian didn't have enough to actually steal from. This Moore hasn't been doing all too much. Finally, a Despair Stun over there, but I think it is a little too late. Or the Cigar is one turn away from the skill 3. Does he get it again? Does not get it in this case.
Does not, and can look to try, like we always say, are you going to look to try and confirm some kills? Does right there. Now cannot clean up the Cigar yet.
Cannot clean up the Cigar yet, but it is fast enough that the Twin Age additional damage artifacts do take out that Cigar, and this is very much looking like a victory for PINKROID.
Definitely is. He's got the passive. Can he get some stuns? Let's find out. Gets one on the Okeanos.
Gets one on the Okeanos, but you have a little bit of multi-hits on the Twin Age coming in later, so I'm pretty sure that we'll be able to take out the Moore at a later point.
Yeah, you can see ISMOO smiling a little bit there, knowing on this case that Pinky has managed to take one set back against him. He's still in it, say, and we might be going all the way to the best of 5 as PINKROID set 3 win.
Yeah, absolutely. Very interesting play by both of the players over here. The work of the Lionel, even without the Maximilian, is always kind of strange to see, but in this case, the Okeanos did so much work. The Rain of Stones just came in clutch, did a lot of damage, and there was no sustain on the enemy side. And therefore, at some point, Julian couldn't drain any of the HP, and that gave PINKROID the victory.
Exactly, exactly. And now we see again, is ISMOO going to go back to it and look to pre-ban that Julian, since PINKROID's kind of been giving him free reign of it, saying, yeah, if you want that Julian, you take it, and I'm going to deal with it in some way. Obviously, the first 2 sets he didn't deal with it. In that one, he has managed to come back with it. So I wonder if we're going to see a pre-ban from ISMOO on that Julian. And the Giannis, back to the same bans.
Yeah, it's back to the same bans that we have seen in the round 2. So in the round 2, we had the Holy Trinity on the side of PINKROID. So the Holy Trinity meaning Chandra, Velaju, Cigar. ISMOO playing his own style with the Yeon Hong, Vanessa, and then these other units. So let's see if we go to a style back at that again. We have seen those before. Do we go back to the Yeon Hong? We do. PINKROID, do we go back to the Chandra and the Velaju to kind of lock in the same first picks? But from there, it's very flexible to just completely switch up the draft.
Yeah, and we saw last time with ISMOO on this particular... Ooh, earlier Tianlang there, obviously knowing that the attack bar is going to be potentially something that ISMOO can use against him there.
Yeah, absolutely a very fine draft. I mentioned that in the previous draft as well. PINKROID is very well to adapt, because if ISMOO goes for the same style right now with the Sierra and the Dark Robot that he did in match 2, the Tianlang is already there, and PINKROID can develop a better draft where the Velajul didn't really lock him out at buying outspeed anyways. So he can go a lot more speed contesting on this side right now, whereas ISMOO is still locking in the same matches or the same units as match 2.
Yeah, he's going... Oh, we're seeing Carnal there then for the first time in this Europe Cup. Obviously, it's only set 4, but still, first time Rika back out again as well. No immunity on the side.
Yeah, in this case, there's no immunity in the side, but if you fully get outsped and you go for a hard bruise setup, I actually do like the draft of PINKROID right now, because ISMOO has to be looking for a unit that can AoE strip, but also potentially provide any kind of CC. Juno kind of does that, but also not really.
Yeah, let's find out who they're going to be looking to ban there. Say, do you have to respect that Juno, like it didn't get banned out last time?
Juno got banned out last time, and the Tianlang got banned out last time. And I think we're going to be looking at the same kind of bans. The big issue is right now, can that Ciara and the Robo actually deal enough against the Carnal and the Rika to not get those hits in? Because if they get one skill 3 up, it instantly switches the whole match.
Exactly, and I think Ciara was probably 2 out of 3 for bombs in the previous match as well. Did get one of the resists. Carnal being taken out there alongside the Juno. We've got speed leads for both PINKROID and ISMOO in our SWC 2024 Europe Cup. Match 1, set 4 between PINKROID and ISMOO. It's 2-1 to ISMOO, and Yonghong can be going first, but Tianlang might have something to say if there's a certain skill used.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see. He might actually just go for a simple skill 1, because reading the attack bars, the Robo should move in front of everything. Does go for skill 2. That's a lot of damage coming into that Rika. Wow, that is just simply so much damage. However, the Sierra is not moving right now. We do need attack bar absorb. Sierra is moving, but in this case, do you already go? No, he still goes for the safe play, killing that Rika, and then we're gonna look once again at a 3 against 4. Decent amount of stuns, but not too much on the Robo. Robo can go in for skill 3, and that could be a lot of dot damage on those units, and all of that HP is never going to come back.
Exactly, and Velajul not being on the field now can't look to cleanse it, but can he cycle through? Another big stun there, say.
There's a lot of stuns coming up over there. Sure, we still have charge fatality on the Yeon Hong, but PINKROID has something to say about that right now, probably.
Yeah. Oh, resisted against Vanessa!
Double resist once again, try to get that resistance, or try to get those skills in, and prevent those revives, but the revive is still sticking in there.
Definitely is. Can you look to land some defense breaks now, then getting into that Ciara, and she's not taking a turn. It's going to be cycling for PINKROID again.
It's a lot of damage coming into that Ciara, so he's probably looking at like, okay, I can't kill it in one go, I probably have to kill it in 2 times. But he's making that work. There's an additional turn coming in from that Cigar, but that does also mean that there is potential for an additional turn on the side of ISMOO.
And here we go. We can look to try and set up a defense break if we want to. I think Tianlang maybe has skill 2 available too. Maybe next time, maybe more damage coming out on the side of PINKROID.
Yeah, there's not too much damage coming in right now with all of these units being very well locked out right now. They're all on slows, they're all on like provokes, stunts and everything. Sierra has to take that additional turn to kind of save ISMOO's draft in here.
Look at that, getting an additional turn. So it's maybe the small opening that he needs, but Tianlang, big skills.
That is so much damage, taking out 3 units. One was revived, but taking out 3 units. And we're looking at a victory double stun on that Chandra. We also have a great end of the sword. Once again coming in, taking out more ATB, taking out those provokes. There's just so much going on in this draft for PINKROID.
Yeah, look at these guys doing the work. 3 kills on the side of Tianlang right there, say. He hadn't been using it in the prelims. He's using it now at Europe Cup to great effect as he brings it back to 2 apiece. And look at that smile on his face as well.
Yeah, absolutely. That Tianlang is still one of those units. Like, if he takes his turns, if there's a lot of attack bar increase on the enemy side, he's going to be taking over those. He still does a lot of damage. In previous seasons, we have seen where he was even stronger than he is right now. He did so much damage on that skill too. But these guys have so many artifacts that it still works on so high damage.
Yeah, definitely does. And you can see now, ISMOO looks a little bit concerned actually there, having just seen what that Tianlang has done against him. Is PINKROID going to change it up? We're 2-2. Julian, is he going to allow it again? Are we going to go back to the Yonhong and the Haegang here, say, or you think he needs to adapt?
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting one to see because it is the good combination for the Haegang being banned if you have potential of drafting that Gianna. So that rotation is good. But we do also see PINKROID once again adapting, seeing like, okay, even though I won that set, it was still very dangerous to draft against that Julian.
Definitely wasn't first pick right now. Are we going to look at Steal Cigar? Yes, stealing that Cigar. PINKROID's been using it against ISMOO as much as possible with the Holy Trinity. Are we going to see rest of them on PINKROID's side, say?
It's definitely potential. It's always like very comfortable picks. Like you can first look at comfortable picks. Actually goes for an Oliver plus an Okeanos. Definitely slightly different than comfortable picks, but the Okeanos is in its own right very good against the Cigar. Can reset it, can easily stun it.
Yeah, definitely can. We saw more as a response last time from ISMOO against it. Pinky, thinking about it fully though, does decide to now lock it in. ISMOO on his side, probably going to look for a speed lead as well. Gianna as well, we know how dangerous she is at the moment.
She's definitely very dangerous, but there is a lot of speed threat on your enemy side already. There's potential fast units, but let's see, yeah, we see that Athena coming in. That's where you have like a high base speed unit with a speed lead in there already. He might even lock 2 fast units with that Miles, has the passive in there. Ooh, Josephine, that's also an interesting one. Good counters into Gianna right there.
Does that signal that he's going to be trying to let that Gianna through at the moment? So we also saw a Juno pop out on the field in the place of Josephine just before she was selected. How do you, this is the mind games. It's 2-2. If you win this, you're into those semi-finals, and he's locked in the Etna with the Miles. Let's go back to Old Faithful, eh?
Old Monkeys, good old Monkeys, worked out very well this time. Can't pair the Monkey with a Julian, but he could be looking at his own Juno or Velodyl right now, because those are units that are definitely good bruisers in this position.
Yep, he's gone for the brick. Oh, say, I'll let you take that one.
Well, he picked the Chow. We can go on to the next round. I'm going to save everyone a few minutes of that. I'm not just kidding. Chow in this matchup actually does pretty strong, but we have seen Chows being taken out by Fire Monkeys.
We definitely have, and I'm all for it. Please let the content go. I want to see Say reacting to Chows and casting on Chows. Who do you like to ban?
Well, I would say Athena is definitely one of those must bans, but if Athena's banned and Miles doesn't stun, the Gian is going to be very deadly in his own right. So it's definitely going to be mind games over here. And yeah, there you have it. The Chow was gone.
Respect on that Chow, as we've got speed leads for both of the guys going in to our deciding set in our SWC2024 Europe Cup. PINKROID and ISMOO. Previous finals. Do we get stunned this time? No, but Etna?
Etna can definitely go for skill 3 here, and that skill 3 should absolutely bring it under. Goes for skill 2 first. Skill 3 armor break. That's going to be doing a lot of damage to the Gianna. Almost saying goodbye to the Gianna. Plus, we have the other units taking a earlier turn than the units on the side of ISMOO.
Who are you looking to go for then? You've got that skill 2 available. You've got the skill 3 even going into that Cigar and gets it now, and Oliver has free reign to push that attack bar back.
Yeah, you can go for the attack bar back, but it is a little bit dangerous to still keep the Gianna on the field because you have that defense coming in right now. Plus you have slows, plus you have potential stuns. There's a lot of stuff that could go wrong if you leave the Gianna alive.
We do get the slows, we get the push-up, and we get the extra turn. Can you look to get a stun, some more damage from his crit?
You definitely would to be looking at killing that Athena, because the Athena cycling is always super dangerous. But then again, also the Okeanos, same thing, the cycling. There's so much damage coming in.
Definitely is, and Miles is going to be a threat as well the later we go on here, because he's going to damage into that Monkey, and it's, can we get provokes?
Can we get provokes? We absolutely do need provokes, and we always see Monkey picking up a lot of pace. It's already being super fast. Did not get the provoke over there, though.
No, he didn't. And Miles is going to be following up very soon. I'm not sure if Ender's going to be able to take that turn save, but at the moment, that Gianna, she's just...
Oh, the additional turn. The additional turn, it was actually resisted, so we have Oliver without skills in a few moments. However, we do have the Athena not taking a turn because Monkey is already super fast.
Yep, and he can look to go in, getting the cool time onto that Chandra. Can you even get the kill right now? Yes!
Does get the kill, but we got Rain of Stones. This could do a lot of damage. Does he manage to stun? He stuns almost everything.
Yeah, he gets the stun on the Chandra, so there's no defend coming in to deal some damage back to him. Can Oliver just keep everything in control for him?
Oliver, well, Oliver doesn't have any skills right now, but the Okeanos was able to throw back. We do see a stun on that Oliver right now. Miles, do you go for the strip, do you go for the kill, or do you do more damage into the Chandra?
Let's find out. He's deciding the full amount of time. He's gone into the Chandra with the damage. Can you get some provokes out there now from Cigar? Okeanos is coming soon.
Okeanos is coming soon, but can we get this armor break? Do get the armor break. I'm seeing some potential for Monkey Business right here. Monkey Business, are you gonna go into that armor broke unit, or do you rather want to kill that Okeanos first? He takes it out! Fire beats water, and we're looking at Monkey Business once again. However, this Oliver still taking a turn. Can decide to kill the Gianna? No, actually decides to go for different units. Oh, this is so dangerous, both sides. Rain of Stones coming on pretty soon. We have a little bit of damage coming in, but we have Monkey moving again so fast. Takes the stun over there. Monkey is doing so much Monkey Business in here.
He is, and he's not looking healthy right now because Monkey having to deal with it with, maybe we've got a chance coming.
We have a chance coming, but we have no skills coming in. Sure, we still have that Oliver with a skill too. Doesn't take the additional turn. We have the Chandra coming in, but once again a stun. We have Monkey on that skill too, doing a lot of damage, and Oliver definitely does not win Fire Monkey.
Wow, ISMOO defeating the back-to-back champion here, Adam.
This
1%, 1%, that's all I'm saying.
Everyone of you at home who suggested that PINKROID was going to go through, you had an absolute nightmare. 97% of you, it's amazing. ISMOO goes through to the next round, the back-to-back knocked out. What an incredible game, Sam, to start this Europe Cup. Unbelievable scenes.
It was, and in all honesty, we went all the way through to a best of 5. You could see that ISMOO got the upper advantage at the start. PINKROID is PINKROID. He made a comeback, tried to get it up there to 2-2, and in that final match, as Say would like to say, I think there was some monkey fireworks.
Say, would you agree, monkey fireworks?
Monkey fireworks, I'm absolutely loving that one. The unit just did so much work, and it was just so insane. But back and back again, it's like, you have to control that unit, and the Chow was supposed to do that. The Chow was one of those units that you could maybe do that with. Miles couldn't work it. One armor break on the Miles, he was taken out.
Wow, do you know what? We said this before the match kicked off, that we said this could be a real difference maker if ISMOO manages to beat out PINKROID, and it's actually happened. This is the Europe Cup 2024. That is the narrative, the storyline here. Whatever happens next, we've got no idea, because with your back-to-back champ not in the pool anymore, ISMOO must be feeling like $1 million. Let's talk. We're going to praise ISMOO throughout the course of the day. Let's talk PINKROID for a second there. What happened, Sam? What were the kind of the moments that you think really, were big difference makers between going through to the next round and going home?
I think a big thing was the fact that he actually didn't really deal with the Julian. The Julian was always on the field of ISMOO. He didn't look to use a pre-ban prior, and it just meant that ISMOO could pre-ban it when he was facing off against PINKROID on that first pick, and it just allowed him to kind of really take over. You saw at the very start as well how fast he was making it work. There was some resistance, but we saw the Vanessa as well being on Violent, how crucial it actually was in the end. Set up a defense break, come out of a stun. That revive on that third skill just gets lower and lower every time it does take that additional turn. And in all honesty, PINKROID, I think, head can be really held high. Like, honestly, facing off against ISMOO, he's been at finals before. The nice guy is back. PINKROID's still going to be around for sure. We're not going to forget about PINKROID anytime soon, but maybe it's a chance for a new champion.
Wow, absolutely huge.
Yeah, absolutely. And I also want to say Miles was definitely the pick to be taking care of those units on the side of ISMOO, as we're going into a little bit of highlights. We're on the highlights right now. That's great as well. But we see
oh wait, you're the highlight.
Yeah, I'm the highlights. But we see those Miles. Like, Miles was the one to take care of the Fire Monkey time and time again, or even of the Fire Monkey and the Julian in this matchup. And the Miles just doesn't do enough. Sure, it's doing good damage. It was doing like 8.5k every time it took a turn. But it is not enough. It's not going to provide that armor break. It's not going to provide that slow. These things are actually taking out the Fire Monkey. And the moment you have those locked in, that's where you can take it out. And sure, it did really work out in this matchup, what you see right here. He had a lot of AoE damage, and he could definitely revolve around that, taking out the Julian first, taking out the Moore. Moore didn't really do too much, but that's also what you can see. Both players really adapted. We had a 2-0 on one side, we had a 2-0 on the other side. back and forth, final match, juking it out, Fire Monkey Wings.
Do you know what? We obviously saw earlier on in ISMOO's stats here, every game this season has been 3-0s one way or another. To go 2-0 up, then see the fight back, the reverse sweep on the cards of PINKROID there. We saw kind of an image there of ISMOO on the cams, and you saw him having to lock in. I mean, talk about locking in. He was laser focused on what needed to happen. You can see on the screen, ISMOO is the one that progresses. PINKROID's name sadly washed out as ISMOO goes through to the semi-finals, where he is one step away from a grand final. But at least that first major hurdle is over, and we look ahead to the rest of the bracket.
We definitely do. He's going to be looking ahead right now, supporting one of his best friends in Summoners War, because he wants to face off against Neff in that semi-finals. We've got that next match coming up, ROSITH versus Neff. It's going to be, honestly, a very bruiser-heavy match, guys. Kind of prepare yourselves for that, because we already know it. It's going to be very deadly.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely what we see on ladder and what Neff has been playing a lot on ladder. He says it doesn't really work in tournament play. They can still like the secret, which he really likes to use with that Han, super fast units, finesse setup, kill things right away. On ladder, works very well. He's ranked 12 right now. It definitely shows that it works. But he also kind of tried that in the prelims, and that's like, that didn't really work. So let's try something else. Okay, I combine the meta with my Ragdoll and the other units, and great rune quality that both of these players have. So this is definitely going to be I think it's going to be a very slow match until one moment, and then units start flying.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really interesting as well to see that players in the pack obviously haven't played yet. We'll be watching that match thinking, oh my gosh, the back-to-back-to-backs out of the competition. If there's ever a chance, this is a wide open experience now. And our next matchup is on the horizon. Verdi's back on the stage, and very soon we'll see that. But I think it's really going to change with the outlook of our players now. This is like a year that PINKROID's dominated the last 3. This is a real chance now to contend for 3 places as well. Let's emphasize that once more. 3 places is significantly larger than 2.
Definitely. Wow, yeah. It definitely is significantly larger than 2.
The math was mathing on that one. I fully agree.
So maths right now.
But it definitely is, and they are going to be very confident behind the scenes. But we're seeing ROSITH right now.
Here we go.
My name is ROSITH. When my friends were in the competition as well, like they were like in the preliminary, but unfortunately they couldn't make it to Europe Cup, so I have to prove that French can still make it and beat everyone. I will win the EU Cup because I have a strong, I think I have the monsters, the runes, to get on this level. Neff, oh my god. Wow, it's like a really, really tough opponent and a good friend of mine, so I guess it will be a great match.
ROSITH is about to come out onto the main stage, a previous champion here of the Europe Cup, the Summoners War World Arena Champs. And you can see the crowd are big fans of ROSITH, really behind him, because he's got every potential now to go all the way. We're chanting ROSITH. Are we going to be chanting ROSITH come the end of this best of 5 here, Sam?
I wonder, honestly. He's come back. You've had a few years off, you know, watching from the sidelines. We've seen him actually here in Berlin in 2022. He came to go and see the competition. He saw it in Paris. Now we're going to see his competitor, Neff.
Here he is.
Hello, my name is Neff. I'm 33 years old and I'm from Mülheim an der Ruhr in Germany. When I play a multiplayer game, I always try to be competitive, but there are certain games where it's like reaction time and you're getting older and you can't compete, so I really love turn-based games, and here I can show my worth. Alle anderen so AMG gegen AMG gegen AMG gegen AMG, alles Speedfight, und ROSITH und ich werden sowas sein wie Schildkröte gegen Schildkröte, ne? So, das sind die einzigen beiden Ragdoll-Spieler im ganzen Turnier, und natürlich spielen wir gegeneinander.
Ja, gucken wir mal an, ob so
And here comes his competitor. It is Neff coming out onto the stage here. The question is, will Neff rise up stage? So can he go there and join ISMOO in that semi-final spot?
Yeah, absolutely, and it's also one of those competitors. We've seen him play last year. We've seen him play a lot in prelims, also earlier this year in SWL. It's definitely one of those players. He likes the competition and he really loves it. He loves to analyze things. But on the other side, we also have a very analytic person sitting there.
Yeah, I don't think there's a better vibe than Neff. He is a vibe. The guy is the guy. And backstage, you know, we're kind of chatting to him. He seems really confident. He seems calm, but also he's a real favorite amongst the players too. But you know, I think that kind of that wisdom. You know, he kind of seems like he's very kind of like composed, but he's going to have to really turn up for ROSITH, because that is going to be a battle for the ages.
Definitely is. You can't actually escape a cuddle from Neff. I've tried it many a time. You cannot backstage escape a cuddle. This guy will hug you, and I'm sure he's ready to hug Rosie either way if he wins or loses, but obviously he wants to go up against his best friend, ISMOO, in that next match. Those two together, he has to get past ROSITH first. 2019 champion, back here. Ragdoll, Vivachel, we've seen before say, I was just looking then, these two guys have actually not faced each other in ladder over the past 2 seasons. So we have no history necessarily, but like you were saying earlier, say, Neff adapting his style from ladder at the moment, right?
Yeah, absolutely, and that's also what you have to do, especially if you also play against a Ragdoll on the other side, because his core draft that he works on ladder is with Ragdoll. So that Ragdoll is probably going to get stolen or pre-banned or anything like that. I think that's really going to be the battle of the Ragdoll. But then it's also the big question, what are we playing with Ragdoll? Because there's a lot of playstyles that work with Ragdoll. You could go speed counts with Ragdoll, and then the enemy takes the first turn, crits a little bit too much, you take over the match. Or we go for what we call a Gapdoll, Gapso plus Ragdoll. We have seen Angela being a very strong, maybe a little bit boring unit, but very, very strong over there. It's one of those units, there's just a lot of healing coming in, and it's just super, super strong. But then, what are the good answers? Well, maybe more healing coming in, maybe we see a little bit more Smicer, maybe we even see a Bolvik. There's a lot of options out there for units that are just very strong with Ragdoll. Or are we not going to see any Ragdoll at all, and we just go back to the Holy Trinity, Chandra, Felidul, Scar? Might be a lot of choices for they have right there.
All of our preparation out the window if there's no Ragdoll here, say.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. The preparation is such an important part of this competition as well. Obviously, the preliminary rounds, now we're here for the Europe Cup. No doubt watching behind the scenes as well at the epic matchup that just took place here. But let's look at some of the stats from our players. We're looking at Rosie first and foremost. Sam, walk us through, because it's time for revenge, apparently, according to Rosie.
You're missing it out there. Woo! We're getting it there. You see his career, it's stacked. It is a little bit older now, though. There's been quite a few years since the previous time here. Taking out on the way, though, a Barbo, a fan favourite, and against Elder, who was a fellow Ragdoll player as well. So he's already faced it in the competition so far. Like you were saying, say, we're seeing Gapsu, we're seeing Ragdoll, and there's some other units to mingle in there as well.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting to see that Federica over there. Federica is one of those units mainly to counter Ragdolls as well. But that is mainly coming from his match against Eldo. Eldo is also a fellow Ragdoll player. And against Ragdoll, you do want to go for the snipe unit. So Sonia, Federica's, maybe even some of the light and darks out there. Oberon, I'm not sure if any of the two players have them, but I do know that the two of them share a lot of LDs as well.
I would check, but Rosie actually has over 35 LDs, I've been told before, so his list is very long for me to scan through at the moment. And you see his opponent right now, Neff, actually looking way more relaxed than he was when he was backstage earlier. I don't know where he's looking into right now, but hopefully that's into the future and where he can see himself winning. He's back for blood as well.
Wow, savage.
He's already taken out Pafix and Scribblebibble along the way to get here, losing out to Raxaz actually earlier in their say, but Ragdoll Vela.
Yeah, we see a Ragdoll, Valajul, and Cigar, also pairing that with the Twin Angels. Twin Angels also a very strong pair with that Han that they really likes to use. Also, once again, one of those units that you can just put a lot of rune quality to, and then those units really shine. It's a lot of those units that you might see here on stage, and it's like, oh, I have those units, I can make them work. And then you start drafting, and it's like, why does mine not do that much damage? Why is mine dying so easily? And that is really artifact quality, rune quality. These guys have all of that.
You're just speaking my life right now, Say. I don't know why you've done that to me. You know, it's exactly me after watching these guys. It's so good, the quality that they have. They show us backstage as well, in some cases. Not all of the cases. Sometimes we get shown exactly how these are runed. You can see the laser focus there on Neff's side.
That's what he's thinking about. He's thinking about, there's a potential here for me in ISMOO. You know, bunk beds, Japan. This could be a thing. We could like, give me I feel like uni all over again. An opportunity to kind of hang out, but also be there in Tokyo for that world. That world finals is going to be such a massive ordeal, a massive opportunity as well for our players. Some of the fans here as well in glorious Berlin here, who are loving every second. And we also saw in the last match as well. Every big play, they are behind those players, and they're going to feel that energy in the room too. But you know, how does Neff take out Rosie? I mean, do you think that's the? I asked about predictions earlier on, but are we leaning towards Rosie having the edge because of that previous win?
I think it is, but also for Neff, it's just about, he's really analytical and refining exactly what to do. He's probably practiced a lot with ISMOO, actually, to see how he can face off against somebody like Rosie in this case. And we're going to be jumping in to see exactly how he is going to be doing.
We are. The crowd are going wild here. In Berlin, because it's about to jump into our second match of the day, our second quarterfinal. It's set one, Neff versus Rosie. Again, chat, let us know predictions, who you think is going to go through and face ISMOO in the next round. For now, though, it's back to Say and to Sam. Let's do it, boys.
The French powerhouse will be hoping for the old days to return, but will he have enough to take the bruises that will surely arise in this match. It is our SWC 2024 Europe Cup Match 2 between ROSITH and Neff. We've seen that Ragdoll pre-band already there, Say.
Yeah, Ragdoll pre-band, but also the Finesse pre-band. So those are two very core units. Once again, super core unit that we see all the time. Sagar, Neff. Then the big question, do you start stealing the Holy Trinity? Do you go for the Chandra and Velajul? Actually takes different routes, slightly different. Still the Velajul and Twin Angels.
Out of the actual Holy Trinity there, Say, Velajul and the Water Twins are the only ones on losing win rates currently in SWC. So Neff has gone for it, must have prepared something. How's ROSITH going to answer for you?
I definitely would say just go simply back to the Chandra. Chandra is just one of the strongest units right now. It's super all-round. There's just so much going on for that unit. And going for that Fire Bayek, Ashur, which is actually one of the highest win rate units in all of SWC right now.
Definitely is. He's third at the moment with a 64.4% win rate in 59 sets. That skill 3 in the cool times, just so much damage. Set up those defense breaks and you can look to take out your enemies. Wedgeat coming back there for Neff. But do you want to take that one?
I love me some Mayoing, some Fire Monkey business, but then on the other side, ooh, do we go for the Seimei and do we go for that Vivachel? That's definitely interesting over there. Seimei is kind of a strange unit where there's not too many debuffs on the enemy side, but it also lowers the amount of buffs with the Velajul giving 3 turn of immunity, now just being 1.
Exactly, and even the Wedgeat as well. Any of those buffs on the side, Seimei is going to be able to eat up and only allow for 1 turn. How does Neff look to respond here? He's got 1 main source of damage at the moment.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting to see like also how the playstyle will work. Goes for a Verdio. The Verdio is also kind of, it's a very heavy bruiser matchup, but it's also one of those units. Vivachel is always dangerous. The moment she goes for the 3rd skill, switches attack bar and HP bar, you might be at that moment 0 HP bar suddenly, or a little bit of health left, another unit moving, might take it out. Exactly. Is he also going to respect it for that reason?
Vivachel taking out the Verdihill, also taking out Respected there right now. We're likely to take the speed leads on both of these guys, 24 apiece, as we're going into our SWC 2024 Europe Cup Quarterfinals, Match 2, Set 1 between ROSITH and Neff. Who will claim that first point, as Wedgeat is going to be able to look to boost up, but those buffs are not staying on for too long.
No, those buffs are not staying on for too long, and in this match my eyes are definitely on the Fire Monkey and that Fire Bayek. Those 2 units are the main damage dealers, and those are probably also the first targets to take out. Fire Monkey's moving next, but Fire Monkey needs a little bit more turns to actually get his passive stacking. He doesn't have that much attack at the start of a match.
Definitely doesn't, but it's good to land the defense break on the side of Neff right now. Let's just see if we can tumble more damage into it.
That's a good amount of damage, plus defense buff on the Velajul, taking instantly taking out that bike, and Neff knows that was the key unit to take out. In this position, it's a lot harder for ROSITH to come back because there's not too much damage on the side of ROSITH. Sure, there's still that Seimei, there's a lot of protection coming in, but we have this Fire Monkey easily stacking a bunch of rounds right now.
Yeah, managing to take that out is crucial for him right now. Obviously couldn't get the revive on, but can do it now, can look to set up a defense break and get a unit unhealthy.
Yeah, are you going back for that Fire Monkey as well? Because if you take out that Fire Monkey, we're 1 apiece. Actually goes for the Velajul, was slightly late of an armor break. There's 30% chance per hit from that bike to land that armor break. There's 5 hits. In this case, was slightly late.
Yeah, we're going in. Skill 1 from Chandra can... Oh, big stun as well, and the damage.
There's a lot of damage coming in, and the Velajul is actually not looking that lively at all. Sure, we have the units on Seimei, doesn't do enough damage. Are we looking to see some stuns? Because with stuns, sure you do still a little bit of healing. Oh, also didn't manage to take it down.
Yeah, and with that defend, Chandra's skill 1 can keep doing more damage there right now. Are you even looking for the defense break? Yes, and gets it on the Chandra.
Gets on the Chandra once again. It seems to be that fire is beating water, but we're not there yet. We still have a Chandra that's looking very lively, and that Seimei, every time you land that arm break, Seimei is going to heal a big portion of the Chandra.
Yeah, but that provoke's going to be nice for him right now. Seimei looking to get rid of that Velajul as soon as possible. Can Chandra be the one when he gets a turn soon?
Oh, once again, crit landing on the Chandra. In this case, no armor break sticking.
Skill 3 can go. Can you get some slows and stuns? Does get it again on that Velajul.
Once again gets it on the Velajul, but Velajul, once it's taken out, there's still that monkey. But we also have the Bayek coming back and back again because of that Seimei. Sure, the cooldown is pretty short, but it's not going to go back to the third skill anytime soon.
Can you look to confirm the kill already there with the second skill?
I'm pretty sure you can kill that right now, and if you don't, the Wedgeat will heal it a little bit, so it's definitely smart to go for it. Right now, if you go for buffs again, it will help out a little bit, mainly with boosting attack bar, but Monkey still critting on wrong element.
Oh my god, you can see ROSITH's reaction there as well to that right now. Obviously, he's going to get some healing from Seimei. If he can take it too!
That is so much damage coming from that focus shot from the Twin Angels. Yes, it is a multi-hit. Yes, on armor break, it's going to do a lot of damage, and this Chandra can only heal if there is a debuff.
Oh, getting some big stuns there right now, but look, the moment that monkey takes out that Chandra, say, it's not looking pretty.
No, it's definitely not looking pretty. We have to look at some wind units landing on fire units right now. You have to push back on the monkey. Probably land the provoke as well. Ooh. Does not get neither. Monkey, can you do it again? Once again, crits on water. He's like back in the days, we always made the meme about the Perna. Perna always crits on water. This fire monkey, can we go 5 for 5? Goes 5 for 5. Only. That's why your monkey needs 100 crit rate. 85 would have never done that. While most of your monkeys would have never done that. Takes the additional turn. There's so much monkey business going on in both of these monkeys.
I don't think you can handle any more monkey business. Say you've had your fair share already in match number 1 and even set number 1 here from both these players. It was on a 40% win rate before we came into this Europe Cup.
Yeah, but Europe was just showing we use Fire Monkey better, and those guys are doing that. It just works out. They're doing so much damage. The critting wrong element is not really something you have too much influence about, but definitely something that's working over here. Can we go back to the bike? Because it's interesting to see the Velager was taking out first, but the Velager was never really a main threat. That Fire Monkey, that Meowang, he is. Takes another skill on the skill 2, takes it out, 13k, no arm break, so much damage coming in. And the same as sure was protecting very well this whole match, but Fire Monkey stacked it up, just doing so much work.
Fire Monkey. Meihu Wang, my friend, you have been a bit of an all-star so far in these current matches at the start, as Neff confirms it, 1-0 against ROSITH. Are the two Germans taking out all of the previous champions here at the moment, say, but Neff there, that monkey, do you have to respect it going into that set number 2 now?
Yeah, absolutely, but the big question is, like, how do you respect it? You're not going to pre-ban it. You're going to have something to kill it. And that bike was definitely a good answer to actually kill it, yeah, sure. However, if you lose that unit on the very first turn, yeah, it's not going to work. You need that armor break from the fire bike. If he could have stayed longer for the bruiser, that's what I said at the start of the match. We're looking at 2 units, Meowang and the Ashur. One of the 2 is going to take out the other, and that's probably going to snowball that match.
Definitely will snowball that match there, say, and we can see, I was just looking, Meihu Wang actually had a 57% win rate in EU compared to the 40% in overall SWC as well. So like you said, Fire Monkey's just rocking Europe.
Absolutely, this unit is doing so well. So definitely curious to see on the pre-bans right now. Is the Ragdoll pre-ban going to be on the ROSITH side right now? No, there is actually an open Ragdoll in this case. So then the big question is Neff going to be picking that Ragdoll? Because the Gapso is gone, so there's no response of a Gapso into Ragdoll, which I do think splitting those 2 up is definitely a good take over there.
Definitely is. He has to steal it. He's gone for it straight away. But ROSITH must have been prepared for this. He must have known if I give you the option of taking that Ragdoll, that Neff was going to be taking it, right?
Yeah, absolutely. But the big question is right now with the Cigar ban. Sure, Cigar is one of the core drafts on ladder for Neff as well, so he kind of broke up the team. But Neff kind of might still go back to a Ragdoll kind of cleave team that he likes to use.
Let's find out. We're seeing part of the Holy Trinity, Chandra and Velager coming out. Say, just to mention, 44% win rate in EU for Ragdoll, 52% overall in SWC. He's been played around 40 to 50 times as well.
Definitely a lot of times being played. Twin Angels on the side of Neff. Can you fight those Holy Trinity units with that Ragdoll? It's definitely one of those matchups you see a lot on ladder, so it's definitely something that he's used. And we go back to that Sigrid.
Sigrid didn't do him any favors against Raxaz in that first day of prelims, say. Kind of got just ransacked over by Raxaz there, but looking to bring it back, maybe ruined up slightly differently in order to face off against ROSITH. How would ROSITH look to answer that?
It's definitely one of those positions you kind of want to speed check, but speed checking, for example, with an Athena doesn't really work that well into Ragdoll, and ROSITH knows this. But we can also definitely go for bruiser units right there. Drinking in the light pony. Still going for the Athena though.
So kind of mixing it up, pivoting slightly, bringing back that Etna as well. Neff this time looking to try and bring Seimei onto the field. We saw how it did work for ROSITH, but just couldn't survive through the monkey hits.
Yeah, couldn't survive through the monkey hits at some point, but I actually like the Seimei next to a Ragdoll a lot, because you need to get attack bar on the unit that has the debuff to get the healing in. Ragdoll is providing all of that attack bar up. You know what also provides attack bar up? A Raccoon.
Yeah, Raccoon out on the field with that Asher as well. Double fire. How is ROSITH going to look to respond there for you then, say?
It's definitely an interesting over here. There's not really any unit that I would see like, okay, if you lock that in right now, it's a must ban. You could maybe be looking in the Chow. Am I calling that out?
Oh,
but
what? Are you okay?
Yeah, no, it could be something. But Federica, definitely one of those interesting units as well if there's no resets on your enemy team.
Yeah, looking to try and snipe something out there. Say, who is he going to be looking to ban right now? Do you have to respect Ragdoll at any point, or let's go through him?
It's definitely hard to say. I would say that the Athena and the Ragdoll are probably the ones that I would be looking for banning.
Let's find out. Both these guys, 24 and 23, their max ever appearances in ladder as well. You can see just how stacked Europe is right now, and they're taking that time to respond with these bans. We're seeing the Federica and we're seeing the Asher band out there then on both of the sides. Speed leads for both of them as well. We're here. It's our SWC 2024 Europe Cup Match 2, Set 2 between ROSITH and Neff, who's got that 1-0 advantage at the moment right now. Etna going in. Who are you going to be looking to strip and stun?
Yeah, you definitely have to go for strip and stun right now, because if you go for the shatter, that skill 2, Ragdoll will probably take over the match. Does go for the stun, does not manage to land the stun. In this case, we have the Raccoon kind of moving in an awkward position where you can maybe boost up, but armor breaks. Where we're looking for the armor breaks, not getting any armor breaks. Gets an additional turn on those Twin Angels though.
Yeah, it does get the additional turn right now. Can look to boost up even more. And we've got Sigrid coming in very soon, where there'll be some multiple hits coming in.
Multiple hits coming in, and the big question is, can you actually get those if the Ragdoll does hit? Decides to go for an armor break, and the Ragdoll is moving next. This Ragdoll's gonna take it out, but you also have the Raccoonies just boosting it up. But Torrent is gonna take out this Ethna, and now we're gonna have a whole reset of all of those cooldowns, or not necessarily a reset, but one cooldown down because of those team-ups.
Yeah, that was really smartly played there. You could see the defense break, saw the fast Raccoonie, allowed him to get that extra turn through. That was really well speed-tuned there, say.
Absolutely, but it also really helped with that Twin Angels getting that additional turn, boosting up both the Ragdoll and the Sigrid.
And now we've got the Unicorn coming in right now, getting the nothing really there, say, getting the counter up.
Yeah, getting the counter up, trying to get that provoke in. The provoke didn't land at that moment, so we do have armor breaks on a lot of these units, but we're gonna have a little bit more healing coming in from this Twin Angels right now.
Yeah, getting that healing, getting the additional turn right now, can look to boost up. Sigrid still has that skill 2, not skill 3, sorry.
Yep, we have the skill 2, but also we have the Eleanor in pony form, or not in pony form, in human form. In human form, you lose a lot of HP. That's where you have to protect it for. But there's just so much going on the side of Neff. We have that Ragdoll, we have the Raccoony. There's just a lot of protections for those units right there.
Definitely is, and there's not so much damage coming out on the side of ROSITH now, especially against these bruisers with Ragdoll on the other side there. Raccoony's just going to be eating it up.
Yeah, absolutely, and we get that armor break once again. In this case, goes for skill 2. Does get a little bit of the absorbs, but that armor break is there to stick at the moment.
And you see that Revenge the Stun. Raccoony's there just to cleanse it out, and Ragdoll's going to slowly start battering it away at the team of ROSITH right now, say.
Yeah, I definitely want to give credits to the Ragdoll of Neff. It is one of those units a lot of people say like, mine doesn't do that much, it's just there for the passive. No, you ruin it on a lot of damage. We saw 18k on a probably very tanky unit, just that armor break. Ragdolls need to deal damage, and that is the main damage dealer on Neff, and that is taking out all of those units.
Definitely isn't leaving this Unicorn in the human form, say. It's going to be allowing a lot of damage to come in through now.
Yep, and ROSITH does know it. He has 2 support units, not that much damage on the field, and the second match also does go to Neff.
Let's see if he's going to follow in the footsteps of his dearest old friend ISMOO in that first match as well, though. So he went 2-0 up as well. PINKROID brought it back to 2-2 and eventually taking that third and final set. But now, ROSITH has to rely on his experience. He's been here before. He's been to a World Finals before. Yes, there's been a bit of time in between. Can he look to prevent Neff and do maybe a reverse sweep here, say, or it's not looking so good for him at the moment?
No, it's definitely, I would say both of the drafts were very favorable for Neff. So ROSITH definitely has to be thinking, okay, what was match 1? How did it work out? What did we pre-ban? What did we pick? Can I switch things around?
Let's find out now if there's going to be a Ragdoll pre-ban. There is, and he's respecting there on the Sigrid as well on that side, say. ROSITH has that first pick. Are we going to see a cigar?
We could see a cigar, but it's interesting to have that Sigrid being pre-banned right now, because Sigrid is mostly just paired with that Ragdoll. You know that Neff probably goes back to that Ragdoll pre-ban. So the Sigrid is maybe not the most dominant unit out there for pre-bans, but we have the Cigar being picked up, we have the Twin Angels and that Villager being picked up on the side of Neff.
Yeah, ROSITH has options now. In previous examples, we've seen Seimei and Vivachel hovering around. Is he going to continue with a Chandra like he did last time as well? Seimei earlier this time then.
Yeah, Seimei earlier. Last time around it was the Bayek in this position plus the Chandra. So let's see if he goes back to those. I do think that I like those units. However, you did see that it didn't work. Goes for a Vivachel earlier this time. And then we see the Bayek coming on the side of Neff.
We do. There was also a Monkey in that position last time with the Mehu Wang instead of the Asho, but it is on the field available for Neff to look to choose right now. Maybe looking with a different element right now, say, although looking very fire dominant.
Fire dominant, but interesting to see a Gapso without like a Ragdoll nor a Ragdoll on the enemy side. Sure, there's a little bit of healing from that Viva Gel, but there's not too much healing for that Gapso to pick up from yet.
Yeah, he's not going to be taking so many turns. Maybe preventing some of the other units that could potentially come through with some sort of skill 1 recoveries, which obviously allows Gapsu to eat up any more of those attack bars.
Yeah, it's definitely maybe against Seimei. Seimei would provide healing from the passive every turn, so the Gapsu would be taking a lot of turns from that, so it's more of an anticipation draft right there. But we also have a Davaraja, which is a very interesting unit and definitely one of those units you do not want to face if you don't have any immunity. Luckily enough, Neff already does have that Velogjule, but that might be the ban right there. Plus that Seimei will take care of immunity as well.
Definitely will. Is that signaling already to Neff that he's looking to ban out that Velogjule? It's going to be the mind games. We've got Juno as well, a good response as well to any of the provokes. We'll be able to take a turn and cut in, say, who are you banning?
Oh, this is a very difficult ban for both sides because I think there's just simply a lot of good bans and there's not too many wrong answers.
Wow, I like that one. Sit on the fence, you know. All of them could be good. We've got Viva Shell and we've got Juno in the end, so we're going to have speed leads for both Rosie and Neff going into this one. Can Devaraja look to bring it back for Rosie in this match? It's at SWC 2024 Europe Cup Quarterfinals, match 2, set 3. ROSITH versus Neff. Neff 1 step away right now, and those Twin Angels might be taking him on the ticket to the next round.
Ooh, big question right now. You could set up an armor break. You could set up a... Oh, that actually changes the rotation where Gapso doesn't move in front, but this is a lot of damage coming in. Big question, can you actually kill this? Because if you would have done it the other way around, oh, the additional turn. Does you go for a crit? Does not get a crit, and there's a 16k heal coming in from that Seimei.
Wow, gets the cool time as well on that Velogjule right now. Not the pushback, but it's enough for him to defend and start to try and cycle, say?
Yeah, that's definitely where the cycling comes in, and that's also where, sure, the Seimei can't heal if there's no debuffs, but since there's that provoke on a few units, you still might get a few debuffs over here.
Yeah, we've got Devaraja can look to transform into that Dark Thunderer, get the Thunderer state coming out now. Do we get some provokes?
Oh. 4 provokes over there, and those 4 provokes are very hard to shake off. So Devaraja in this case is going to be taking quite a while to just, yeah, do everything. But in the meantime, there's a lot of damage coming in from the side of ROSITH right now.
Definitely. He's wanting to cycle, I guess, with a Chandra, because if you put a defend on there with all those provokes, it's going to keep doing a lot of damage from that S1.
Yeah, absolutely. But Devaraja is also one of those units that can actually deal a lot of damage. In this case, didn't do all too much as of yet, but we have seen a lot of damage coming in already.
Yeah, skill 1, can we get some provokes? Doesn't get it right now. Skill 1 available for Chandra. Devaraja, once he gets back online, it could be dangerous.
It definitely could be dangerous. We do have that Bayek moving next. We also have another Soul Protect. Soul Protect's mainly used in this case just to lower cooldowns. Lower cooldown on that Cigar. But in this case, do you go for that skill 2 to just get the silence in?
Going in, skill 3, doing the damage into that Devaraja, gets the defense break, but it's still looking healthy.
It's looking very healthy. One of those units that's in general just super tanky and very hard to deal with. So let's see what can happen.
Oh, does get a stun and that extra turn. You can look to slurp, say.
Yeah, we have a little bit of skill 2 coming in, but the big question is you kind of want to take care of that Cigar, but the Cigar still have that defense. Well, no longer, but still a Soul Protect.
Yeah, and you can look to get some cool times in. Maybe you're going into the Velogjule, goes in, gets it as well.
Yeah, he did get it, but there's another round of defense coming in, so, and another round of slows and a lot of stuns.
ROSITH turning this one around them right now, just with some chip damage, really, say.
Yeah, it's just chip damage, but if the Devaraja comes back online, we once again looking at probably 2-turn AoE provoke on all units, and that's just so hard to shake off. Even if you take that additional turn, it is still another turn of provokes.
Definitely, you're not getting rid of it anytime soon, and right now that skill 1 from Chandra just plowing in extra chip damage all along.
Yeah, that's just simply so much damage, and this is really where the draft of ROSITH, the Bruiser, it just all works out. The Devaraja very well placed on that final placement. And he tried to take out that Cigar, but the Cigar was just a little bit too tanky.
It was very close though, say. I will give it that to Neff right now. He can look to maybe get another provoke coming out onto the field. Gapsu taking that turn, but Chandra is just dominating.
Yeah, Chandra's also doing a lot of work in this match, and that's where the Fire Bayek couldn't get like the good skills in. Too many provokes, too much protection. We have the Soul Protect, we have the defense. We have the Fire Bayek, that's the main damage dealer. Can't take out the Chandra first, which you would have liked to start with.
And more provokes coming out right now, just not allowing him to use any of the other skills. We've got Ashura coming in now, can look to set up a defense break.
Defense break, landing slightly late, therefore not killing it, but could actually go for the additional turn to kill here, but there was that Soul Protect.
Yep, and they still got skill 3, can look to go back again into the Velogjule, keeps going in there, doesn't want to deal with any immunity on the side of Neff.
Yep, and once again, we have that defense. That is just making the Holy Trinity so strong. Time and time again. Defense, defense, defense. I don't really have too much healing. Well, there's the same for healing. But there's no active healing of skills of like, oh, I want to heal this unit. Your enemy kind of has to decide it for you. But you can decide every time again. Defense, defense. It's just doing so much work. And this Chandra, in the meantime, is dealing a lot of damage.
Definitely. It's just the skill ones coming in, getting the stuns where needed. And again, hitting for 4K hits, allowing ROSITH to bring back one of the sets. 2-1. It's still all to play for. Are we having a repeat of that very first match here? Say, ROSITH coming back against Neff. Obviously, just missed that opportunity at the beginning, right? Couldn't quite get rid of that cigar, and it hurt him in the long run.
Yeah, absolutely did. And it was interesting to see. I don't think he would have had enough attack bar to have everything move if he didn't go for the boost on the Bayek early. But if he could have had the rotation of first stripping, armor breaking, then have the Gapsu land the branding, and then the Bayek goes in, that would have been a lot more damage. But I think the attack bars weren't good enough for that, and he needed the Twin Angels to boost up the Bayek, and therefore the rotation was different.
Hindsight is a wonderful thing, sir, and right there, it didn't quite prove beneficial enough for Neff in our set number 3. Going into set number 4 now. We have pre-bans available. Are we going to see a Ragdoll pre-ban yet again in these positions? Are you going to be respecting Seimeis coming out as well?
Yeah, you actually see Seimeis. Well, both of them have Seimeis, but we're actually respecting on the Chandra and the Twin Angels.
Taking out 2 of the speed leads that have been used a lot so far during this Europe Cup, the Chandra and the what Twin Angels say. They're really useful in just kind of boosting up the rest of the team, allowing people to take turns and control. We see a stolen Ragdoll.
We see a Ragdoll right there. In this case, we do have the Cigar open and we have the Veliju open. Big question is, ROSITH, are you going to go for those? Also, a bunch of the speed leads, like most of the meta speed leads are gone right now. Sure, the Finesse is still there, the Sierra is still there, but after that, what kind of speed leads are we looking at?
Let's find out. Are we going to see Sigrid as well from the side of Neffit? Didn't really go through. We've got Wedgeat instead then. Does that already signal Seimei is going to be out on the field somewhere?
Definitely has a possibility, but Wedgeat in its own is an interesting unit, but I really like it with the pair of Veliju, because Veliju, defense-type scaling unit, and therefore does a lot of damage. On the other side, once again, back to that Seimei and Vivachel.
Yeah, Vivachel not making it through so far into any of these matches. Neff has been respecting it. Does it allow ROSITH to kind of mess around with that last pick, to really play the mind games and see, do you want to deal with this one? Maybe we see a Federica come out soon.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see. Well, Federica, you don't really want to place too much into a Cigar. You get reset, unit dies off pretty fast, but we could be looking at a Fire Monkey back again. However, ROSITH still has that 5th pick, and Neff is trying to make a draft where he can still respect that Vivachel.
He's wanting to get some turn cycling in there with the Verdahill. It was banned out previously by ROSITH. How is he going to look to respond here for you, say?
Interesting drafting style, because there's a lot of Bruiser on the side of Neff, but there's not too much CC. There's a little bit of snipe with that Bayek, but besides that, it's just a lot of turns. You know what works against a lot of turns? Antares.
Yeah, he does, but this time Kinky as well, right? I mean, there's nothing on the Oblivion. He's going to be taking hits against all of those enemies.
Yeah, I definitely do like the Kinky a lot, though. The only thing that actually can take care of it is that Bayek, which probably will also be the ban. And in that respect, Kinky has to be a ban, which leads to Vivachel open.
Let's find out. There we go. That last pick was something that could be annoying for Neff in this case, and he's using the full amount of time to decide. Looks like ROSITH may be taking that time to decide who he wants to ban out. Are you going to get rid of the damage, the cycling, going for the Sigrid and the Kinky there then instead, say? So we're likely going to be having speed lead on the side of Neff coming through, and the HP lead on the side of ROSITH with that Vivachel. It's here. SWC2024 Europe Cup Quarterfinals, Match 2, Set 4 between ROSITH and Neff, who is currently 2-1 up. Wedgeat going first. Can you look to try and get some snipe off? But immunity is around.
Immunity is around. You can go for that silence, though. So the first round of Vivachel, you can't make it not work. So definitely goes for that one, because your attack bars aren't going to be low. But the Vivachel is always dangerous. There's always that lurking threat of like, okay, what if she takes a turn right now? Ragdoll is at 0 attack bar.
He is, but look how healthy as well that Seimei makes that Vivachel just taking a turn. Can look to reset, gets it on that Ashur, now gets some immunity, prevent anything else coming in.
Yeah, definitely can go for that immunity right here, but it's really all about, okay, how is the turn cycling revolving? It's very hard to predict here, because we have that Vert and that Ragdoll boosting up attack bar time and time again. But the moment that the opening is there for that Vivachel to do a good skill 3, it's going to switch it, and it's going to maybe take out a unit instantly.
Yeah, let's find out exactly if he gets that timing.
Oh, that's a great timing on that Ragdoll over here. The Cigar moves next, and can he take it out? Does get the crit, does take it out.
Yeah, he's managing to bring it back. He's already sniped out one of the units. This is what Neff was doing to ROSITH in those earlier sets, say.
Yeah, absolutely. So in this case, let's see if we can make it a quick 3 against 3. That is maybe the opener that Neff is looking for. Can he go for the strip? If he goes, does go for a skill 3 right away, wants to get rid of that armor break.
Yeah, wants to get the healing up, get that Verd back online, allow him to take some more turns with the push-up from the passive.
Well, that's the thing. On the side of Neff, there's so much push-up. These units are taking 3 turns when ROSITH is simply taking 1 turn. So getting the skills back on that Viva Gel will take a little bit of time. If that Verd ends... Ooh, we do have that once again. Big sword coming down, lowering the cooldowns. Where does he go for? Does go once again on the Bayek.
Yeah, doesn't want to see any more defense breaks coming out. But like you said, 1 turn is all it takes for ROSITH at the moment. Here, say Neff has not been allowed to get fully online.
Doesn't get fully online, but it is very interesting that we do have heal blocks. So every time a unit takes a turn, it is still heal blocked, and that's actually working very well against the Seimei right now.
Yeah, and the Bayek's going to be able to come in too. Is that skill 1 going to be enough?
Oh, not going to be enough. We could go for a little bit of healing over here, but we once again have that Verd moving after the Verd. We have once again that Widget moving. There's just so much turn cycling on the side of Neff.
Yeah, he's taking so many turns actually. And is it now enough to go through that immunity? Can you get the kill?
Ooh, that is a lot of damage, but that's also minus fire right there. Armor breaks do land, and we have another round of Sanctuary coming in.
Yep, can look to boost up again even more, and there we'll have it. Even more healthy. It's not looking healthy though, say, but can we get a revive on there?
Well, that's it's interesting to see. Like, you can get the revive in there, but there's still the cooldowns from the Bayek. They're very short. You can easily go for the strip and just go through that. But there's also the lurking threat on the other side. That is called Viva Gel. Viva Gel can do that again.
Exactly. She's just waiting for that perfect moment to see when the attack bars are down. Wow, now dealing damage.
Ooh, yeah, Viva Gel in the end. Skill 1, speed scaling. Second hit did not crit though.
Holy, here we go. Skill 1 again as well. Can not get the kill, and we can get some healing again from Velajul. Not enough to take out the Asher yet.
Yeah, not enough to take out the Asher yet. I'm not sure if we're going to get enough attack bars cycling right now that we take another turn back to the Bayek. Because, Bayek didn't take his turn yet. And once again, a crit. Ooh, 10k critting wrong element. We have seen the Monkey, a fire unit, beat water before. In this case, we see a wind unit, Cigar, beating the Bayek.
Exactly, and that Verd heal isn't built on damage there at all, say. Even though he's on the field, he's going to take a long time for him to get rid of all of this health provided by the Viva Gel and even the Seimei out there.
Yeah, absolutely, and this Viva Gel, like the crit rate on the Viva Gel, it's speed scaling, it's a net 5 unit. There's a lot of stats on that unit, and it just does so much damage on skill 1 once there is an armor break.
Definitely does. It's going to be taking a turn soon, and right now, just keep it. Cigar again. That was the downfall here, say. Neff could not get rid of that Cigar, and ROSITH brings it back to 2-2. But we've been here before, say. We've been here before around 30 minutes ago. ISMOO took the lead against PINKROID, an ex-champion, went back to 2-2, and then eventually took the final hurdle in there. Do you expect the same here, or is ROSITH really crushing it?
Oh, it's really hard to say. Like, what are the key factors of winning? And that's sniping out one over each other's unit. And I would say that ROSITH has a little bit more options with that Viva Gel. It's every time lurking, and Neff is really trying to get a draft where he can always ban that Viva Gel. First 2 rounds he could do it. Third one he lost on it, but the first 2 were very comfortable. Like, okay, I can ban it and play my own thing. In this case, let's see how that works out.
We're getting the Sigrid ban, and we're also getting the Ragdoll banned out there then, say. So it does allow, again, if we're going to see Cigar early, Chandra, Velajul, we've seen a lot of them so far in the Europe Cup.
Yeah, absolutely, but they're meta for a reason. They work, they are consistently good. They're not too much depending on, like, okay, if they don't land, it could still really work out. But in this case, we see the Bayek on the side of Neff once again.
Yep, coming out, we saw how crucial those defense breaks can be to land and snipe out some of the units. But Cigar, one of the artifacts on ROSITH must be a heavy minus fire damage, right?
Yeah, that's absolutely the main way to run those Cigars, minus fires. There's a lot of fire damage dealers out there that work very well. And we have the Gapsu this time on the side of ROSITH, which is interesting because once again, okay, then we also, it's like, you take my Gapsu, I'll take your Seimei.
Exactly, I'd love to be in that position, say, but sadly I'm not. So we're seeing Seimei out there for Neff right now. Who's he going to look to partner it up with for you?
Interesting one to see, because there's still a lot of options that you could go for. Like, if you go Fire Monkey, you have 2 Fire Bruisers, so maybe not really. We also haven't seen too much of his Han yet, but is it really working? Goes for a Dominic. Very interesting unit, because the Secret is banned, and Dominic kind of wants to be paired with an attack buffer.
Yeah, definitely does need it for some extra damage, but we've seen it before from you, say. Firefighter Dominic can come out, maybe take out a Velajul during one of these matches. ROSITH, Viva Gel.
Yeah, definitely be looking at the Viva Gel again, but he doesn't show any kind of speed contesting. We do now know that the Viva Gel is on Violent. Sure, it's a high base speed unit by 113, but it still could be slower than all of the other units. We do once again see a Kinky, and we see that Vivichel.
Yeah, are they going to be respected in these last bans right now? Neff has that last pick. Damage from water then instead with the Miles. Who are we banning?
We're definitely banning out that Vivichel. Miles is one of the great counters into a Kinky, and Armor Break could still land. Dominic could take care of a Kinky as well, so there's a lot more options to take care of the Kinky right now. Actually banning out the Gapsu, very interesting.
It is interesting. Likely we're going to get some of the HP lead coming in, yep, from the Vivichel, and the speed lead on the side of Neff. This is it. SWC 2024 Europe Cup Quarterfinals, Match 2, Set 5 between ROSITH and Neff. It's 2 apiece in this one, and Dominic,
We're gonna go right away for that Vivichel, so the big question is, can you deal enough damage?
Ooh.
We do get that first round of stuns though. There's a lot of damage coming in, but it's not enough damage to take it out right away.
No, there's not enough at the moment, and Seimei can't really look to help either right now. The snipe didn't quite go through in this matchup at the moment, Say.
Oh, but that is an addition turn you don't want to take, because the addition turn might be on the other side. In this case, did not get that, but now we have the turns on the side of Rose. The 3 units full attack bar. What are you gonna do? AoE provokes. We're bringing a lot of Sanctuary. With that Sanctuary, can also go for healing on that Vivichel later. Kinky, can you bring those armor breaks? What are we doing?
Yeah, I wonder how it's built as well here. Say, are we going to have a Despair? We're going to have Violent. Let's find out and see if we get more damage coming through.
If he goes for skill 1, it's most likely on Violent. If he went for skill 2, it was most likely on Despair. So he went for skill 1, most likely on Violent. He wants to get that setup. A little bit more healing coming in. But the Dominic right now, all eyes are on the Dominic, because the Dominic, the moment the Dominic is below 50% HP, he doesn't do as much damage from his passive.
Yeah, and he's getting the good provoke there onto the Chandra, and I think it's just underneath, right, Say?
Yeah, the moment he starts healing, he might actually have been healed from the Seimei taking that first turn in. And he does get a good amount of damage in there right now.
Yeah, and look at those provokes. It's really helpful for ROSITH right now. Can he look to set up some defense breaks? Vivichel is coming up very soon as well.
Vivichel's coming in, but Vivichel in this position is a lot worse. Sure, you could boost maybe flip the HP of your Cigar. It's probably going to go for that, because that gives him a little bit of options over there. Still gives him the boost of the healing, but then again, you wasted a skill, or not necessarily wasted, but you used the skill, which is very deadly. Also, we have the additional turn. Once again, Punishment coming in on Arm Break. Does not manage to kill it, however.
No, but it does set up for a Kinky if it's coming up soon with the skill 2. And this skill 2, is it enough to take out Velju? Firefighter Dominic.
The Firefighter Dominic doing a lot of damage, but once again, we see the defense coming in so clutch. My unit is low HP. No, Chandra likes to take that damage for that unit.
Yeah, he's got skill 3 available as well. Get stuns!
That is a lot of stuns from the Chandra. Chandra can be any build right now. It could be Violent, could be Despair. Now it's really showing Despair is so strong. Also, if you go for skill 2 right here, doesn't want to go for it. Also, is providing the armor break on a different unit. But Kinky hasn't been really getting into the match. Needs that additional turn himself.
Yeah, and he's going to be dealing so much damage into that Cigar right now. Even skill 1's coming in, getting stuns.
More stuns coming in once again. We can maybe see a little bit of stuns as Sleep. Well, not really a stun, but kind of a similar thing. Sleep over there, but Dom has something to say about the HP bar of Cigar, and that HP bar is 0. Taking out the Dom, going to the next unit, branding on it. So much damage coming in. Chandra, once again, defending. I'll defend that unit for me right there. Plus, more damage coming in.
Yeah, and Kinky can sometimes be maybe 1v4 prior to a balance patch that we recently had, well, not so long. But right now, it's not looking good for ROSITH, in all honesty. And Neff, following in the footsteps of one of his best friends here.
Oh, once again, stuns coming in. But we have a little bit of healing. But if you heal your Kinky right now, you do keep that branding. And there's one unit that likes branding a lot for breakfast. No, we're actually stunning the other one. And then we're eating the breakfast. Nope, we're just winning right away with a victory for Neff.
Yes, indeed. He's only gone and done it exactly the same way as ISMOO in round 1, beating out both a champion and also taking it in a 3-2. The Chandra with the stuns in that last game seemed to be a real big difference there, Sam. Yeah. And Neff is going through to the semis against ISMOO. You couldn't have written it better than this.
They had it written for sure. They must be so excited right now. He literally did a copy and paste of both of those matches. Go up 2-0. Ah, no, let's just give the crowd a little bit more to watch. Allow the ex-champion back in. Oh, no, I'll just clean up and, you know.
Just let him back in. Just coax him back in and then take him out. It's unbelievable. I mean, ROSITH there, I mean, we'll talk obviously again about Neff in the next round, but ROSITH, a previous champion, came back with 2 games and managed to put it down to the best of 5, go all the way, but just felt like Neff had just that little bit of the edge and he couldn't quite capitalize.
Yeah, absolutely, and was really looking in favor for like those Seimei drafts. In the end, I think most of the Seimei drafts were the winning drafts. Like, it's one of those healing units, like it's on the field, but the moment you bring any DP debuffs to the enemy, that's where they start healing. And it's like, oh, I nearly killed this unit. No, you had an armor break on it. That's 16k healing. Like, okay, now there's a lot of HP on it again. It's just so difficult to deal with if it's drafted in the right position.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we've got ourselves a great semi-final coming our way. Do you think, I mean, I guess Rosie as well, would we dare say that Neff was like, well, Rosie was more the favorite in that last match? Again, we've seen more ripples in this competition that have really changed the way things are going to pan out here. But what I love as well is that these two pals, you know, in the next rounds, both Neff and ISMOO, both have a really good chance, or at least one of them going through to, well, actually one of them will guarantee going through to the Tokyo now, which I mean,
they're both guaranteed. They're bringing each other either way.
I mean, well, this is it. I mean, that alone must be such a relief to know that that is absolutely locked in. But to both be in the next round together, I mean, what I can't wait for is the energy that the crowd are going to enjoy as well, seeing these two guys go head to head.
Oh yes, they are. You can see right now, there's smiles all over the faces. Neff was super happy to get those initial twos and sniping out units. And you could see every time, he knew he relied on it. The fist pumps going in as soon as he got that snipe away. On the other side for ROSITH, just kind of almost laughing when it, ooh.
You couldn't have timed that better. Literally, ooh, exactly the same moment.
But that's also so great about these offline events. You see the excitement of the players. The moments like, yes, I know if I lock down this one unit, this is where you saw like, okay, nope, taken out. You can exactly see the emotions of those players, and that's just great to see in these events.
Neff is living like my casting right now. I love this.
Yeah, he really, but I think the crowd as well, they bounce off the fact that you see a lot of gesticulating, a lot of like big moments. And I think it was in that last matchup as well, you saw Neff kind of do a big kind of like, you know, fist pump as well in the air when he knew he had him, but he knew there was down to 2 kind of units, and that was it. You can see the bracket here as well. This is exactly how it is, guys. The quarterfinals are on the way. You can see ISMOO and Neff are going through to the semis. Dare I say, PINKROID and Rosie out of the competition. Sam, oh my goodness.
If you would have told me that an hour and a half ago, I probably wouldn't have believed you. But especially for it to go full 3-2-3-2 and not having PINKROID or ROSITH further in this competition, fair play. It must be the German crowd getting behind those German players, right?
Well, it made a big difference in France last year as well. We saw kind of players going through, kind of the French crowd kind of galvanized to a degree. But however, I want to look at the kind of the rest of the table here as well, because you've got 2 big quarterfinals coming up here as well, who obviously would have watched those last 2 games thinking, okay, ISMOO and Neff for the next round. This is going to be interesting to watch, whatever happens there. How do you think the other players are going to react to this as well, Sam?
It's the story of the underdog this year, then, apparently. And if I was probably saying that for the next match, probably SCRIBBLEBIBBLE is the underdog out of those 2, between him and STARTIIK.
Is he though by votes?
Nah, maybe not by votes, but maybe by things behind the scenes, what you see in terms of the runes and everything. But what's he got cooking, nobody knows. Same with Glorious and HANZELOT. Again, what's exciting about this part of the bracket is we're going to see a new player in that final for the first time. Yeah. And I'm all for it. And now we're going to see a new player actually. Oh, no, ISMOO's been there.
ISMOO been there.
Yeah. Well, that's the great thing about this as well. Obviously, we speak to you guys at home, a lot of veteran players out there, but those new players coming through, seeing that it isn't just the same people going through. Obviously, we had a back-to-back-to-back champion. That's fine. That happens. Yeah. But to see that there are an opportunity here for other players to come through and to kind of like rise the ranks like this, say this is brilliant for this game.
Yeah, absolutely is, and it's really good to see like a bunch of new faces here and there. But I think we're gonna be introducing our new players on the screen right now.
Yes, we certainly are. Let's meet our next competitor in our third qualifier, our first third quarterfinal, should I say here, and see exactly what they're going to bring to the party here. We have Verdi on the main stage again, kind of getting the crowd ready for this. We love to see them coming out and enjoying that moment too. Obviously, kind of in front of a live crowd, there's nothing better than that, coming out to cheers, to applauds. I mean, Sam and say every time they walk anywhere, that's what happens. Supermark, otherwise, this is STARTIIK. Here we go.
I'm STARTIIK, I'm from Belgium, I'm 32 years old. I analyze everything, that's my biggest strength. Like, that's also where I came my post from, the thinker. Even if I win, I try to find every possible way to make it even better. Like, every move I could have done differently to make my win even better, I will look into that. I think I am the underdog of this year. A lot of people know me by name, but don't really know my strength.
And here we go, STARTIIK and those gorgeous hazelnut eyes. glaring down the camera, and we're all going to get a bit of that now as he walks out to the main stage and gets into position. STARTIIK is ready. Talk to you about STARTIIK here, fellas. We'll go through some stats in a second, but what do we know about STARTIIK for those who don't know who he is as a player? Sam, is he he's
very fast player. I know he always has trouble sometimes with nerves, and he was saying before he just really wants to get out there and get it over with instead of sitting around and waiting, and that's where he's here right now.
Okay, so Sam's predicted a 3-0 clean sweep. Okay, here we go. Let's meet his competitor.
I'm SCRIBBLEBIBBLE. I'm from the Netherlands. I'm 27 years old now. I've always been a pretty competitive person. That definitely drives me to compete, and I do like the bragging rights. I'll be honest. Yeah, I like to be able to say, yeah, I did win. STARTIIK, okay. What do you want to see? These stick arms? I think I've got a pretty good shot actually. I think I'll beat him.
Let's get some hype in the chat. I know it's there already. SCRIBBLEBIBBLE is about to come onto stage. Say SCRIBBLEBIBBLE. I mean, we see there he's a tour de force in many degrees, and here he comes, confident as well. Big matchup against STARTIIK.
Yeah, absolutely, and I'm very curious to see. He's always talking like on the stream, what am I cooking, what am I cooking? And sometimes he's cooking and then he goes all the way down in the ranking. But he's one of those players at the end of the season, he drops a lot and then he climbs a lot. We're very close to the end of the season. Is this his moment to climb?
Is this the moment? I mean, Sam, you can always tell what players where there's an air of confidence about them. STARTIIK came out a bit kind of, just a bit more kind of calm, quiet, collected. SCRIBBLEBIBBLE comes out, arms in the air, let's go! Like, he's feeling it right now.
He definitely is. I have to say, actually, when we told both of these players who their opponent was going to be after doing the draft, both of them were very confident. I think they were both very happy that they were facing each other and actually not some of the players that have already playing right now. So they're ready for this. It's going to be an interesting contest. SCRIBBLEBIBBLE has a very known style. It's how he plays on ladder, going for speed. STARTIIK as well has a lot of very high base speed units as well. We know he's got the Laura. We know he's got Maximilian. But right now, how is he going to change that up? He also probably thinks that he's faster than SCRIBBLEBIBBLE, but do you slow down slightly to be able to make sure you've got some more damage coming through, say?
Well, that's the big question. Also, where do you place your speed units? Because there's a lot of good options right now for speed units. We have the Sibala, we have the Athna that we see on the screen over here. But we also have that combination of a Nephthys, Heigang, plus a Laura. Those are the core 3 units that STARTIIK really likes to work with. The moment that STARTIIK has those 3 units, he plays very formidable and just incredibly strong. But now we have free ban. Some of the previous players actually allowed STARTIIK to get all those 3 units, and then it's very difficult to play against. SCRIBBLEBIBBLE knows that. However, SCRIBBLEBIBBLE on the other side, which we're going to see in just a moment, also plays a very particular style. It is that Sierra. It's just a lot of speed. It's Sierra, Sibala, Dark Robo, Yan Hong. Those 4 units are really the core that he likes to play with. Sure, he has a bunch of other units, like that Berghild, but both of them are playing like, I'd like to take that first turn.
Definitely. We saw earlier before how he can partner up that Berghild with an Akroma as well, setting up defense breaks or consistent defense breaks out on the other side of the field, allowing Akroma to come in with those heavy skill 2s, building her on a lot of damage. I mean, you as well say you're used to using that. It's really effective when you're trying to pivot, right?
Yeah, it's definitely. Akroma is a great pivot unit, and that's also what we have seen in previous matches. He played against Glorious, and Glorious at some point even pre-banned an Akroma, whereas a lot of people would say Akroma not that strong of a unit. But if you put the good runes on it, Scribble definitely have those, then it just works very well against those kind of AoE CC cleave kind of style of comps.
Definitely. He could look a little bit happier if I'm in all honesty right now. He's kind of preparing, maybe staring out STARTIIK actually. Yeah, I think he was.
I think he
fully
was
staring him out.
I also love the fact as well that some of our players like PINKROID ask, anything you want to say, 2 words like skill moves.
Yeah.
And SCRIBBLEBIBBLE has written a novel about like runes and all types, opponents, people underestimate me. Both players, even in their kind of statements, I guess naturally you're going to be confident kind of saying, I'm going to win, I'm going to do this thing. But both being debutantes, I mean, we've had up to this point, particularly that first matchup, so many accolades players. These are two debutantes, both making their kind of like pioneering kind of competitive performance in front of a live crowd here at Summoners World Arena Championship Europe Cup 2024. That was a lot to say in one breath.
It definitely was.
But I got there. I mean, for them, what an experience as well. Do you think having that experience previously in the competition, do you think being a debutant, you are more likely to change up things because of that lack of experience in a setting like this? Or, I mean, how do you be effective?
Cannot be. So I'd say in the form of STARTIIK, he's a debut player, and he's also not a streamer. So you don't really see what he's doing all of the time. SCRIBBLEBIBBLE is a streamer. You can watch him after midnight pretty much every single day playing his matches. He played over 4,400 the past 2 seasons, for sure. You see what he does, and because he's a streamer, he doesn't want to hide content. Say has that problem as well when he was a player. You get stuff, you want to show it off, but also you're like, what have I got hidden anymore? STARTIIK has that luxury. Not a lot of people know him. Say probably even more so because he was in a similar guild.
Yeah, we were in the same guild, and we do all know, like, if we needed something to be taken fast, STARTIIK was one of our guys to take it very fast. Because why? Speedruns, a lot of speedruns. And then if your enemy are like both are speed chasing, and it's really gonna be the battle of the speeds, where do you put those speed units? Because it could be banned, could be pre-banned, could be stolen even for some of the units. So it's definitely going to be I think it's going to be a speed game, or is it going to be completely different? Because in the end, we do know that SCRIBBLEBIBBLE has a few bruiser units as well. He has that Jaeger. He has a few different playstyles. He has a lot of LBs as well. So he could actually be switching it up, knowing like, okay, I can't speed contest this. I know the man is like super fast. I'll take a step back. I'll actually go for like a completely different route, because SCRIBBLEBIBBLE is definitely one of those players. If there's anyone to completely switch things up, will be Scribble.
He also said in the interview, actually, for the player profile video, he thinks he's one of the best drafters in the whole of it. So he thinks he can draft. Maybe he just doesn't show it on ladder because you want to spend 2 hours playing some ladder matches and not your whole evening for sure. But maybe he's brought something different to the table. This guy, if anyone can, he can cook.
Okay, he can cook. But yeah, it's an interesting point you make about being open book, saying, hey, I stream, you can guys see what I'm doing. STARTIIK, though, a little more quiet. You know, they're kind of a bit stone cold there. But, you know, for you guys at home, obviously, we want to let you, let us know who you think is going to go all the way. You know, in the chat there, let us know who you think is going to go to the next round. As you said, I think there'll be a lot of people out there. SCRIBBLEBIBBLE will be there, kind of play they want to see go through because they know him so well. But I'm looking forward to this. I think if the last 2 games are anything to go by, it goes to show that these games can very much go the distance regardless of who's competing. This is the Europe Cup, after all, say.
Yeah, absolutely. These matches definitely can go the distance. And it's also like, because it's a best of 5, it's a lot better than a best of 3, because you go back to a match won like multiple times. You even, like, if you get 3-0'd, you still have like a repeat of a match. Like, okay, I remember what happened there. I can pivot. I can play differently. And that's why we see, for example, on PINKROID. PINKROID does that very well. He goes into a match, okay, this happened last time around. Let's see how we can change that. And always, he never goes for a repeat draft. Like in all of the years that I've seen PINKROID play, he never goes for a repeat draft that he lost before. And that is very nice in those best of 5s, which you might see all the way over here once again.
Okay, you heard it right there. Remember, these are, of course, all best of 5s. And if you just joined us, where have you been? Because it has been electricity from start to finish. Fireworks, as our good friend Shiza would say, every step of the way here. A best of 5 will lead one of our players here into the semi-finals. 2 players already qualified for the semi-finals, 2 out of the competition. We only have 3 spots in World Finals in Tokyo this year. So it's a big one. To get to the semi-finals is half the job done. And then it's just, the rest is just, hopefully, plain sailing all the way to the Worlds. But who knows? Who knows? Who knows?
Easier said than done right there.
It's definitely, from me, definitely easier said than done. But both players, even look at them right now. You can see one confident, smiling, looks ready to roll, rubbing the hands, ready for this, ready for action. SCRIBBLEBIBBLE, you can see top of your screen there, and STARTIIK. This is match 3 of our quarterfinals. It's time for our set 1 and our best of 5. Who will be the victor? Let us know online. For now, though, it's time for pick and bans once again as you rejoin Sam and Say.
Confidence is key on the stage. Both players were very confident when finding out this bracket. Is it a redemption arc calling? Is it the match of Himothy? Or is there another story in the stars for these 2 players? As we've got SCRIBBLEBIBBLE versus STARTIIK. Pre-bans coming out, Neftis and that Yonhong. Signature units on both of these sides, Say.
Yeah, absolutely signature units. So both of them have to play a different playstyle than they normally do. SCRIBBLEBIBBLE mostly likes to take either a Sierra or a Oliver. Jaeger is probably not the one that he's actually going to be picking in. Hey gang, interesting one, stealing that unit right away as well.
Yeah, Hagang coming out onto field. Actually just look there as well, Say, at the moment. STARTIIK and SCRIBBLEBIBBLE. But they haven't played each other the past 2 seasons because they probably play at completely different time zones in terms of where they're going. We're seeing Holy Trinity coming out of STARTIIK.
STARTIIK definitely playing very different, and that is very nice into a Hagang opener, because I'm not too sure if Scribble actually expected to go completely different on the side of STARTIIK.
Yeah, here we go. Oliver coming out on the side. He's going into that first turn then, Say, looking likely at the moment. Yeah, I mean, we've seen Gingerbrave in these actions before.
We've seen Gingerbrave, but that's mainly to speed contest, but this is where he brings in his Burkeld. Burkeld is a very strong unit in a lot of options. The only big issue right now is you're very open to a Fire Monkey once again.
You definitely are. SCRIBBLEBIBBLE is literally picking a unit and staring at the moment at STARTIIK after each of the times. Very reminiscent of Lest in the World Finals in 2022, actually, there. So STARTIIK going with a high base speed unit there instead, then Etna coming out, and the Laura, there they are.
Interesting to not go like fully contest on Bruiser, because if you would have contested on Bruiser, let's say Fire Monkey Juno or maybe different elements in those, but Bruiser units, you could have had a very sound draft. Whereas now the Athena and the Laura both already saying like, okay, I don't like that Hagang being on the field. And then we have that Volantis being picked up from Scribble right now. So I'm not sure if I'm liking the 3 and the 4 pick from STARTIIK that much.
Yeah, Volantis dangerous when you're trying to go into that turn 1. They can flip the switch, but that's an answer to maybe going to turn 1. The Zima using another high base speed, but there's only 1 speed lead on his side.
There's only 1 speed lead, and you could take that out, but I think Scribble's also playing around the fact that probably that Hagang is the must ban in this scenario right now. So it's curious to see what STARTIIK will go for. If he goes for Juno, it's a must ban. If he goes for Fire Monkey, most likely a must ban as well. He could be looking out at those units and then saying like, okay, I play with the first 4 that I drafted. Or you could make a draft on the unit where you could say like, okay, is it really going to be a must ban or not? With that Veramos on the field, I think we're looking at an Oliver ban.
Yeah, let's find out. Take out that speed lead on the side of STARTIIK right now. Are you going to have to take out a high base speed unit?
I would say you probably also in respect ban that Veramos, because if the Veramos can get skill rotations into the Volantis and also into the Zima, it will be very difficult to deal with.
He is staring STARTIIK out right there, so confident on the stage. Is he him? Let's find out. We get Berghill banned out and we get the Veramos then, so we've got speed leads for both of the guys. Going into our SWC 2024 Europe Cup quarterfinals match 3, set 1 between STARTIIK and SCRIBBLEBIBBLE. Let us know in the chat who you think is going to win, because going first is going to be that Etna.
Athena most likely going to go for that Oliver, because then the Oliver moves off key. Oliver will move into full immunity units.
Ooh.
Did not get the stun, but still get the push-up, whereas the Oliver moves in an awkward position, just has to go for skill 1.
Yeah, and we've got skill 3 available right now, using it there against the team. Gets the strip, so Hagang can come in. Oh!
That is a trap. The Zima is a trap. The Zima was a Nem trap, but also the Zima in the process of being a Nem trap nearly died. So I am not too sure. You need a lot of provokes and a lot of cycles coming in right here, because otherwise if... Oh! I'm really looking at this Volantis. You need the provokes, you need the stuns. He does get a decent amount, but we still have the Veligil getting in skill potentially.
Yeah, and if that Veligil gets that turn, he can look to try and cleanse off, even though there's some block.
I would simply go for the Zima kill in my opinion over here, because the Zima didn't show too much of HP in the first place. Maybe you can take it out and prevent the bomb. Does exactly go for that. Did have Clancy though, but did take out the unit.
And is Volantis going to be enough with the chip damage coming through now? He doesn't want any cycling coming through from that Laura. Get some stuns.
Get some stuns, but the HP bar of all of those units, like the AoEs on the side of STARTIIK, just did so much damage. We're not looking at a very lively unit. Did manage to absorb the full attack bar for that Veligil. However, you have to do a lot more to keep that in the match.
Yep, and we're not cycling yet through on that Etna. Volantis, you need to get your skills online for SCRIBBLEBIBBLE, but STARTIIK just needs that turn from Veligil.
Yeah, he needs that turn from Veligil. The moment he gets that turn in from Veligil, he can do so much work. Didn't get a stun from that Volantis. Tries to push back, did actually manage to get a stun. And now Oliver can go a lot of cycling, but managed to not land the pushback. Chandra taking that additional turn.
I think he saw that additional turn as well. Volantis still didn't have skills, but can she look to sleep because Etna's got skill 2s?
Etna got skill 2. I definitely would go for it, even though if you get stunned in the process, it is an armor break potential. Lands both armor breaks, did not get stuns. Volantis still no skills available.
Does get the stun this time right now, but he's going to be cycling soon unless he can get some more stuns coming out.
Yeah, he definitely has to be looking at stuns, but we also have a little bit of healing coming in and a good amount of damage from the Veligil. We have a skill 2 coming in. You need stuns from that Volantis right now to get back into the match.
Yeah, does get the one of them, but Etna's going to be coming through, say.
Etna's going to be coming through. Plus, we had that Chandra moving, wasn't violent, did a lot of damage with the first victory for STARTIIK.
STARTIIK there coming through. He didn't really read the trap, but he managed to deal with the trap in the end. That additional turn from the Laura was pretty huge for him as well, allowing to get some more stuns coming out. SCRIBBLEBIBBLE right now was confident in the drafting phase, but has seen it not work. He's down. How do you pick yourself back up?
Yeah, it's definitely interesting to see a Zima as a trap, because in the end, Zima trap is not like a Gianna trap. Gianna trap would disable the turn on the enemy side, whereas with a Zima, you just silence. But if your Zima is that low on HP, a Veligil skill 1 would take it out, a Chandra skill 1 would take it out, so you're losing your unit for just having a trap.
Exactly, and if you're losing units, it's always an uphill battle. 3v4 is way harder in all cases, right? I mean, no matter the units that are on the field, we've seen that Nephthys and the Yonhong, it could be available in this next round. Are you looking for a Laura?
Yeah, I would say the Laura pre-ban is definitely one of those options, but it's also like first pick Haegang. Haegang is strong if you really counter something, but in this case he was just picked in the sense of I don't want to play against it, which he's always worse in.
So he took out a different high base speed unit there in the Etna. We saw that when it can cycle, it can do the damage, setting up more of those defense breaks. STARTIIK has that first pick, going into the Haegang, stealing it then away from SCRIBBLEBIBBLE.
But that is the big difference. For STARTIIK, it's a core unit. You can pair it with the Neftis, you can pair it with the Laura. Those are not units that SCRIBBLEBIBBLE can steal right now. Does actually have the opportunity to go for comfortable units, but so does STARTIIK.
Yeah, this is a fast draft so far. You see the Laura, you see the Neftis. We're getting the speed lead, the high base speed unit. SCRIBBLEBIBBLE as well has the same at the moment on the field, but probably needs something else to go along with it. Are we going to see Robos like we see on ladder?
Yeah, definitely could go for Robos, but then again, STARTIIK has very fast units as well. The Etna's banned out, but STARTIIK really likes to pair this with like a Masha or other kind of bruiser unit. So if you go full on like the Robos and AoE strips, could be difficult.
It's looking like a typical SCRIBBLEBIBBLE draft right now. So we're seeing the Ciara, we're seeing the Robo. Did he get some improvements on his Swift?
Let's see over there, but then on the side of STARTIIK, is he going to speed contest it or say, okay, you have the first turn, but I'm gonna be working around Haegang, trying to get the Haegang still on the field. But you have to speed contest to a certain point, otherwise the Haegang is simply banned.
Exactly. Ooh, does that allow saying, okay, we'll let the Robo through right now. Verdehill with the passive can look to boost up the rest of the team, and Juno as well to cleanse any of it, things coming through. Juno with a 52% win rate at the moment in SWC, say.
Yeah, Juno's always one of those very strong units. We see 3 units that are wind on the side of Scribble. Sure, the Ciara could take down the Juno if you can land those bombs. There's a lot of additional bomb damage on those artifacts these days. They do a lot of damage from those, but it takes long to actually get to that point. On the other side, we do see a Jean right now, but that does also mean that there's just one strip on the side of Scribble that is AoE strip.
He is going to then likely allowing a higher speed lead potentially on the side of SCRIBBLEBIBBLE, and for STARTIIK say, how do you can still get rid of that Juno at the moment, you said?
Yeah, you could get rid of the Juno. On the other side, it is the big question. Do you respect that Jean? That could be very deadly if he gets his skills in a later match, because STARTIIK is playing a later match. He's not going to be clearing anything first turn.
Let's find out. They're using the full amount of time here. It looks like STARTIIK needs that last second for the ban. It's going to be a Neftis and it's going to be a Yonhong in order for the setup. So we're going to have the speed lead out on the side of STARTIIK. Oliver with the 33 crit rate on the side of Juno for STARTIIK. It's our SWC 2024 Europe Cup quarterfinal match 3 between STARTIIK and SCRIBBLEBIBBLE. That Robo is faster.
The Robo is faster, but we did see a counter, but not from the one unit you want to see a counter. That would have been the Verdehill, but instead the Juno went for the counter. We see a counter, but it is a little late. Can we go for stunts? Oh, there are so many stunts and the additional taking out, and you see it on the face of Scribble. This is exactly how his last few streams were going, and he does not like the looks of it.
He doesn't. He's got bombs available, does land it at least on the Verd, can look to detonate. Is it going to be enough though, the bomb damage?
Oh, it is not enough, but also the bomb damage is the resist that Scribble's like, yeah, what can I do, what can I do? It looks so hard to play from this position.
Definitely does right now, Verdehill. You know how annoying he can be on the field, but for STARTIIK, it allowed even more stuns. Oh!
There's a lot of stuns coming in. Ciara is not stunned as of yet, but maybe that the Haegang or the Juno have something to say about that.
Yeah, the redemption arc is going to be a lot longer right now because STARTIIK is in the driving seat right now, can get rid of units slowly.
Yeah, absolutely. From the start, Scribble actually had a pretty nice start, was stripping a bunch of those units. They didn't do all too much, but then again, also missing that bomb. Things are not going in the favor for Mr. SCRIBBLEBIBBLE over here.
No, they are not. You can see his reaction right there as well. That's why people tune into his streams. But in all honesty, Laura right now, is she going to cycle? No.
Nope, Laura not cycling as well. Oliver has to do a lot of Oliver things right now. Can you push back? Does get the pushback, does also get the counter in the process.
He was playing with fire on that one quite literally there, as Laura's going to be able to come in, skill 3, clean up for STARTIIK. It's 2-0 up for STARTIIK. But again, say, we've been here before in the previous 2 matches. 2-0 up. Are we going to get back to a 2-2 and then finish it off with the third one?
Yeah, it's been like written in the stars so far, but let's see if we actually go all the way on that, because I love it that STARTIIK is still focused. Like, he knows he got good RNG, he knows he's 2 up, but he's as focused as he was when it was 0-0, and I absolutely love to see that as well. Whereas SCRIBBLEBIBBLE, he's a streamer, he's more of like goofing around and that kind of stuff, but I can also get the mindset of Sir's like, I'm gonna lock in whatever and see what happens. Where STARTIIK, full focused, and that is what you need in that third round still. So let's see, Scribble played a lot of matches, but sometimes you're just on like kind of a downhill train of like, shit, stuff is not working out, and it just doesn't happen.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Berghild can be back in the frame. Again, the same bans as we've had in that set number 1 there. Neftis getting taken away, Yonhong as well. SCRIBBLEBIBBLE taking that Haegang first pick, do you reckon?
Yeah, definitely. Well, I'm not too sure because the Haegang is a core pick of STARTIIK. It's not really something that is a must for SCRIBBLEBIBBLE. So I'm curious to see if he's actually going to lock that in because it's not really helping his core units that much.
He's going in then for the steal with that Haegang. In the last time we saw part of the Holy Trinity come out on the side of STARTIIK, are we going to get the Velajul and the Chandra?
Yeah, once again, going back to comfortable units. Sure, he doesn't use that too much on ladder, but they are just units that work most of the time. So in this case, once again, they work. SCRIBBLEBIBBLE, does he go back to a Sierra kind of style? Oliver does go for those units.
Oliver and Berghild, again, if they can get online with those defense breaks. We saw last time that the Laura could really do some damage. It's available again for STARTIIK in this position. He's the only player in Europe Cup with that unit as well, say.
Yeah, he is the only player, but so far he hasn't really made it work that much to give him victories. STARTIIK, does he go for a repeat of that match 1? He was going for that Athena. I can't really remember what his 4th pick was on that, once again, to be honest.
I think we might be seeing a Laura coming in. We had the high base speed, so we've got the Etna and we've got there. This is a very similar draft to what we've seen before, but STARTIIK took that one.
Yeah, I'm not too sure if you want to go for an exact repeat draft on those, because we did see, well, last time we had a Zima in there, and we do know that the Zima is a trap right now, so I don't think he will lock in that Zima right now. He might go for a different unit, maybe a Fire Monkey, maybe a Juno. Actually goes for Chiwu, so definitely still speed contesting right there.
Going for the speed lead with a 24, we know Chiwu can do a lot of great things with glancing on the side of the field right now, but Velajul, if he gets those turns, can look to cleanse, and that team is then brutal on the side of STARTIIK. Another speed lead.
A speed lead, Juno, Fire Monkey, there's a lot of good options right now to finish with a very strong bruiser that might be a potential must-ban.
Let's figure out then STARTIIK. Again, like you said, laser focus, using the time, deciding then to go in for that Juno right now to deal with it. Haegang's on the other side of the field though.
Haegang is on the other side of the field, but I think that Juno might be a must-ban. But the big question right now is, does the Athena go through? Does the STARTIIK once again actually take first turn, which was his last 2 victories? Or in this case, it looks a little bit more favorable for first turn for Scribble maybe.
Yeah, we've got the double speed lead, we've got the Berghild that could potentially go through as well. Volantis couldn't quite make it happen for him in that first set. But like those 2 matches before, say, it's gone up to the wire in the set 5 in the ending. Berghild taken out, so speed leads are going to be on both sides here. Is the redemption arc calling for SCRIBBLEBIBBLE? It is our quarterfinal match 3, set 3. STARTIIK could progress through here unless SCRIBBLEBIBBLE answers, and Etna look to be going through.
Once again going into that Oliver, giving that Oliver an awkward first turn. However, we have Laura once again moving right after that, and there's no healing on the side of Scribble, and this is the thing that hurt that much. How much damage are we looking at? Like 3 or more K per hit AoE. They're close to 3K. That's just so much damage, never going to be returning on the side of Scribble.
Gets the glancings in, but he needs something on that Velajul, say.
Needs something on the Velajul. He misses fully on that Velajul. Still potential for a stun over here. You have to land that AoE stun right here. Or do you go for a pushback? I think you have to go for that AoE. Multiple stuns. Does go for the pushback. Did not get the stun that he so much needed.
It can't, and now he can cycle STARTIIK using that Sanctuary, get everybody back up with the immunity. The redemption arc might be over here, say.
Yeah, it's not going to happen because we have a lot of armor breaks coming in, a lot of slows, a lot of stuns. These units on the side of STARTIIK are just doing so much work.
It is, and Etna coming in now. Look to just confirm a kill right now onto the Oliver. You can get Chandra to confirm a kill likely onto that Chiwu as well right now. Maybe even on the defense breaker, the Volantis. Just plowing in more damage. And that is it. STARTIIK is your winner against SCRIBBLEBIBBLE.
He does it. A 3-0 clean sweep from STARTIIK there, progressing through to the next round. And despite the fact that STARTIIK was pretty unstoppable there, a massive shout out to SCRIBBLEBIBBLE for competing and valiantly there. I mean, STARTIIK. Was it a case, dare I say, was it a case of the RNG going so well in STARTIIK's favour, or the things going completely wrong in SCRIBBLEBIBBLE's? I mean, where do you think it leans there?
I think honestly, STARTIIK's drafting was really good. He had an answer for SCRIBBLEBIBBLE. SCRIBBLEBIBBLE did come with a surprise. We saw that Zima, didn't quite work out for him. He was trying to then go into that second set and change things up a little bit more, but it just wasn't quite enough. And I think, yeah, honestly, maybe something with the rune difference, because STARTIIK really could make it perform. Yeah. Yes, RNG was in the game, but still, I think it was a deserving win. Maybe not a 3-0, but I think it was a deserving win. Yeah,
I would definitely say match 1 and match 3 was very favorable for STARTIIK, because before SCRIBBLEBIBBLE took any damage, it was just pretty much shown that there was or before he could take any damage towards STARTIIK, there was just so much damage from that Laura already taken in. Oliver took awkward turns because he was fighting for immunity. Second match, I would honestly say very unlucky for SCRIBBLEBIBBLE. Did not get the stuns that he wanted, did not land the bombs that he wanted, did not get the bomb stun that he wanted. There were just a lot of things. You saw it on his face, like, yeah that's where things just do not land and you're just unhappy about it. But match 1 and match 3 was a very good draft by STARTIIK. And that's also where you see once again that Hagang. Hagang is very contested by those units that really like to use Hagang in the core team, as STARTIIK does, and it did in that match too. However, if you don't have it in your own core, it is not that strong to just first pick it.
Yeah, I mean, let's relive some of those moments from the 3-0 we just saw there. And STARTIIK there started very, very well, Sam.
Yeah, he did. I mean, the Zima trap tried to come through, but then, like Say was saying earlier, a skill 1 or even the skill 2 from Velajuel can already kind of destroy that Zima, and you're 1 unit down. This second match, we saw the power of Verdahill, in all honesty, as well as the Laura right there in front of you. But the Verdahill just being able, obviously the AoEs coming out on the side and then resisting the bomb, just allowed him to push up the attack bar, and then Scribble was in a bit of a downward spiral on that one. Right there, that resisted.
Yeah, that bomb resist right there, that's why it's like, yeah, no, not on this moment, not today, not today, and that's exactly what you can see on his face. He's a good sports though, so that's definitely nice to see right there as well. But that's also where we see is like a repeat of a draft 1 into a repeat of a draft 3, which were very similar on style. In the end, STARTIIK had exactly the same 4 units on the field, and they made it work.
He did. He was laser focused as well there.
He really was. I mean, I think he's already looking ahead to the next round and who he's going to face in that semi-final later on. Will it be Glorious or HANZELOT, who is the next quarterfinal coming your way? You can see this is how things have panned out thus far. ISMOO and Neff defeating out PINKROID and ROSITH. That's right, you heard it correctly. They're going head-to-head in the next semi-final later on this afternoon in our Europe Cup here, and STARTIIK with a 3-0 against SCRIBBLEBIBBLE. It's very hard to say that sometimes, SCRIBBLEBIBBLE. I try and say it fast, and I always slip up. Glorious and HANZELOT as well, though, who will be going head-to-head later on, facing STARTIIK later on, and go from 8 down to 4 very soon. But guys, what a great day thus far. It's kind of, we've had a bit of everything really already, and we're only 3 games in. I was thinking this later on. We've still got 5 matchups to go, and that next one as well. We'll take a look at the players very shortly when they come out onto stage. But they'll be looking at STARTIIK's performance. They're thinking, okay, we've really got to get through this, and then it was straight back up against it again.
I think as well. I mean, this bottom half of the bracket is just speed contesting. We're seeing some more fast units that are coming out. I mean, Verdi is going to introduce those players, but Glorious and HANZELOT very, very fast. I wonder if they are going to maintain that or if they're going to slow down slightly just to make sure things are working. But
and that we can catch our breath, mind you, as well. Exactly right. As you can see, as Sam said, Verdi is there on stage right now, ready to meet our players who will be taking part in the the 4th and last quarterfinal of our Summoners War World Arena Championship 2024 Europe Cup quarterfinals. It's going to be exciting immediately. We're jumping in to see our next matchup. This is Glorious.
I'm Glorious. I'm 27 years old. I'm from Morocco. My biggest strength is my ALD nat 5s. I will actually win this cup and I will make my fans proud. I will just do my best. Even though I am so sorry I couldn't attend the in real life event, I will make up for it and win the whole cup. Like, just be careful, guys. The camel copter is here. I am coming to erase all these newbies from the cup, and I'm gonna win the whole cup by myself. Yes, me.
Gonna say it. He is glorious to listen to. What a legend! What a legend! What a legend! We'll see him on screen very shortly. Glorious beaming in from somewhere in the galaxy to be here to compete against HANZELOT. And you know what? It was so fun. I love the characters that really kind of like, I mean, even now thinking, oh, I'm on. And Seishizo, I mean, Glorious, what is it that he brings to the party that is absolutely essential in this competition?
Yeah, it's definitely one of those players, once again, we mentioned speed contesting. He wants to take that first turn. He really wants to focus on taking that first turn, taking over the match.
All right, will he manage to do that? We're going to find out soon when that best of 5 kicks off. Obviously, we haven't met his opponent thus far. You've seen him earlier on in the show. He's now coming back on. It's his first time competing in this. It's HANZELOT. Let's meet him.
Hi. My name is HANZELOT and I'm 25 years old and I live near Berlin. I don't really like to play meta, I don't know why. I just like to play unusual stuff, be creative and yeah, just play things you like. I don't think I want to be the one that shows people, okay, this unit, I think that's not my thing. Oh, Glorious. Yeah, I know him from the preliminaries. So I think he's a pretty hard opponent because he has so many LDs, and especially Tian Lang is pretty hard for me. But yeah, we will see.
There he is, the newly married man as well here. Believe it or not, this is actually his wedding gift to his partner, to see him compete live on the stage of the Europe Cup. Obviously not the case, but one thing that is he'll want revenge after a prelim loss to Glorious, Sam, and he wants it. It's going to taste sweet if it happens.
It definitely is. Look, he's brought even a little Devilmon onto the stage with him. Maybe it's a little lucky memento from the new wife. But like you said, he's been here before against Glorious. Let's find out if he can actually take him down and get some bittersweet revenge. Yeah,
I was enjoying that. Have you seen the giant inflatable Devilmon outside the building as well, Say? It's impressive.
It's massive.
It's massive.
It's massive.
It really is. It genuinely is massive. Obviously, this is going to be a real matchup. Say, Shizo, tell us about here what you expect from a matchup like HANZELOT versus Glorious, and what could indeed be ahead of us, culminating in one of them going through to the semi-finals.
Well, the interesting thing about the player you see here in front of you, he doesn't like to play the meta unit. So we're probably not going to see a Chandra, Velaju, Cigar, probably from neither of these two players right here. They're definitely not their player style, whereas all of the other players so far have been like contesting those units. Whereas HANZELOT has a lot of these LDs that he likes to utilize. But he also has a few of those that are very niche against exactly the comp of Glorious, which is once again, well, we see them over here. We see that Yeon Hong, he does actually still go for Cigar and Chandra. Slightly surprised about that. I think I thought he was using that less, but he is definitely still using those. He did win he lost 3-0 to Glorious before, which is very interesting to see there as well. But he probably took some notes, like just checking, like, okay, what happened back there? And can he improve from that? Because Glorious most of the times is one of those players that really likes to stick to his core. He doesn't really like to change on that.
Maybe just to mention as well, HANZELOT was actually saying, I mean, he was renowned prior to this like crazy off-meta picks of being the Cigar player. He was one of the players that introduced like Cigar to that top level with the Chandra. He always says to me, everyone thinks Lest actually invented it. I was the guy that was also doing it as well, but I don't know whether it's true or not. He said it to me in the interviews. Let's see what he has cooked up today. He's got some of the units, in all honesty, which other players have to click on, read exactly what the skills do, because you don't know them like the back of your hand. Compared to this guy, he uses the units that a lot of people know. They work very well. Neftis was a great pickup recently. Tian Lang, known for as well, and that Woosa as well. The Woosa, so fast. He's going to be looking to try and take that first turn again, right, Say?
Yeah, absolutely. Those units are all just showing first turn. I like to take the first turn. The only one that we don't see on the screen here that he really likes for first picking, or not necessarily for first picking, but for first turning, is that Zibala. So it's definitely heavy speed contesting on those units. Then it's going to be the big question. HANZELOT, also very fast player, but where does he put those speed runes to? Does he go for an Ethna? Does he go for an Escher? Does he steal the Zibala? There's a lot of options in that.
Yeah, let's find out. He's sadly couldn't be with us here at the moment, Glorious, but he's here in camera and spirit, and let's see if HANZELOT can deal with him.
Yeah, shout out Glorious just then for kissing his smartphone. I've got a lot of time. I've got a lot of time for that. I've got a lot of time for that. Indeed, I mean, you can see HANZELOT seems pretty calm right now. I mean, that's one of the things, I guess, you mentioned or touched on, what you learn, the notes you've taken from previous kind of like situations. We saw there as well that Glorious faced SCRIBBLEBIBBLE in the last round and won 3-2. Probably thinking, oh, that'd be great to face him again. Sadly not the case. STARTIIK's through now. That'll be very different. However, you know, there'll be things that will learn and things that maybe could be changed here. Do you think that's a real blessing in a way that he had that opportunity in the prelims to come into this, or do you think he would have preferred it to be, you know, both wouldn't have known anything about one another competing?
I think it's good that you face somebody. It's probably not good that you face somebody that 3-0'd you, in all honesty. Maybe it's the best learning lesson, knowing, right, I know what didn't work at all, and now I can completely restructure it. But also some people are just bogeymen. Like, you come up against somebody and you're like, that person every single year, always I'm facing and having to play. I mean, say Shizu had to play Shen like practically every single year when he was a player for the Europe Cup.
But we have seen the same thing here in this Europe Cup, PINKROID and ISMOO, and that was the upset. So let's see what we can do over here.
Indeed, anything is possible. This is the last quarterfinal of our day ahead before the semi-finals culminate later on this afternoon. HANZELOT versus Glorious. Who will be the winner of this match and face off against STARTIIK in the semis later on? Let us know in the chat. For now, though, it's into our fourth main event of the day here. HANZELOT versus Glorious. Over to say, Shizu, you and Sam to take it away.
There are no speed limits on the road to success, but if you're in control, you're not going fast enough. Two electric players hoping that they will be zooming into those semi-finals. We're seeing the pre-bans coming in there, say Yon Hong and Tian Lang, respectable units for both those guys, and Glorious straight away, 33% speed lead.
Ooh, and HANZELOT takes some of those units that Glorious likes to take so much. Zibala and Sierras, those are definitely steals right there. But then again, you're stealing something from someone that knows what he loses against as well. So he's going to be taking the comfortable unit still with the Robo and the Wunsa.
Yeah, Robo Wunsa, again, we're speed contesting. He wants to take that speed, take that first turn. Glorious renown for it. There we go, the Light Twin Angels as well popping out. Mirul and Gracia, what a names to shout that one is.
Yeah, definitely is one of those names at some point. It's like, that's double name. We have to remember double names for all of them. But we also have that Verd, and we saw the Verd last time around in the previous match for STARTIIK working very well. Glorious, what would you like to answer? Because you do not have your Zibala, you don't have your Sierra. Normally you would like to draft those over here. Goes for Valantis. Let's see if he locks in another speed lead.
He can pivot right now. We've got the Neftis coming out as well. Surely HANZELOT knew Wunsa was on the table as well, say. Are we going to be seeing Will anywhere?
I think we will. It would be hard to say like to go full non-will. We do see a Vermos over there, so Hagang would have been an option if you leave in just or if you ban out the Wunsa. But then again, it might have been banned on your side as well. So this is definitely an interesting match where is he going to lock in the Vermos? Does lock in the Vermos, which is going to be very strong against the Neftis and Valantis, but might be banned in the respect.
Yeah, let's find out exactly how they're thinking about these pick and bans then right now. We're going through it right now to see exactly what it's going to be.
Yeah, this
nothing being locked in right now, though.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting one, and both players are actually taking their time about thinking. I would say that I would have to respect that Vermos. On the other side, the Oliver is being banned.
So we've got speed leads for both of the guys right now. It's a speed contest. We said if you're not fast enough, you're not in control. Let's find out HANZELOT and Glorious in our quarterfinals, match 4, set number 1, Glorious versus HANZELOT. Who's going to be taking that first turn for you, say?
I would give it to the Zibala. Even though it's lower on the base speed, I do expect it to go towards the Zibala. But then the big question is, Valantis, how much can that Valantis do through counters?
Yeah, let's find out right now. Let's see exactly how it's going to go. It's going to be that Wunsa.
Ooh, the Wunsa's fast, and actually that Zibala is not fast at all. It is actually on Violent.
Let's find out. No, nothing from Verd right there, allowing the Robo to come in. Are you going to be able to push back more, or do you take the risk?
Yeah, I think I actually like it where he doesn't take the risk, because this hit has a chance for glancing. If he counts on this one, double miscrit, exactly what Glorious needed. Curse of the Beautiful, 2-turn AoE, glancing, armor break, the whole lot.
Yeah, those glancings coming in clutch, and now even Valantis adding in. Oh, the fire.
Yeah, but you can boost something up. But if you boost up the Twin Angels right now, once again, you lost a lot of HP already. It does go for the self-boost, but then you're fighting a bunch of immunity on the enemy side still.
You are. Can he get crits? Gets one of the crits right now, so Zibala can look to heal, but he goes for the skill 3 anyway.
Goes for skill 3. Wunsa, can you take out these Twin Angels right now? It does not enough damage. Twin Angels might actually take over the match from here.
Yep, Twin Angels, again, the skills, exactly what they're doing. The cool time down there for the Zibala. He's going to have it again to be able to boost someone up. Get that bomb resisting.
Oh, Sierra's not working out for these European players right now. Still goes for the explode, just absorbing a little bit of attack bar. Good cycling over there, and then has another chance for a bomb very time soon, hopefully.
Yep, he's got that improvise. Can look to boost up. Goes on himself. Is he going to be able to cycle in time? We've got the skills available for those Light Twin Angels.
Yeah, Twin Angels does go for both skill 3, so there does do a good amount of damage, but also has another magical time, being able to stun all of those units. Cool times going in, even if the Sierra doesn't land, this draft is having that much in the tank where it does work.
Yep, gets the bomb this time as well, though, onto the Neftis. HANZELOT turned this around with that Zibala additional turn.
Yeah, the Zibala actually made so much work on Violent. It's very interesting to see that unit on Violent, but that's mostly one of those things. Okay, it is something that you didn't expect, but we have a best of 5. You can still come back from this, but this victory goes to HANZELOT, and he played very well.
Definitely did, and Verd is just going to be able to clean up right now, going into those skills. Wow. Also, the Light Twin Angels not managing to go fully down there did allow the turnaround for HANZELOT right there, and the freeze actually was really important from the Zibala.
Yeah, the freeze was actually very good. Like, he boosted himself to get attack bar back faster, plus get rid of the glancing. And with that, it's just taking a few extra rounds, just a little bit of puppeteer stuff going on, and he's definitely making it work. Glorious, taking his time, think about the next match probably.
Yeah, let's find out exactly how he's going to be able to respond. HANZELOT taking that point, and again, the Germans are they're on the road right now. They're taking everyone down on their way. 1-0 up at the moment, say. again, we saw similar kind of from what we're used to, I would say, from both these players, but it didn't quite pay off there for Glorious. The Vertihill was a bit of a pain, even though it didn't quite come off.
Yeah, it was definitely like the moment, like you had a lot of AoE things going on, but normally you have the kill potential because of the Robo moving with that skill too. Now he decided not to go for it. It's understandable not to go for it because of that Vertihill, but because of that, there was too little damage, things didn't die, and then it was taken over.
Definitely didn't, and we're seeing Yonhong and Tianlang as those last round pre-bans. Who are we going to be banning out this time around? Another core part around each other's draft. Is the Zibala respected? Are the like Twin Angels? What do you fancy for that, say?
I would definitely say Neftis is one of those core units that Glorious likes to take down a lot, and HANZELOT of course doesn't have. No, we actually go for Zibala and we go for those Twin Angels.
Glorious looks surprised by that as well, in all honesty, taking away the Zibala. Obviously, HANZELOT still has that first pick as well. Is he going to look to steal, maybe with an Oliver, or does he go back to what he had previous with that Ciara? Ooh.
Goes for Cigar though, so both the Oliver and the Ciara could be on the side of Glorious right now. And we have seen in last round as well that he didn't need the Zibala to complete the draft that he does have.
Yeah, exactly. Robo coming out. Again, wants to use that skill too, just to make sure you get the pushback, some more damage coming through, say. But HANZELOT's response last time was a Vertihill. Not this early, but maybe it could be on the cards.
Yeah, definitely could be on the cards later, but HANZELOT's really playing like the meta units right now, actually switching it up for a Vanessa plus Yonhong combination. We have seen other players like ISMOO play this style and very well.
Yeah, they definitely have, but what did PINKROID try and answer it with in that set number 4? It was the Tianlang that could take the 3 units on. Ooh, what's he cooking?
That is a Ginger Brave. It's definitely an interesting unit. Back in the days, it was just a strip. Currently, it is a steal, but it doesn't have the highest of activation rates. Plus, it's similar to like a segment. If it doesn't land, it might be pretty bad from the get-go. So, curious to see if it would land, because it's one of the fastest units on the field.
Definitely is. I mean, that's the thing. He knows how fast HANZELOT can be in his top sets. Did HANZELOT put it all into one? Vertihill we're seeing again, just to be annoying on that field there, say.
Yeah, Vertihill, and I'm definitely liking something like a Juno in this position as well. You would end up with just one speed lead, but the Juno, also a Veramos. Veramos is maybe a little bit more susceptible to the Oliver pushbacks. Or premium version, a Pater.
Yeah, definitely there right now. You can see Woundster coming back out on the field, or Tianlang instead. I think I like that better.
Yeah, I definitely like the Tianlang better. It gives you options to say, like, I might not ban your Vert. Like, I could still, but I might not do it. And the Tianlang gives you a lot more options to make the banning phase difficult for your opponent.
Definitely, you know how crucial he can be getting that attack bar. It's the mind games right now, say. Do you have to respect the Verd, or are you just going to leave him in and have to deal with it?
Well, it's really the question of, like, are both speed leads going to be on the opposing side? Because if you ban out that Vanessa, you're definitely going to be outspeeding. But actually, the Pater is being banned, so curious to see how well this Ginger Brave is going to do.
Let's find out. 33% speed lead for both of these Zoomers going into our quarterfinals. Match 4, set 2 between Glorious and HANZELOT. HANZELOT 1-0 up at the moment. Glorious looking to bring this back. Or is it going to be a repeat of our earlier match, a clean 3-0? Going first is going to be that Ginger Brave. Can you get the cool time?
It's also very interesting to see that the enemy side had 0 will runes. If the Woundster actually did came through, it would have done absolutely nothing, which is interesting to see over here. But now the big question is, where do you go? Do you go for the Blade Fan? Does go for the Blade Fan, and that's a lot of damage coming in. If that Vert moves as well, the Vert is not going to move, but Provoke does land. Now, does get the additional turn. However, if you go for an AoE Vert, Vert takes out the Robo.
He does, but he's going to be able to follow up with the Neftis, get some silence. His defense breaks out on the field right now. He's against 5 units in theory, though.
Yeah, it's definitely a difficult one. However, the silence does counter against the Vanessa. But the big question is glancing. Glancing did not activate there. Double crit from the Vertihill.
Double crits is not what Glorious is wanting to be seeing right now. Can look to get a provoke on the Oliver, and that's crucial.
That is very crucial right there, because if the Oliver can't do the cycling, it's very hard to come back from.
Yep, and he can if he keeps critting. Gets 2, I think it was?
No, it was 1 crit and 1 miscrit, but we have this skill coming up. Big question is, would you use it just for the attack bar right now, because you would lose the healing through to the heal block, but Verdihill's just basing so much on this match.
Yep, he's cycling now, and skill 2's coming in. 5k hit there.
A lot of damage, Seal Fire, armor breaking, still glancing on this unit, but if you land it as a normal hit, and you might take it out, does not take it out yet.
No, but it's not healthy. Defense break is still on there, and these units, unless Oliver can, I think he goes after the Vertihill.
Yeah, it's really hard to kill the Vertihill from this position. Like, even if the Oliver would do a lot of Oliver things right now, you try to stun it, but once again, mentioned in the drafting phase, Ginger Brave doesn't have the highest of activation rates, and that is the second victory for HANZELOT.
HANZELOT coming in clutch. He We thought he was faster, and he's proven it in this case. Again, we saw no will on the side of HANZELOT, so he was ready for any of the wounds, but there we go. Wasn't actually in the draft in the end. Now Glorious knows that, though, sir.
Yeah, he does know it. So that's mainly on the Cigar. So the Cigar style draft is without will. So that's also Glorious. I think he's thinking about, like, okay, which units were on the field? All off will. Have to keep it in mind, because if he were to switch the Tian Lang for that wounds in that last draft, he would have let it in and it would have done absolutely nothing.
Are we going to see a Ren?
We could see a Ren. That is actually a good option, but do you have it runed up? Because at some point, you're out of rune depth. You have to rune everything up at, like, decent speeds, but it would be a good option, yeah.
We've got the pre-bans coming in then, back to the Yonhong and the Tian Lang as well. Glorious has that first pick here right now. Zibala's back on the field for him in this set, at least.
Zibala's back on the field, but also for HANZELOT. So the big question is right now, if Glorious takes his speed leads, the Oliver or the Sierra first, is HANZELOT going to answer with the same thing? The other speed lead plus that Zibala.
I'm not sure what he's doing with his hands, but he's counting something, maybe the 33 speed lead for Oliver, Sierra and Zibala, so taking it again.
Yeah, taking it again. We're definitely running back the same draft so far. He does go back to the Dark Robot, does have a Neftis in here. Last time, I think it was picked a little bit later, but we're looking at similar drafts. However, Glorious does know that Zibala is violent. However, could he have two Zibalas?
Maybe. We've seen the Light Twin Angels. Maybe to mention as well, say Glorious has been in this position before. Against SCRIBBLEBIBBLE, 2-0, needed those 3 sets to come back, but Verdihill again coming out on the field. HANZELOT just using it to really annoy Glorious's AoE units.
Yeah, absolutely, and there's just more AoE units coming in with that. Volantis also, once again, very open to a Juno if you were to lock that in. But you need, it's really the question, like, okay, how can you do with it? Does go for a Dark Gojo, which is a very interesting unit against passives.
He knows it's off will, right? So Dark Gojo with some Oblivion, with stuns, could be pretty useful, but does HANZELOT know that? Pata coming out.
Pata coming out, and that's definitely a very strong one over there. So I'm very curious to see how that Dark Gojo will fare in this match, or if he even makes it into the match.
Yeah, let's find out. Obviously now in the Europe Cups for every region, the Jujutsu Kaisen monsters can be used now. So Dark Gojo, we know is very strong, can be used, and Glorious is lucky enough to have him currently in the draft. Will HANZELOT allow him to go through though, or are we banning out some content?
We are keeping in the content, so it's very curious to see over here, because Glorious would be taking first turn on that Robo, so it's all about the Robo and that Verd.
Yep, is Verdihill. Got responses in our quarterfinal match for set 3, potentially the deciding set for HANZELOT, 2-0 up against Glorious right now. And we've got the Twin Angels going first, can look to get some strips out.
Can get some strips out, but do you also boost? Does actually boost, so it's not about the Robo, it's not about the Verd, it's about the Twin Angels and the Zibala.
Yep, and now he's in the driving seat. Sierra can try and look to land a bomb, maybe even go on Oliver to get stunned. No, going for the good Gojo.
Going for the Gojo, I like that option actually, because the moment you take out the Gojo, the Verd can take care of the Oliver later. That's not a big issue, but if the Gojo would have taken turns off, started stunning, started landing his things, would have been a lot more deadly. So I definitely do like the playstyle for HANZELOT right here.
Yep, and Oliver with none of the skills. Oh, there's an opening, but it's very slim.
There is an option. Oliver could definitely do all of their things, as we call it in the community, but Oliver has to do a lot of Oliver things to come back in this match.
Definitely does, because Verdihill's going to be able to cycle through for the rest of the team right now. And I think it's going to be all she wrote for Glorious here in this one, as Sierra finishes off that Dark Robo, and the Twin Angels just coming in to clean up. Oliver, even versus Verd, I think is an uphill battle at the finest.
Yeah, it's absolutely an uphill battle, and that just also shows the Twin Angels being able to strip and also slightly boost up with a very smart play. Zibala on Violent right after that. It just worked out so well.
Definitely did. HANZELOT showing that his drafting was really good there. He's going to be facing off against STARTIIK in that next round. Another very, very good drafter. And of course, sad to see that Glorious couldn't actually be here for the Europe Cup. That is why he's online, but he won't be joining us any further. His first time at a regional cup. Maybe he'll be back in future years, but this time is for HANZELOT. That Lucky Devilmon apparently works.
It certainly does. 3-0 is the final score of that fourth quarterfinal there, with HANZELOT getting the ultimate revenge. We've got a revenge story to add to our tale now as well. It just keeps getting better. It just keeps getting better. You saw Glorious there as well towards the end. Just start to lean off the screen a bit. Just start to think, oh, it's happening. It's happening. And the tower certainly fell in terms of Glorious. His time in this competition. He is out, sadly, but a valiant effort nonetheless.
Yeah, definitely a valiant effort. He's up against HANZELOT. This time he managed to get him with a 3-0. It can happen in Summoner's War. And obviously that speed was something that was really, really contested. But remember, you have to be in the top 30 to even get here in the first place. The guy, keep on grinding. That's all I can say.
Keep on grinding, Say. Just keep on grinding.
Yeah, always farming, always farming. Even though, no, I'm actually not farming right now, but most of the time I'm always farming.
That's pretty much all he does otherwise. Trust us. You know, HANZELOT going into the next round to get started, you mentioned the battle of the drafts here. The draft has been such a key factor, of course it usually is anyway. But two drafters going head-to-head, that's going to be a great semi-final.
Definitely will. I mean, HANZELOT has just come up against somebody who uses Nephthys very well. The next match against STARTIIK, there's another Nephthys available. There's some extra things added in there on top as well. But I think once you've done that, it's probably going to be reruning anyway, actually, in this break, right? I mean, you can't leave it all off Will again.
Yeah, true. That's definitely one of those players that also likes to rerun just before the match. He likes to switch things around completely. And that's also, he plays a lot of matches. He switches runs around all the time. So he's very used to that, doing it very quick. But it could also be a slight downfall because you haven't really tested the things that you just ruined up.
Yep.
If you cast your minds back to the prelims when the roles were reversed, 3-0, the Glorious versus HANZELOT, was there anything that was done differently if you cast your minds back to that kind of time that HANZELOT did differently this time around? Was it strictly down to the draft? Was it anything
Was it the Verd?
I think the Verd was a key factor. Like the Verd, every time around this time, it's just, sure, the Verd has a 45% chance to go for this counter, boost up your whole team. But if it's there against multi-hits, like sure, if it's on the first hit 45, it's a low chance. But if there's 2 hits, it gets a lot more. If there's 3 hits, at some point the Verd is going to make your team move. And that just works out so well. Plus, it's good in the long run. Because in the first round, he actually was very close to killing one of the units. The Twin Angels nearly was taken out. But then the Verd start pacing the match. There's just so many turns coming in. And that's just damage start coming in. And these are also drafts very focused on, we're not going to heal. We're just going to kill the units. We have full HP at the start. We're going to... Anything that is lost permanently. And that's really what you see with units where they're outpacing. It just works very well the moment you start getting a few turns in.
Yeah, for sure. And I think as well, interestingly enough, there was a lot of stealing of Zibala as well. Zibala on the Vio build as well, like really, I think, surprised Glorious. The freeze is coming in against him. Just there you see, it disrupts the whole team. Nothing can get going. You've put the cool time in it as well as the freeze, so even if there's an additional turn coming out after that, you're really in a downhill position in that spot.
Yeah, absolutely. And also from that draft, I didn't actually read like how it was first revolving around with the Twin Angels plus the Zibala. It worked out very well.
It did. This is your bracket as well here. Let's not forget, this is no pancake soup. This is a bouillon every step of the way here. You can see ISMOO versus NEP in the semi-finals. You can see STARTIIK versus HANZELOT in the semi-finals. Of those 4 players, 3 progressed through. Only 1 will fall at the final hurdle to go through to the World Finals later on this year. So it is very much odds in our players' favor here. There's a couple of opportunities to go through. So I guess, what do they do in this kind of like break now? Is there a moment of kind of like relief? You know, HANZELOT having just competed has a bit of a break, but ISMOO and Nef watching from the wings. Sam, what are they doing?
I'm pretty sure Nef is hugging ISMOO, to be honest. The guy will not get away from a hug, knowing that they're both likely to go to Tokyo right now as well. I think they're ecstatic. If you would have asked me if this is how it would have looked earlier today, I think 87 or whatever the percent was, did not think this was going to happen, right, sir?
I have 3 out of 4 correct, so I'm actually pretty doing decent over here.
That's why you're on the desk, all right?
I had 1 miss, but 3 out of 4, those are good numbers.
Those are really good numbers. I mean, and then very apt to the fact that 3 out of 4 of these players will go through to World Finals exactly the same way. I mean, that's what's interesting. I think you said is like, you know, for you guys at home, we've asked you to predict each and every one of these matches. Did you get 4 out of 4? Let us know in the chat if you did. But the fact that these 4 are through, I mean, you couldn't really. This could be the complete opposite, really, of what you could have got. You could easily have had PINKROID and Rosie go through, SCRIBBLEBIBBLE and Glorious go through as well. That's the caliber of talent we keep talking about. Kind of just to qualify for this was such a difficult thing to do, and those 2 matchups are great. Now I think the great opportunity is here. You get through to the grand finals, obviously guaranteed. Whatever happens, you're going through. But that third final place matchup as well is very, very exciting too. What do they do now? What would you do in this situation? Say, how would you kind of like spend this kind of like short break we're going to take shortly?
Well, for me, it would mainly be focused on like, okay, what can I see from the previous match? Like, what can I actually take in my next opponent because he played before? What can I see? And we also have something for you guys.
Exactly. What can we see? A coupon code! That's there for you. It expires on the 29th of September. This is for you guys. There's 500,000 mana. There's 100 crystals and an SWC emblem times 2 of those puppies as well for being part of our amazing kind of Europe Cup here this year in 2024. For being our esteemed viewers. I'm sure I've been here through prelims all the way through to the Europe Cup here as well, which has been amazing. So make sure to take that, put it in your account, have something on us that you can take away as kind of like a thank you for being here and supporting this. This crowd have been great too. The crowd have been pretty kind of awesome, right?
Sure, for sure they have. 3 Germans have made it through to the semi-finals. I would be happy.
I would be very happy too. I mean, you kind of like, I mean, you're guaranteed, right, to get at least a German who's definitely going to Worlds. Wow, I mean, that's a good place to be, say, to know that's a fact. That's pretty special.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's not the first time we have Germans in, because ISMOO was in before, but it's definitely nice to have, like, it's German against German in the first round, so it's going to be German.
Multiple options there. Whatever happens, for you guys, to reiterate, we've got 4 matchups. Half the pack is whittled down. Now, half are gone, half remain. We're halfway through this Europe Cup, kind of like Super Saturday, if you will. But for now, we're going to take a short break, and we are going to see you just a bit. For now, enjoy some highlights. Get yourself a cuppa. We'll see you right back here with more Summoners World World Arena Championships 2024 Europe Cup in just a moment.
Yeah, look.
Hello there and welcome back into the Summoners War World Arena Championships 2024 Europe Cup. It's great to have you back here with us again. Hopefully you're refreshed because you are in for a ride, let us tell you. It's me, Adam Savage, here, joined by Sam and Seishizo once more. And for you guys at home, if you missed it, don't worry, we've got you covered. There's an event coupon code on screen right now below our good friend Verdi, who's on the main stage right now. Make sure to utilize it. It expires the 29th of September, midnight CEST. Some goodies from us to you because we love you. And you're here for the Europe Cup. It's great to have you guys with us this every step of the way here. Verdi's getting ready. We're all getting ready. I mean, Sam, we've got ourselves a serious matchup. 2 matchups before 2 more serious matchups. We've got a huge 4 games coming our way.
Yeah, for sure. These semi-finals, I'm not sure everybody predicted this. Apparently, they got 3 out of 4, but I don't think anyone else really did. It's going to be so interesting now to see these players, and we see ISMOO come out onto the stage.
Here he comes. Here he comes. He's getting back into position. He's been waiting in the wings, State. He's been waiting for this. And lo and behold, it'll be Neff coming out as well with him, which is huge.
Yeah, actually, we managed to talk to the players just in the break, and they're so happy to go to Tokyo because they always said, "We're going anyways. I'm taking the other, and whether who wins or lose, we're going monk-backed."
we were backstage just now, and I heard Neff walk in the room go, "Tokyo!" He was living his best life.
He definitely was. He also gave me a hug. I couldn't escape the hug.
So you can't escape it. Here he is. Imagine, I want you guys at home to imagine walking in a straight line. Suddenly, this absolute gentle giant gives you a big, big cuddle. He's the best, and he's coming out now. I mean, that's the great thing here. There's so much positivity in the air. A lot of that generated by the players you see before you are both absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, it's electric at the moment, and both of these guys, Verdi looks just as excited as we are as well. You know, we should see our face. I'm ready for this matchup, Adam.
Yeah, me too. Verdi is thrilled for this because we never could have predicted this, apart from Seishizo, obviously, who has some kind of weird crystal ball foresight we didn't know about. It's incredible that it's come down to this. But yeah, if you just joined us, 4 players left. We started with 4 today, who are all competing for the 3 spots in the World Finals that are coming our way later on this November, which are going to be absolutely exceptional in Tokyo, Japan. I mean, what an experience that'll be, Seishizo. To go to Tokyo in the first place is one thing, but to walk away as a world champion, imagine that.
Yeah, that's all what these players are here for, and they're definitely wanting to be in that position. One more match, then they're at the finals.
Yeah. One more win, and they're in. That's it. They've only got 2 opportunities here. I'm being an optimist here because they've got themselves a semi-final followed by a grand final. If they go into the lower bracket with the third round match for a place to take the 3rd place, that will be exciting to see. But that will literally be the last chance saloon if you're in that kind of battle for 3rd.
Yeah, for sure. Last chance saloon. You've got to get there. You've got to get through into that 3rd place. It's a match that's never existed before this year, and finally for them, they're going to be able to experience it. You probably don't want to experience it, in all honesty, like you said, but someone will. Someone has to.
I think that's quite nice about this first match against ISMOO versus Neff is that either way, being as good pals as they are, they're going to be happy and regardless. I guess that's kind of the best thing. They'll even if it's going to go into the next round, into the 3rd place, I guess playoff. They'll still be really jovial. I've no doubt.
Yeah, for sure they will be. I was just going to say as well, actually, for both of these players, I've just had a quick look at the stats. They only played each other 4 times on ladder over the past 2 seasons. ISMOO won all 4. Yeah. So the friendship, it's still there. But if you've just lost 4 against the guy that you're going to be facing now, let's see exactly if they're prepared for each other, because you still want to, you want to be the one inviting your friend to Tokyo, right? You don't want to be the one that say, oh yeah, I was a +1,
Because that friend they'll owe you forever. Yeah, I brought you to Tokyo. Yeah. Every time that anything ever goes down, it's always going to be that one more time. Brought that back up. Remember that time that I brought you to Japan? Every time.
Exactly.
Every single time. For you guys as well, you just joined us as well. Let's not forget that one of the fantastic partners that we have here, courtesy of our Summoners War World Arena Championships 2024 Europe Cup, is the brilliant Google Play games. It's on PC. They're the official sponsor for the 2024 Summoners War World Arena Championships. An updated version of Summoners War on PC is coming our way and launching on Google Play Games on September the 26th. Have that date in your diaries. And to reiterate once again, you can enjoy expanded keyboard controls, smoother graphics, and login rewards, such as you earn 1 Devilmon as well upon your first login to the latest version. And we saw HANZELOT rocking one on screen here. There's a giant one outside the building here. But Seishizo, it's a great great thing. All these things, are great opportunities for new players to come through and enjoy and celebrate this fantastic game.
Yeah, absolutely. You don't have to play on mobile anymore. You can also just sit back, relax on PC. It's always super nice.
It's quite nice, that, isn't it? Just sitting back and relaxing. But one thing it's not going to be, two people not relaxing, should I say, are going to be our two competitors who are coming our way, ISMOO and Nef, who are both getting ready for this best of 5, which will go down, I guess, in history as they're kind of like a big match they're never going to forget, because there's so much on the line. Yet it's quite nice that it's not that 3rd place playoff, because they still got a lifeline, whatever happens in this outcome.
For sure they do, and I mean, you see the stats again in front of you. We were speaking earlier about how dangerous ISMOO is at the moment with the current LDs that he has in his box and how they're ruined. The only thing I would say is I think ISMOO and Nef prepared with each other for this Europe Cup, so they must know exactly what the runes are of each other. So how are you now going to be able to surprise somebody? Or do you just have to brute force your way through them?
Well, I was actually speaking to the players earlier, and at some point Nef was like, ISMOO, walk away, walk away. I want to talk to Say. Okay, Say, I'm going to do this. I'm like, shoot you really? He's like, I'm going to do it. So I'm very curious to see. He's already smiling, giving blow kisses, everything.
That lucky person in the crowd that got the blown kiss.
No, I'm pretty sure it was for ISMOO.
Yeah, I bet it was too. I bet it was too. And a wink as well, saying it's good. I mean, would they have discussed tactics at all? I guess they probably. Yeah, do you think they would? Yeah. Okay, that's interesting actually, because as we said, it's anybody's game right now. Yeah, if it was PINKROID there, we go, okay, you could lean into the fact that it's a back-to-back champion, but the fact that ISMOO, Nef, both massively capable of going all the way here, and whatever happens, that's what's on the line here. You're definitely going to Worlds. Who is more likely to have a trick up their sleeve, Sam? Who do you think has got something that you think is more likely to bring something we're not expecting?
I don't know if it's necessarily a trick that they've got up their sleeve, but definitely in terms of the rune quality and just that heavy box that he does have, I think ISMOO has probably the slight advantage. I would probably give it somewhere between 55-45 or 60-40 in terms of how it might go down. But at the end of the day, Nef just took out an ex-champion. ISMOO took out an ex-champion. And that's exactly why we're here.
Exactly right. Nef versus ISMOO. Let's not forget the stakes here. Semi-final 1 in the Europe Cup here. Whoever wins this will go through to the final and guarantee a slot in the World Finals. And the player will go down to our 3rd place playoff later on, still with that last chance ticket. For now, though, ISMOO versus Nef. Best of 5. Who's going to win it? Let us know. It's over to Sam and Say.
Does the bold favour the brave? They know each other like the back of their hand, even though it might be a little less hairy than before. We're going into our SWC 2024 Europe Cup semi-finals, match 1, set 1 between ISMOO and Nef. Julian and Ragdoll being pre-banned out there, say respected units.
Absolutely respected units. Also, right away going into a Hey Gang, so definitely different play styles from both of the units. Mostly ISMOO likes to go more against like the cigar kind of setups, and Nef is gonna go for a Sierra Robo, but we're also having a little bit of a pause here at the moment.
Let's see exactly what's going on right now. We've seen Sierra, we've seen the Robo. This is very opposite of what Nef would normally do, right, sir?
Yeah, that's definitely something that Nef normally doesn't really do, and that was maybe also the surprising factor, but let's see if he's actually going to go full all the way with those kind of units, because those are a bunch of units that ISMOO also has. He also has the Munza, so let's see if he's going to be revolving around that.
Yeah, let's find out. We're just going to deal with that on the stage right now. But these guys, like we said, they're friends. They know what's going on right now, just making sure that they can figure this out. And how do you continue into that draft right now? ISMOO looking very confident at the moment.
Well, that Hey Gang first lock-in is pretty interesting already, because Hey Gang is also showing that ISMOO is expecting a different playstyle, because normally I expected these two players, like if they would have not been talking so much, they both would have been contesting the cigar, definitely, because they both really like that unit. On ladder, they would have contested cigar, but now they both actually have like tricks up their sleeve, and they're both trying to perform the trick against a normal playstyle that they have, but neither of them might actually be playing the normal playstyle.
Yeah, for sure. And if you're not playing your normal stuff as well at this level, if it goes wrong, you're like, oh, why didn't I just stick to what I know, right? Like if you try something new and it doesn't work, it can hurt.
Yeah, it can absolutely hurt, but I think for these players also to meet in this position of the tournament itself, if they met in the first round, it would have been like, okay, anyone who goes through still has to make it. Currently, they already made it 1 round, so anyone who goes through right now is for sure through, at least to Tokyo. So that is definitely a very comfortable position to meet a friend in competition.
It is, for sure. If you meet friends and then, you can get through, bring them along to Tokyo, like one of these guys is going to do in either case. But like we were saying before with Adam, you want to be the one that at least brings the other guy. You never want that lingering over your head, because you're going to have to deal with it later on in some way. We're seeing it back now. We've got the Sierra, we've got the Dark Robo. Cigar coming in with the Vanessa.
Going in with the Vanessa, does he lock it in? No, goes for a Gianna, so that Hagang was more of a setup for the Gianna to come later in play. However, there are a lot of comps where Ciara plus Hagang don't do, or not the Ciara, the Gianna plus Hagang don't deal that much damage. And currently the whole draft of ISMOO is not that much damage yet. But we see Neff actually going on a Zibala, so he's gonna go on the full Sierra, Dark Robo, Zibala, if he's so pleased to lock it in. He's gonna be looking for another stripper, but that other strip, he has to keep in mind, he has to fight that Hagang.
He does have to fight that Hagang. I was just looking at the win rate for Hagang in SWC, say, currently on 45%. However, in Europe, up to 57. So it can be very strong because we know that there's the Giannas floating around. There's other contests for it as well. Vanessa being picked up now by ISMOO to get a speed lead in there.
Yeah, definitely looking at that speed lead, but the Wunsa, you saw the face of ISMOO saying like, oh, I did not expect it. And I think Neff also does have a Wunsa, right?
Maybe. I'd have to look.
I'm not 100% sure about it. Well, if he locks it in really fast right now, that would definitely... But he has to go for an AoE strip right now. And I'm not 100% sure if he has Wunsa. No, has to go for another Robo, so probably doesn't have the Wunsa. In this case, big question, is that Hagang still going to be banned?
Let's find out. Do you take out the speed lead? Do you take out the Hagang? Because on the other side, we've seen Zibala come into great effect for HANZELOT in that previous match. Say, who else?
Yeah, it's definitely the big question also, like, you can take out the one speed lead, does take out the speed lead. On the other side, we have the Dark Robo being taken out.
Yep, so he's likely going to get a speed lead on the side of Neff with that 33 and the attack lead from Gianna right now. How fast has ISMOO ruined here to try and do something against Neff? It's our SWC 2024 Europe Cup semi-finals between ISMOO and Neff. Zibala taking that first turn. Maybe the Robo's going to cut anyway, they'll say.
Yeah, you definitely go for a boost on self over here and then hoping that your Robo pushes back enough. Let's see, does go for a good amount of pushbacks. We do have the Masha moving next, but after the Masha, I'm not 100% sure if that Cigar will move.
Oh, resisted the pushback there, say. Defense break coming out. Can you take down a Robo?
Don't think you can take down the Robo. Does do a good amount of damage, but we have the Sierra moving next. Does not land on that Gianna.
And you can see ISMOO and Neff's reaction to that one right now. Maybe looking to use third skill anyway. Yes, does decrease the attack bar, but Hagang going to be coming in. Stuns.
Stuns, or the pushback does get the pushback, and the pushback actually did not do enough because also the provoke did not do enough. We have another magical time. We have, once again, good stuns coming in, but also increased cooltime.
Yep, and Robo can look to go for the skill 3, but obviously Marsha does have that immunity on at the moment. Going in for the Gianna, gets one, and it hits that Marsha second.
Right around the Marsha, so all eyes are on the Marsha for ISMOO right now. It has to be taking out multiple wind units, but it's definitely something she could do.
Definitely she can, and Oliver coming in right now can just keep reducing those attack bars, maybe boost up the Robo again if it's got another skill 2 coming.
You could go for the Robo boost, you could also go for the Sierra boost. There's a bunch of options that are definitely not too bad. In this case, you would do a lot more damage to that Marsha, so I definitely like that play.
Yeah, get rid of the immunity as well on her side right now. Can look to push back as well with Oliver if choosing so. But Ciara does cut. Does she have bomb?
I think she's still one turn away from... No, she does have the bomb already, so can land it, does land it in this case.
Yep, and now can just cycle using that skill 1 right now. If she gets an additional turn, she'll probably be dismounted. Yes.
Exactly happened over there. We call it also the cast, the curse, the additional turn, the moment we call it. But in this case, it was just a dismount. The unit is not gone yet.
Yeah, she's still going to do a lot of damage, even though she's dismounted there, say. But Ciara coming through again without bombs. She's just going to have to try and cycle.
She has to cycle. Also, the skill 1 damage is not doing that much, just 500 per hit. So all of that, it's probably a minus fire. Could be minus fire, but definitely in bomb damage.
Does he have it? No, but we can look to get a provoke maybe out on that Oliver to prevent it from reducing the attack bars on the other side, say.
Yeah, I definitely would have to say that you have to go for the Oliver right now, because the Oliver still has most of the skills up. Also, the Zibala currently doesn't have that much skills up, so there is a window for ISMOO to come back in this match.
There is. Can you get stuns here, gang? You need to get it on the CR. She has bombs going up ready next.
Ooh, that bomb is over there, but where do you place it? Could go for the Cigar, could go for the Marsha. Does go for the Marsha, definitely will take it out. Promise time, how much are we looking at? We're looking at 27k. That's a lot of bomb damage on that Sierra.
Get in your artifact grind in there, say, right? And now Oliver looking to push back, getting the additional turn. Zibala does have skills next turn, I believe.
Yeah, Zibala has skills and simply can go for another push-up, probably on that Sierra, give bomb back again. If you land that bomb, does actually go for magical time, does have glancing, so probably does not land, but the cooltime increases, do not care about glancing.
Yeah, and look at that, getting that extra turn, landing another bomb, cleaning out the Gianna. Neff taking it to ISMOO right now. A little bit of fun between both of these guys as well, since they are good friends.
Yeah, definitely good friends over there, but Sierra's definitely doing a lot of work over here. And it's very interesting to see that Neff adapts a complete different playstyle, but still makes it work.
Yeah, and there you go, the additional turn taking rid of that. Sorry, I was looking at the laugh of Neff right there.
Yeah, that's just the great thing. I've mentioned it previously as well. Having those offline events, you can see the emotions of these players. With the first victory going to Neff, and he's looking very happy about that one.
He is, right? He almost looks a little bit embarrassed there with the laughs, but I mean, in all honesty, there's Zabala coming through with the Ciara. Missed the first bomb, but it didn't matter in the end for him. Marsha getting dismounted really prevented ISMOO doing more damage, right?
Yeah, absolutely. These players are just like having a goof with one another. So I want to see all the way best of 5 between these two players.
Hell yeah. We're seeing Julian and Ragdoll. They were last round pre-banned. They're back in the frame for this one. Who are we going to be seeing now for this one? Say maybe a Yeonhong coming out, or?
Yeah, there's still a lot of good options. Like Gianna Ben is definitely one of those options. Yeonhong Ben is one of those options. On the other side, Widget has been using it a lot. Sigrid, maybe not that much, but Widget Ben is what we're going to see over here. Neff does not agree.
No, he's not happy about that one. Obviously, it could have been his first pick, Gianna, as well, being taken out for the moment. Are we going to see a Speed League coming in straight away? A Cigar coming out? Or Heck, stealing the Heck? Oh.
Stealing that again. I'm not too sure. Like we've seen it with Scribble before, where if you have a Hey gang but you don't have a core team around it, it's not that great. But we have Cigar. We also on the other side have that Valaju plus a Julian.
Yeah, Julian. We know how much damage. I actually saw the Julian of ISMOO earlier today, and oh my god, it's going to do a lot of damage. Neff has to know it as well. So how is he going to look to use against it? Chandra coming out maybe to defend some of the other units, but it's going to be tough.
Chandra and that Valaju over there. I think I called out the Vanessa's Valaju. They're very similar in icons. They're not close enough. Close in the name though, but we have both of them on the field right here. Holy Trinity on the side of Neff. ISMOO, how are you going to deal with that? Mostly did like to use like a Yeonhong in this position, and there's maybe going to revolve more about the Bruiser set. We also have seen it before. Fire Monkey in this position. The Meo Wang could do a lot of work.
Twin Angels maybe even set up some defense breaks and push-ups, but there he's going instead for the Ciara with the Yeonhong. We know how brutal that can be, getting another speed lead on there as well, but Ragdoll's here to play with all those crits.
Yeah, there's a lot of crits on the side of ISMOO, so that's definitely something Ragdoll does like to pick up. But then the big question, does he also go for a speed contesting unit, as in the form of maybe an Ethna or something? Or does he go to something, the Fire Bike?
Yeah, Ashur coming out onto the field, and Dark Robo coming out. This looks very much like a HANZELOT draft minus the Julian on the side of ISMOO, to be honest.
Yeah, definitely it does kind of look like it, but it's very interesting to see that both of these players have like a very wide adaptation of multiple playstyles, and it's definitely shown here in this matchup.
Yeah, let's find out if he decides to lock that in. He does on the side of ISMOO right now, looking for the bans. Are you going to be able to deal with that, Ragdoll?
It's hard to deal with that Ragdoll. I probably would remove that Ragdoll. On the other side, I would be looking at that Dark Robo. But then the big question is, Yeonhong skill 2. Not most consistent skill, but does it land?
Yeah, and if it does, maybe it allows a bomb from Ciara to come in, maybe some skill 2 damage coming in from Julian, get the stuns out. Julian taking out his respected, Ragdoll being taken out, so they were pre-banned before, now they're banned in the matches. Speed leads for both of them, they're not happy with each other on that one. In our SWC 2024 Europe Cup semi-finals, set number 2 between ISMOO and Neff. Yeonhong, is she going to go for that skill 2 already, say?
I don't. Well, yeah, you were looking at the attack bars, the Robo's moving anyway, so you could definitely go for skill 2 over here. But the big question is where? Goes into the Scar, good damage into that Scar. Are you going to go for multiple strips here so that the Robo doesn't first have to strip, but right away can go for absorbing attack bar? Because that's mostly easier. Big question is, no, it actually wants to tumble full damage into that Scar, trying to take it out as fast as possible.
Yeah, and just get it, but Chandra there, you're going to have to go for the bomb and detonate it, but you missed it! Oh!
Once again, does not land it. But the funny part is, Neff actually had the reaction of, oof, it didn't land, instead of having like the yes, it didn't land.
He could feel that for him. He can now look to defend that unit that's not looking healthy. Going for the slows first, even though, oh, now we've got the immunity, so the Robo can't come in.
Yeah, the Robo, Ashur, once again, we have seen it time and time do a lot of damage. Also 13.5k healing, armor break coming in, not at all.
No, not coming in. High res on that Vanessa, it's likely used at the moment. Can he get the strips? Does get some strips, and the Violent.
Violent, but doesn't have any skill right now. Skill 1 can give it attack bar, does do a good amount of damage, but we have this Cigar to say something about that.
Ooh.
But once again, resisted.
Resisted against the Yeonhong, but did get full provokes apart from that Robo. Can you look to deal damage into that Robo? The revive is still there, though, from the Vanessa.
The revive is still there, and also the Robo does have his skill 2 back again, unless Silence has something to say about that.
Yeah, does he get the Silence? Gets that Silence as well right now, and the defend from the provokes. Chandra's going to be dealing damage.
Yeah, Chandra's definitely going to be dealing a lot of damage right here, and the Robo without the skills can't do all too much, and I'm definitely looking at that bike taking over this match from now.
Do you kill the Robo now already, knowing that it's going to be revived, or do you try and set a defense break somewhere else?
You can go for the kill, but you really have to, well, either hope for the additional turn, but in most cases, I don't think it was really needed, because the Chandra and the Velajul would have taken care of the Robo from this position.
Yeah, and they're going to be cycling through soon with Velajul coming in. Skill 1, probably enough to kill.
Yep, that was exactly enough to kill, so even without that additional turn was probably enough to kill right there. And now it is a 3 against 4, whereas all of the 4 units on the enemy side either are Despair or Violent, and your units, Yeonhong for sure is not going to be Violent.
Cool times are nice, but it's just prolonging it out at the moment for ISMOO right there. We're getting the unrecoverable out as well, so Yeonhong coming through soon. He needs some additional turns.
Yeah, it's definitely all eyes on that Sierra. If the Sierra can actually get additional turns in and maybe land a bomb here or there, that could absolutely work. Also, Yeonhong does have that charge vitality up, but it's probably not going to be taking a turn anytime soon because there's so much provokes, so many pushbacks, so many resets coming in.
Yep, and now it's looking downhill for ISMOO in this one. 2-0 up for Neff. He couldn't quite get enough through onto that Cigar. The bomb miss, right?
The bomb miss, yeah, that's definitely something that we have seen it actually from both players already, or actually from all of the Sierra so far. It's really a blessing, but can also be a curse.
Definitely can be a curse right now. And also, I think Ashur Firebuyer continuing his streak of being a high win rate unit here in SWC. Used in a lot of other regions as well at the moment, but he's proving very strong here at Europe Cup. And he confirms it for the 2-0 lead for Neff in this one, say.
Yeah, absolutely, but we have seen it actually both players. It went 2-0 up and then 2-0 down. So are we going to do the same repeat as they have been doing in the previous rounds? Or are we going to see a 3-0 right away?
Yeah, Neff looks so relaxed as well right now. You saw ISMOO there, was thinking maybe a little bit twitching onto the iPad right now in front of him. And obviously it's going to be interesting to see if he can actually change things up.
Yeah, let's see. We definitely maybe go back to like a Ragdoll kind of style of ban and then also a Julian ban. But does Neff then also go back to the Sierra, Sibala, Dark Robo and everything that way? Because if he starts looking in the first 2, you know what's coming on the rest of them. And ISMOO has played against that on ladder as well, so you maybe have your answer against that.
Yeah, let's find out. Are we going to see Ragdoll? Are we going to see Julian pre-banned out? Neff did it obviously very quickly because he's sat back and relaxed right there. ISMOO must be considering, and he's changing it up for the Zabala.
And Neff was exactly thinking that's like, okay, I was gonna play, that's a good ban from you.
Definitely is. Are we going to be looking for a Cigar steal over then on the side of ISMOO right now? Response last time from Neff was with the Sierra.
Yeah, let's see. In this case, no Hey Gang first pick. We just go to that Cigar. Comfortable picks. So in this case, Neff can also not really play the full playstyle of that Sierra, Sibala, Dark Robo, and has to play like another playstyle as well. But Chandra Velajul, never a bad playstyle.
Never a bad playstyle here. ISMOO has chances to look now. Maybe he can look for that Yeonhong with the Vanessa. He likes to go for that turn 1 when the option is there for him, but obviously he couldn't snipe out enough last time because of the bomb resistance, say. Gianna, another one that could get resisted.
Yeah, absolutely one that could get resisted, but in this case he does give the opening for Neff to pick down a Hey Gang, so Ragdoll Hey Gang is definitely an opening he could go for right here.
Ragdoll we see already on the field. We know Neff, he was against a Ragdoll player in that last match for him against ROSITH, and he managed to take it through the whole way. Who's he going to partner it up with here right now? The faithful old Monkey, and ISMOO, he's not happy with that. Don't steal my Mei Huang.
The Mei Huang very well picked over here, but on the other side, a unit that actually a lot of the players have over here, but it's the first time we potentially see it in a match. The Han.
Yep, Han, and partner it up with that Dark Robo there. It means the speed lead can carry on through since he's got 3 out of the 5 being Dark units, say.
Yeah, absolutely. So now the answer on Neff could still go back to that Hey Gang. I kind of do expect it as a ban, but then there's still the Ragdoll on the field that could actually take over based on those crits. But then again, would you actually like to play into a Gianna if your Hey Gang might be gone?
It's interesting to find out. Let's see how Neff looks to respond here as well. The only sustain coming through that Velajul at the moment right now. And maybe that Monkey there, you can maybe cycle through a little bit more though.
That is a Vertihill, so that Vertihill is very much looking like a Gianna ban to me right there.
Yeah, let's find out. And for the other side right now, are you still going to be able to deal with that Ragdoll with all the crits coming through?
We go for that Vertihill. We have seen it in the match with HANZELOT. It was very well successful.
Yeah, we've got the speed leads on both of these guys right now. It's our SWC 2024 Europe Cup semi-finals, set 3 between ISMOO and Neff. Can Neff get closer to Tokyo? Defense break set up.
Defense break setup, but are you going to crit on this? This is the big question. Vanessa, how much crit rate do you have? Did not get a crit, also did not get an armor break. In this case, how many crits are there going to be? That was actually, the Robo did very well, very low crit rate. Actually didn't crit a single time, I think, in like 12 hits.
Nope, didn't manage to get one running it slow, not on the crit rate slot 4 then, as you can see right there. Say, we've got that skill 3 coming in. Reset the Chandra.
Definitely would go, well, probably even the Veligil. The Veligil, the immunity is the one that's the most difficult. Plus, there's very likely that you won't push back nor provoke the Veligil.
He's got the defense break option now on the side of hand, going into that Veligil. Can you get it early?
Ooh, got it on the very last hit, if I saw that correctly. But it's also interesting to also go for both the reset and then also fully in the damage on that Veligil, because Chandra will have skills.
Oh, and that skill 2 right now can do a little bit of healing. Can he set up a defense break somewhere as well? He can get the stun.
Can you get the stun? But also we had an additional turn on the enemy side. Can you also get it for your side on that Han? Because there would be a lot of cycling for this Han.
Oh, does get it as well right now. Critting more though.
There's a lot of damage coming in. But also the Mayo Wang, once again, monkey business is doing so much work.
Oh, and landing that huge defense break on the Cigar right now as well. And he's provoked. So Ragdoll is going to be hitting him.
Yeah, and that Ragdoll, we have seen it again. This Ragdoll does a lot of damage. Once again, increased cooltime on that Veligil. But this guy was different.
Yeah, still carries on going into it. Oh, that could be it.
That's so much. 13k on an arm break early in the match. Torrent going in for 18.5k. That's so much damage, but the dot won't take it out yet.
No, he won't. Deed, go for that third skill. Try and get some more additional damage over time. There. Oh, big violent proc.
Very big violent proc over there. The additional turn just rocking it in. It's definitely like the Fire Monkey and the Han are kind of juking it out, but the Robo has something to say about this whole match.
Yeah, Robo cutting in those additional turns are being crucial for him. Can you look to get some provokes? I don't think the additional dot will be enough in the end, but Monkey's coming.
Monkey's coming. We do get another provoke coming in, so that provoke will definitely take out the unit. The big question is, do you go for the kill on the Han right now? Ooh, did not manage to do so, but the big question is, Ragdoll, when are you taking your next turn?
And if you crit, you're going to be pushing up Robo coming in soon with that skill 1, but I think Ragdoll's going to be able to clean someone out.
ISMOO is waving his hands for the additional turn, does not get the additional turn right there. Is able to take out the Han, in this case, does take it out. Fire Monkey, you are not that much on full HP, but still could make it work.
Yeah, for sure. Even with the provoke, it's going to be no.
The provoke, but the second skill, that's what you want, that 6.5k healing. We still have the Dark Robo that maybe could do something about this, but it's getting very dire on the side of ISMOO right now.
Definitely is. Set up the defense break onto that Monkey, get the additional turn. Robo's not going next, but that Ragdoll.
The additional turn actually did make it that the Vanessa has her passive back, so if you kill, it doesn't die. Oh, there's a lot of damage potential coming in. Oh, it did manage to kill itself on the reflect of the Ragdoll. That part is still there, I even forgot about it. Ragdoll is just so strong with that stun right now.
Stunning, you can look to strip and get a defense break, but that Robo needs the additional turn here.
Robo needs the additional turn, but I think there's very good odds that if the Robo even took that additional turn, it would have still killed itself on that reflect damage.
Yep, and Vanessa 1 versus 2. I've never seen it before, and I don't think I'm going to see it again.
Not against the Torrent. The moment you bring the Ragdoll on a little bit less HP, it's that Torrent kicking in, and that Torrent would absolutely one-shot that Vanessa.
Yeah, he's there. He's not quite there
Still
yet, but this is still the Torrent. 10k, and Neff defeats ISMOO, the battle of the friends.
He's going into the grand final. Neff has done it 3-0. And the 2 words of the day, monkey business. Monkey business, say. It was just a class act from Neff. And look at these two right now, hugging, embracing after a brilliant opportunity there for one of them to go through to Japan. And it looks like Neff will be bringing it to ISMOO. Let's listen to him right now, what he has to say.
Okay. Nur kurze Information, das Interview mache ich jetzt auf Englisch, ja, damit alle was davon haben am Ende. Neff, this is going to be in English. Just quick answer, how did it feel now? I mean, you punched your ticket.
ISMOO as well. He's going to come with me if anything happens, but it feels great. It was super fun playing against him. I was super lucky. And yeah, it was my game.
What's your game? Now, what are you looking forward in Tokyo? Like, I mean, first of all, you have the grand final. You play about seeding, but what are you looking for now?
Having a super great experience is all I want.
Okay, you already gave us a super great experience. Like Mana would say, incroyable. Thank you very much. Neff, amazing. Yeah, you want to say?
Lowest percentage, by the way.
One more thing. What do you want to say to your community right now?
Violent is king.
Okay, then that's it. Thank you very much, Nef.
That's awesome. I've got so much time for that. It just goes lowest percentage, by the way. Yeah. I love that. That's that humour that we love to see as well there. Incredible scenes there. I mean, I love the fact it already came out and said, look, ISMOO's come with me, whatever happens in the next matchup. Yeah. But ISMOO's still absolutely in contention to get his own ticket, punch his own ticket to that grand final. We'll see what happens in that third place playoff. But Nef's gone through. I mean, he said lucky. I mean, Sam, was it?
I mean, maybe to some degree, yes, but as this guy next to me would say, the monkey fireworks came out and Monkey does what Monkey does. I mean, ISMOO, again, a tough opponent, but Nef, I think Nef was just really comfortable as well. He, like, really relaxed on that stage.
Yeah, I think that was really his comfortable position to just draft whatever and see if it works or not. And it worked out straight away 3-0. Did not expect that between the two players. But was it really too much of a luck factor? I don't think so. I think most of the drafts kind of came down to like, okay, it was a really close fight. And then just one moment happening to one side or the other is what really was like the contending factor of like, okay, this person is winning or that person is winning. But in general, I definitely did like Nef for like switching up completely. Sierra, Sibala, Dark Robo normally never plays. Definitely threw him off. But that also led into the third match, Sibala being a pre-ban, so he doesn't want to play against it. So therefore opens up a lot of other possibilities. So definitely that short preparation in like all of the happiness that Nef had, he actually did very well.
Yeah, you can see some of those reactions as well. They were very enigmatic during that scene. You know, like they were just enjoying it with each other. You can see the resist. Oh, there we go.
There's just so many. He's so animated. I love it.
Yeah, they really enjoyed it. And we saw again Asher being used on the field as well. It's interesting to see the styles because obviously I think Nef maybe has to change it depending on if it's STARTIIK or HANZELOT in that next round as well. But coming back to it, that ragdoll, it does so much damage, that ragdoll.
Yeah, that ragdoll's just, it's doing so much work, and that's where there's a lot of players saying like, oh, just ragdoll doesn't work, or ragdoll works if he does a lot of damage.
Wow. I mean, talk about damage done. I mean, a lot of our players already you can see in grey in that first quarterfinals who are no longer in the competition. ISMOO still is in contention, as we said. Third place match coming up later on. Nef goes through to the grand final, one more semi-final, and then we have our last two matches of the day. If you're ISMOO looking at that kind of match two that's about to kick off in a second here, STARTIIK versus HANZELOT, is there a player you prefer to have in that next round? You know, do you think ISMOO be kind of wanting someone in particular who he thinks that his deck and his draft will do better up against?
I think if you're ISMOO, you probably both these guys are very similar in terms of they are very fast. They try and compete for that first turn. Maybe you want to go with the person that's never been here before. HANZELOT has been on the stage before and dealt with it and been a third place person prior. STARTIIK's never been here, but he was also laser focused. So whoever you're looking at the other side of the stage, it's pretty daunting, I think, to look them in the eye and be like, we're doing this, and this is for Tokyo, baby.
Yeah, it's about to go down. I mean, Nef as well. I mean, I guess a kind of similar question, say, like, you know, is there a particular opponent he prefers to have in that grand final, or do you think it's like, whatever happens, happens, I'll just take it on?
It's very hard to say because one player has the Nefties, the other player has the Yeonhong. ISMOO has both.
Yeah, this is a good point. You can see Verdi back on the main stage here as we welcome in our players who will be taking part in that second semi-final. Of course, for you folks at home, do keep us posted this entire competition, who you think is going to win each of these matchups. I think for all of us, STARTIIK versus HANZELOT could go either way, Sam. I mean, I think it's literally a flip of a coin.
Really could go either way. In all honesty, both of them performed very, very well against their previous opponents. That's why they're here. You can see STARTIIK again back on the stage. I wonder if he's going to be as focused still. I mean, this is a really important match for him. This is the highest he's ever been in competitive SWC. And it's going to be interesting to see how he can deal with this crowd there. They're for the Germans. And I mean, there's another German across from him as well as many in the audience.
Germany versus STARTIIK right now.
Yeah.
That's basically it. But I mean, the crowd one thing aside, maybe he kind of zones. I mean, one of the big things STARTIIK might do, you can see the crowd cheering, really getting behind HANZELOT. They want to see go all the way here. They'd love to see two Germans go head-to-head in that grand final. But maybe STARTIIK is, like say, is really focused and just puts the headset on and just kind of like tries to block out everything around him so he can really kind of like knuckle down and do exactly what he's come here to do, which is get through to Tokyo.
Yeah, absolutely. And also from his match 1 to match 3, like most are like, okay, I'm 2 matches up. Like, yeah, hype. He was like, no, I'm focused. I'm still focused. I must say, I spoke to him a little bit in the break as well. He was super hyped. He was like all over the place. Absolutely not what you see here on stage. But I was like, keeping that focus. It was really good. So let's see if he can keep in that focus. And I'm very curious to see if these guys would draft differently than they did in previous match.
I actually think STARTIIK reminds me a lot of Lufia from last year. Managed to get all the way to the finals, was laser focused the whole way through, and I think it really paid dividends in the end for him. I mean, he got to World Finals and represented Europe. In this instance this year, you only need to come third and still do that. So if you have any lapse of focus from now, technically you can regather yourself, get ready for that third place match, but nobody wants to be there. You don't want to be that person.
Well, you'll be facing off against ISMOO, who beat out the back-to-back champion earlier on today. So I mean, whatever happens, it's going to be difficult. Our debutant, though, STARTIIK, first and foremost, say Shizo, tell us what we have to be looking out for here. What makes him a special player?
Yeah, it's definitely in that Nefty's Hagang plus Laura combination. Once again, in one of those matches, he had all 3. And it just does so much damage. But also, if you let the Laura through and you don't have any healers on your side, which Scribble did a few times, it's just so much damage coming in that you're never going to recover. So it's definitely, are you going to bruise that? Are you going to counter that? Are you going to more like pre-ban that? Those are a bunch of options. So let's see. He did actually lose his first round against 022, so he is beatable.
Yeah, definitely is beatable. But 022 is known as well, maybe as a similar player to HANZELOT, who cooks up some of the most craziest things that we've seen. 022 brought out Tebe. He brought out Shahat, the wind Bayek as well. I don't think HANZELOT is as crazy. It all kind of works together in some sort of way with maybe an Ella or the Light Twin Angels, kind of getting more of the CC going through and making sure that you're constantly ramping up as many turns as you possibly can right now. He says on his thing that actually every game is a hand game. He didn't pick Han yet, so I don't know what game he's playing because it's not a hand game.
No, it was.
Yeah, it's true.
It was 3 times, not a Han game, but maybe this is maybe a little bit more of a Han game.
4th time lucky. Who knows? I mean, what we're going to see here, whatever happens, is HANZELOT, who is, managed to defeat Glorious in the last round, will be kind of reveling in the fact there was a revenge. Took that on to the next one, and look at STARTIIK's composure, just ready to go to battle. I quite like that. I love the kind of the humor and the fun between players. But when you see, as you mentioned, Lufia, I remember the exact same thing last year. You're absolutely right. Just didn't let anything get into his head because you've got a battle strategy. You've got a plan here. The last thing you want to do is deviate, courtesy of like all the eyes on you in the room watching at home as well.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, last year he actually played some of the similar playstyles as well. We've got the Bella. We haven't actually seen it from STARTIIK this time. He's got the high base speed units similar to as well. Maybe it's the dawn of STARTIIK rising on us.
A STARTIIK is born. Who knows? We'll see what happens now. But for you guys at home, again, get in those predictions. Semi-final 2, the last chance here to guarantee going to Tokyo ahead of that 3rd place playoff here. HANZELOT versus STARTIIK. Who will win? Best of 5. It's back to say Shizo and Sam. Let's do this thing, fellas.
A star is rising over the Berlin moonlight. Can a brave knight look to haunt his opponent in the arena? We're here. It is STARTIIK versus HANZELOT in our SWC semi-finals, match 2, set 1 pre-bans. As expected, most likely, they say. Laura being respected as well as the Yonhong.
Yeah, definitely those high base speed units that just do so well for both of the players over here. Hagang still in the first pick for the side of STARTIIK. Can be very strong into that Twin Angels, but the Twin Angels on its own can also maybe counter that.
Yeah, we've seen Oliver and Zibala again. Previously, they weren't on Will. When they were against Glorious in that last round, it wasn't. He's had time now to refigure it out because he knows a Neftis is coming out again against him. Is there something different?
Ooh, we're definitely a high-speed contest in between these two players. We have Zibala, very fast unit, Asher, super fast unit, Athena, very fast unit as well. There is 1 speed lead for each of those 2 players so far, so are we going to add more speed leads and then maybe even more base speed units?
Exactly. Oh, maybe taking a trick out of HANZELOT's book actually as well there, using a Verdahill, potentially to try and get some AoEs, but there's only realistically 2 going through there.
Yeah, it's not too many AoEs. Sure, it's pretty decent into an Oliver, but we do have another strip coming in there with a Lima, which is normally not really used too much, but I'm curious to see how that will work, especially into an Oliver, maybe not the strongest.
Exactly. Are you confident enough in your Swift sets right now? You've got that Escher on the field, there is the Etna as well. Are you going to be able to take that turn? Do you need that speed lead if you're HANZELOT?
Yeah, he could go for that speed lead, but he could also maybe, if he has still a few will units, or you lock in a Shizuka, which provides a lot of will, plus has the potential to steal all of those buffs from the Lima as well.
Yep, Shizuka, though, say, currently the 2nd worst performing unit in SWC with a 35% win rate, so it's an interesting pick. We said this last year, actually, about Lufia. You know, we were saying Shizuka's not good in this position, but then it ended up winning him the match. Is this a situation where it can happen?
That could actually be a situation. I think I would almost respect Bandit, because the moment that it takes off and it starts taking those, or those Lima buffs, it would be very strong right there. Plus all of the Nefty's debuffs. Therefore, we'll see Nefty's or the Nefty's banned and the Shizuka being banned.
Yeah, so we've got a speed lead on the side of HANZELOT. We've got the crit rate lead there on the side of STARTIIK. As we're going into it, it's our SWC 2024 Europe Cup semi-finals, match 2, set 1 between STARTIIK and HANZELOT next year is going to be going first.
But we also do have Will on that third.
Will on the Verd, and Will on the whole team actually of HANZELOT now, but can you get stripped? Resisted!
Oh, resisted. So we can go for cycling, but the big question right now, if you go for skill 2, do you still take the next turn? He does actually not take the first turn because there was speed buff on the enemy side. There was actually a slight misplay over there. Should have right away went for that skill 3 because there was a lot of attack bar already going for that Sibala right there.
Yeah, and you get the cool time into that Etna. Can't go into a skill 3, skill 1 on Etna. Oliver can look to control, but that immunity on Verd is going to boost up the team a little bit, but is it going to be enough?
Probably yes, and also they're still glancing, so the next hit of that Oliver is not going to do as much. Same of this Asher right here. A lot of glancings coming in from those hits.
Yep, and we're going to be getting those skill 2 defense breaks coming out from Etna right now, pushing back those. Oh, not quite yet.
Not quite yet. Can you take it out? 9.5k, not enough damage to take it out. Are you going to confirm this kill right here? Because otherwise something might be boosted or healed back up.
Exactly. We always say it, confirm your kills. Concentrate, and he's confirmed his kill. He's going to improvise on himself, but Verd can look to boost up.
Verd can look to bust up, and we still have 2 glancings on the side of HANZELOT, so I would say that we're still in the driver's seat on the side of STARTIIK.
We are. He's got the cool time. He can look to reduce it somewhere over there on his side of the field, but Lima's coming up soon. Oh, cool time inserted there.
Cool time inserted there, but now all eyes on the next turn, or on the next turn of that Oliver. Oliver has skill 3 potential. Or we're going to lock in some damage. Decent damage on that skill 1. Or Oliver, how much can he do? Does actually fully land it.
Fully lands and can even look to reduce further that Hagang, so Zibala takes another turn right now. Oh!
Ooh, let's see, stuns, does get the pushback, but no stuns, and we had another magical time coming in, stunning on the whole team except for that Ethna.
Yeah, I don't know if he got the cool time in on the Etna though as well right now. Oh!
Oh, it's looking a little bit dire over here, that Verd has to be taking more turns. There's still a lot of skill 1 damage from that Lima coming in, but is he going to be able to take turns against this Oliver right here?
Exactly, he can look to control it. Or do you look to confirm? Oh, maybe the Zibala can confirm the kill. No, choosing the Oliver instead there.
Yeah, Oliver's definitely doing its work right now. Starting to hit on that Lima. And yeah, I don't think a Verd would do enough in this position because in the end, the Zibala is cycling a lot of turns, getting his magical time back.
Yep, and now can push up again. Oliver can look to do a reset. Just keep the attack bar low enough that even Verd taking a turn, they won't be able to.
Well, I do think that it would be able to take a turn right here, but this pair Hagang's not going to take a turn right here. Lima, is it on Violet? If it was, did not take the extra turn.
Getting the freeze, getting the cool time resisted on the Verd, so he's going to be able to boost up the attack bar, but only a Hagang left on the field.
Only Hagang left on the field. Would you risk it that it dies to that? It did actually die to that. Verd, can you just solo this? I kind of doubt it. It does an okayish amount of damage, but you need good stuns from this Hagang, and that's where we started with the first one, but it's still on Violent, giving back once again that speed buff and cool time increase to itself.
Exactly, and just focusing now onto that Hagang, get it off the field, and we'll deal with Verd later is the answer from HANZELOT right now, say.
Yeah, absolutely, and that is the right way to play because you don't want to be hitting into that Verd, giving more attack bar in the moment it does counter.
Yep, you don't want it, and you want to get Zibala soon, so maybe she can get another freeze on there and just start cycling.
Yeah, you want to start cycling, but it also, the Puppeteers now have skill 1 of healing, and that skill 1 of healing might be winning the match here at this position.
Oh, he's gone for the freeze, looking to get it, gets it as well, and can now control with Oliver.
Controls it, does get fully resisted, so also did not get the pushback or anything, and is going to be lower on cooldowns in just a second.
Oh, and gets the counter, is that enough?
Oh, yeah, it is enough, but now we have the healing. Both units have healing on skill 1, so we're just juking it out on skill 1s at the moment. But who's going to do more? Double miscrit. I think you have to keep doing skill 1 because that is a little bit of healing. Of course, you go for magical time. Every time you have magical time. Did get a counter over there, but this match is... I think I would have personally just went for skill 1s. The skill 1s are kind of deadly, but the healing is just coming in so clutch. Once again, it's magical time. So much healing coming in for the skill 1. And it's just lapping enough where it does work.
Exactly, it's lapping, using that skill 2 to re-get the skill 3. And Verd is probably not going to have anything left to say here with that magical time ending for him. HANZELOT taking the 1-0 lead against STARTIIK here, say. Interesting. So we saw HANZELOT has completely re-runed for this match. He's got wills all over the place, and he was in the end able to deal with what STARTIIK put in front of him. Zibala against Verd. Not common to see that actually as a final ending, right?
No, definitely not, but it was also slight miscalculation on that Athena, because the Athena actually had to go for right away skill 3, start killing or at least taking any of the immunities, anything that was going on, because there was already speed buff for a few turns, and then everything is at like 120% attack bar, and therefore you don't cut.
Yeah, exactly. We saw the last round pre-ban of that Yonhong and the Laura as well. They'll be back on the field right now as well. Are you looking to respect something like the Neftis, the Zibala? We had a Zibala ban in that last match between Nef and ISMOO, say?
Yeah, the Zibala is definitely an option, because I do know that STARTIIK doesn't really like to play that unit normally. So we do have the Twin Angels, also the very strong unit over there, and a very respected ban. On the other side, we do have that Neftis not being on the battlefield in this match.
I wonder if HANZELOT is going to revert back to type and take that Cigar straight away, or are you going to look to try and disrupt STARTIIK and go for a Heigang early?
That's definitely an option, but I do know STARTIIK is not that much of a Cigar player, so an early pick on Cigar is not necessarily needed. But let's see if HANZELOT does still go for the comfortable units with locking in that Cigar.
He's going in for the Ciara there, then instead getting some bombs off with the speed lead is nice. Well, are we going to see something similar? Laura Heigang coming out, maybe?
Laura Heigang is definitely an option, but then HANZELOT could potentially play for a round of like Dark Robo, Zibala kind of stuff. However, you need a Zibala on Swift most of those cases. STARTIIK is actually going to go for an Oliver plus that Heigang.
Stealing that 33% speed lead, making sure he's got that option available. Yonhong, as we know from HANZELOT, can be very deadly. Who's he going to look to partner that up with for you, say?
There's a lot of options over here. You have to keep in mind that you probably have to deal with that Heigang. You can't already draft your whole draft around saying like, okay, I'm going to be banning that Heigang. Kovaci, actually I haven't seen that unit from the HANZELOT yet, which I think is probably one of the most pre-banned units in all of SWC.
#1 pre-banned unit in all of SWC, 58 times. So Kovaci, when it gets online, similar to Zibala with that skill 2, skill 3 not actually affecting the opposite team, but putting up the attack buff and the immunity, it's really beneficial if you're looking to get some damage on later through the matches, say. 2 high base speed units again for STARTIIK.
Very high base speed units, but on the other side, a very good response with the Ragdoll. HANZELOT actually doesn't normally use Ragdoll too much, but against an Athena, it's always so good to lock in a Ragdoll.
I wonder if it's a high damaged Ragdoll as well, like we've seen from Nef previously as well. Oh, you've got it, you've called it, sir, you won it.
Yeah, we got a lot of fire business coming in here with that Fire Monkey, some monkey business. So definitely one of those things, like I think you probably have to respect, because all 4 of the units on the side of STARTIIK will struggle with that Fire Monkey. If you lock in a 5th that could potentially deal with it, it might be banned out. So this is going to be a difficult 5th pick for STARTIIK.
Definitely, but he needs to get damage through enough to prevent the Yonhong from doing some healing. Monkey has self-healing as well. Kovaci is going to be able to push up those attack bars. How are you going to deal with it? Going in for Bella.
Going in for Bella. Definitely a unit that could take out a Fire Monkey, but I do think that this Bella is probably respected and banned out.
If it is respect banned out, do you have to respect the Monkey as well?
Yeah, absolutely. You would have to face the Ragdoll, which would be difficult, but in that position, you would probably have your Athena moving first, so that could be an opener right there.
Yeah, he's going to maybe then, instead of using that skill 2, have to go for that skill 3, like you said in that previous match. Get the stun, strip any of the immunity that might be on the side of HANZELOT. The ban's looking to come in right now, and it's going to be Oliver and Yonhong.
Ooh, very different bans than expected, but it's trying to take out the healing on the side of Yonhong, but there's still a little bit of healing on the side of Kovaci.
Let's find out and see exactly what's going to happen here. Are we going to get a crit rate lead? What are we going to get from either side? Speed lead and attack for what? Heigang doing the damage for STARTIIK. Then let's find out in our SWC 2024 Europe Cup semi-finals, match 2, set 2, STARTIIK versus HANZELOT. Going first, Aina, do you have to go skill 3 on that? Kovaci?
It is definitely difficult to go for the Kovaci, so I'm liking the skill 3 on that Ciara, because in most cases it's near impossible to land that on a Kovaci. Mostly they're very high attack or a very high HP, plus a lot of resistance, so I'm definitely liking this place already. But can we strip most things? We actually did not strip most things.
No, we didn't, but Bella's going to be following it soon. Can you get this? Yes, gets glancings.
Gets glancing, but where do you put this damage? You could take out that Ciara, you could push back that Kovaci. Those are your 2 choices, but which one is best?
Do you want to prevent the turn? Oh, did get in.
Did get it. A little bit of a risk play right there, but let's see. If you go for skill 2 right now, you might be taking that the Monkey might take a turn.
He's taking it. Can he get a stun out there? Oh, Ciara.
Oh, also the Ciara. So once again, a little bit of a risk play right there. You could have taken out the Ciara in the previous turn with that Bella, but was trying to set it up for other things later. But is that maybe going to backfire?
Look at that. We've got Ena coming in right now. You can look to improvise now. Maybe get to the Monkey. Just get him some more healing so he can take out the Bella and not have to deal with it later.
Yeah, on self it's definitely fine, but I do agree with you. If you put it on the monkey and the monkey starts cycling and just gets more healing in, currently it's slow, it's a little bit more difficult. Bella taking an additional turn. You could go full on that ragdoll. No, actually decides to put a lot of dots on that fire monkey. Now it is enough.
Now it will be enough. You can even look to try and confirm it. They're going in for the ragdoll kill, and it is going to be enough. Laura coming in to clean up against the Kavachi. STARTIIK bringing it back. 1-2-1. A few misplays maybe in that match there?
Well, to hindsight, think about it. I do remember that the Bella of STARTIIK is very high on HP. And that's why we also see it didn't do that much damage. But with that sense, it maybe is like, okay, I can survive that Sierra bomb. He knows. Like even like 27k, I can handle that. Like I'm not entirely sure how much damage it did over there. In hindsight with that, still maybe a bit of like a questionable play, but it did work out in the end, and that's all that matters.
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't matter at all how you get there. You just need to get on that flight to Tokyo. The Berlin airport is calling right now for these guys, but let's find out who's going to be booking their ticket through there. It's going to be HANZELOT 1, STARTIIK 1. Last round, the pre-bans, we had the Neftis and the Light Twin Angels. We saw before that Yonghon and the Laura as well. Do you think we're going to revert to type?
Yeah, I do think so, that we go back to the first one with Laura being pre-banned, Yan Hong being pre-banned. Those units are just so strong. Last time around was actually the Neftis in the first round being pre-banned, if I'm not mistaken. So it is interesting to see that, okay, the Laura is actually doing a lot of work because the Laura also gets that defense buff. You can't hit that hard on units with defense buff.
Yep, STARTIIK traditionally has gone for that Heigang first pick, goes again for the Heigang. Response again coming out from HANZELOT. We've got the Ciara coming in there. Are we going to see the Zibala again?
Yeah, Zibala is definitely an option. Also, the Twin Angels is open for HANZELOT in this case. So is Neftis. So is once again the Death Knight.
STARTIIK going back to muscle memory with these picks right now. It's what he's commonly using, even in ladder as well. How can HANZELOT look to compete against this, say?
Yeah, it's definitely difficult to say. He went for the Ashe before for speed contesting. But then the question is like, okay, is that enough? And how is it going to work out that you can actually try to take out a unit? Does go back to comfortable units.
Yeah, like Twin Angels as well appearing there. STARTIIK on this side right now doesn't have that Laura available, obviously. Maybe needs another speed lead if he wants to really try and make sure that he's going to take that first turn, say.
Well, the thing is, in the current draft, mostly a Neftis would like to have 2 AoE strips. Whereas on the enemy side, there's, okay, sure, there's AoE strips, but you could maybe get away without 2 AoE strips. But I think that STARTIIK is mostly still looking for like, okay, what is my second AoE strip? Does lock in the speed lead? We're definitely still speed contesting.
Let's find out who's going to go in. Oh, he's going to change it up then. He's got the Velajul there, can look to get some immunity. Works well with the Heigang for the cleansing.
Yeah, definitely works well, and I kind of like that pivoting style of saying like, okay, he doesn't provide any extra immunity. The Pader is going to be there for that extra immunity. HANZELOT picks it up right away, but therefore I expect if he locks in the Pader, it's going to be banned as well.
Exactly. Good drafting means that if you're having to ban out that last unit, oh, that's also a must ban, right?
That is definitely a must ban, but that also is a must ban to the part where it signals I'm going to be banning out that Neftis, because Neftis can actually deal with the Douglas, which is the only unit on the field that can deal with it very well. Ethna can maybe do it in a late game, but most of the times Neftis can do that a lot better.
Mind games coming into play. STARTIIK mulling it over a little bit, deciding exactly if he's going to fall into what HANZELOT obviously wants him to do here on this set. He's going to ban the Etna, and it's going to ban the Light Twin Angels. It means Douglas is there. HANZELOT wasn't sure about that one there, say. Speed leads for both of them as we're going into SWC 2024 Europe Cup semi-finals. Match 2, set 3 between STARTIIK and HANZELOT. Who's going to take that lead?
Ooh, it's going to be the question right now, because if you go for a strip in this position, you boost up. And because you boost up, your Sibala's not going to take a turn. So he does boost up to get an awkward turn. Would you go for skill 1 right now? No, actually goes for skill 2. Does get armor broken in the, or does get branding in the process, and a second hit right away.
Exactly. You can look to cleanse and boost up right now. Oliver's going to have to try and control the Zibala and the Ciara.
Yeah, let's see, but there's also full immunity at this position, so it's definitely a comfortable spot. Only the big question is, can you deal with that Douglas in the late game?
Exactly, Douglas coming into play. You have to hit him sooner or later as well, but are you trying to time it with that Neftis as well?
Well, yeah, it's mainly the Neftis skill 1. The moment you land that armor break, other units can start hitting it pretty comfortable as well. But if you miss it right now, you're going to lose a lot of HP right away.
Yep, you are, and no bombs can be planted with that immunity. Just cycling through the skill 1s at the moment, say.
Yeah, no skills at the moment. Big question is also, like, what is the right timing to start hitting it? Because you know everything is going to be hitting that Neftis, because HANZELOT does know. There's that attack break on skill 1 from that Neftis, and there was no crit and no second hit from that Douglas.
Exactly. He's, as long as he's on the field, it's all to play for HANZELOT here. Say that unrecoverable isn't going to be helping for the Esh here right now.
Does take the additional turn. Is a little bit more chip damage over there, but it's not helping for the long process. Sure, the chip damage is kind of getting in. It's going to be really crucial on the first hit of Nefty's towards the Douglas. Do you land that attack break at that moment?
We've got silence on the Ciara right now as well. She isn't able to take turn confirm the kill.
I would definitely say confirm the kill so Oliver can work on that Sibala. Otherwise, Sibala might get skills up pretty soon.
Yeah, and there's a silence on that Ciara, so if there's an additional turn coming out, maybe do you want to prevent a bomb as well? It's a tough...
Yeah, I definitely would say the silence is already there, so he could kind of work with this. Sure, if it gets a bomb off right now, would be deadly, but there's that attack break, so there's still a little bit of prevention right there.
When do you go for it, say?
We still don't go for it. That is, yeah, it gets like higher and more difficult. Like the attack goes up, the HP goes down. So if you take it at the wrong moment, or the Douglas would decide to crit on the Nefties right now, it could do a lot of damage.
Definitely could right now. He's trying to get rid of that Nefties, but this skill 2 coming in.
Skill 2 coming in. It is not a skill 1 in this case. It did land something. Oh, once again, miss crits.
And the unrecoverable on there as well, say as well. If that stays on, it's not going to be looking good for Douglas.
It's not going to be looking good for Douglas, but also a Valajul that's normally not on high attack did manage to land its skill on the Douglas, and that skill once again lands on the Douglas, so Douglas is not really doing what it's supposed to do over here.
No, it's not, and you can see Sibala can't look to recover on that skill 1, and it's enough from Heigang. Now cleaning up 2-1 to STARTIIK. The laser focus guy is back in the room, say 2-1 up.
Yeah, absolutely. That definitely did work out. And Douglas is really one of those units, like either it shines and is going to be the man of the match, or he's going to be like, why did you pick him? And there's nothing in between.
I like it. There's just nothing in between for that guy. Let's find out later what his actual win rate is currently at the moment. HANZELOT mulling things over, has to figure out what went wrong there. So obviously it was in the drafting phase, in the ban part, right? So he banned wrong, maybe?
Yeah, it's always like, Douglas is exactly that. It makes the ban hard, and if you leave it in, it's like, oh, he's gonna be the guy to solo. But then if he doesn't, it's like, yeah, should I have banned differently? Should I have actually got rid of the Nefties? Or, well, the Valajul also still hit it properly, so it's hard to say.
Yeah, it's hard to say. Here we go then into our set number 4 right now. We had Yeonhong and Laura pre-banned last time. Are we gonna see a Neftis pre-ban coming out here then, say?
Yeah, Neftis is definitely one of those options that has been pre-banned a few times, so it's just one of those core units from STARTIIK, but it's really good for STARTIIK, or to see STARTIIK also play like, okay, you ban one core unit, I can still draft around and then still make it work.
Yeah, for sure. As long as you can make it work in these situations. How can they do it now, though? Because it's all on the line. STARTIIK just needs one more win, say, in order to make it through to that final, and where he'll be facing off against Nef. Kavachi being respected, and Etna as well.
Etna's very interesting, but it's also very understandable because STARTIIK has that very fast set on that Etna. We have seen it time and time again. It did work very well so far, so in this case also Oliver going to the side of HANZELOT.
There we go. I just wanted to look and check there for you to say, actually Douglas hasn't been playing at all in SWC so far, so we've had no Douglas action coming out from anywhere according to my stats. Maybe it's wrong, I don't know.
That is very interesting. Well, this is kind of understandable because we have Chandra. Chandra deals so well with Douglas, whereas in previous metas, we had like the Douglas was really hard to deal with. Now Chandra, just a few punches on skill 1, he'll take care of it.
Yeah, exactly. We're going to see those light twin angels coming out yet again for HANZELOT, and the Yeonhong as well. He's coming back to muscle memory, but taking a little bit of a pause there.
Yeah, definitely taking a little bit of a pause, thinking about like, okay, what is to come later? Last time STARTIIK in this draft did have an Athena. Currently doesn't have, but has the potential for a Laura. So I think HANZELOT is expecting that Laura, but what is the Laura going to be paired with?
Exactly, what else has he got ruined up very fast with? Maybe another high base speed in order to contest against the Yeonhong on the side of HANZELOT there right now. So, or do you need to actually bring another speed lead coming in now?
I would say that STARTIIK is fine on kind of bruisering this one out, because I'm not sure against the 33 lead, plus a super fast unit already, and STARTIIK does agree with that, going more for a bruiser style and just see what he can lock in that 5th.
Doesn't look as comfortable for STARTIIK right now. Those are kind of more steals really with the Ciara right now. HANZELOT going in for that Dark Robo then instead with the Han.
Ooh, there we see the Han coming in, and also both of those strip units to a certain degree do counter the Heigang already, so. And this is the position where STARTIIK doesn't really have a comfortable pick. Like the Athena would be super comfortable for him right now as speed contesting. But any of the other units might not really be in that position.
Yeah, let's find out how he's going to deal with this in this last pick right now. Obviously, Han and Robo with the speed lead, taking another speed lead in there with a strip.
Yeah, this one is definitely to pick up from AoEs of either the Twin Angels or the Robo to say like, okay, you do an AoE, I have a chance to probably go for a Despair Stun.
Let's find out who they're going to be looking to ban them right now, because if you want to be able to deal with that more, he is going to Neftis and the Han being taken out. So we're going to have the speed lead from Oliver on HANZELOT's side, the speed lead of Moore on STARTIIK's side. It's it. It's our SWC 2024 Europe Cup semi-finals, set 4 between STARTIIK and HANZELOT. STARTIIK wins, and he's going to Tokyo guaranteed. But what does Yeonhong have to say about that, say?
Ooh, does go for a first kill, does not let it, but very good damage coming in here already.
Yep, looking to get the pushback as well.
Oh, there's a little bit coming in, but would take the extra turn. Does actually manage to take the extra turn, but who moves after that? Because the Twin Angels are showing after that, but would the Oliver move after that or the Sierra?
And you can't go for that skill 3, because if you strip...
Ooh, the Oliver was moving next. Sierra's moving right after that, but where do you place your pushback right now? Does land it, but does not increase the or decrease the attack bar.
Is the bomb damage going to be enough? Do you go where, say, onto the Yeonhong maybe, or even...
I would definitely go for the Yeonhong, because that still has the heal, and this Sierra looked very low on HP, so I expect a lot of attack. 23k bomb. Oh, is this on Despair? That is a Despair Sierra, despairing 2 units.
Wow. A STARTIIK laser focus guy has just come out with the Despair Sierra, which could end up taking him through here, say.
Yeah, absolutely. Do you go for another Despair Stun? No, in this case, no Despair Stun. Oliver still has a little bit to say about that, but we have to take care of a lot of units right now.
Definitely do. He's doing all of the things, but he's not got the skills from that resistance earlier on the Velajul, say.
Yeah, doesn't get that, but also it doesn't really help. Like, sure, the Robo is quite close to the skills, but we still have 2 units moving. Punisher coming in, skill 1 from that Moore. Does he crit? Does crit, and 11k. That is a lot of damage coming in.
Going to be able to push up right now, but obviously it's not looking good. 2 versus 4 at the moment.
Yeah, it's not looking good, but the Sierra's also looking very squishy at the moment. Moore has something to say about it with more Despair Stuns coming in.
Oh, resistance, but I don't think Oliver can look to deal with a Velajul there.
No, with the Velajul does manage to get the full pushback on the Velajul in this case, though. So there's a little bit of hope, but the Moore also has its passive. You still have to go through a full Velajul. There's a lot of stuff still going on.
And he got resisted there even as well right now, so Moore can look to do more things.
That's a lot of damage coming in. This skill 1 will definitely do enough damage. 3.7k to take it, and we have STARTIIK going to the finals.
Wow.
A solid thumbs up to the crowd there to indicate, that's right, I'm going to Tokyo, man. That's it, he's going all the way. STARTIIK confirms that we will have a STARTIIK versus NEF final, but he is definitely going to Japan later on this November to represent Europe in the World Finals. Absolutely electric. HANZELOT we'll see later on against ISMOO in a huge battle coming our way. For now, the His Verdi and the winner.
STARTIIK. STARTIIK. How do you feel right now?
Really great, really great.
I mean, I can imagine you were one of the underdogs. You know, you came in. What was your expectation sitting there and going into this? Was your goal? Yeah, now.
Oh, this match? I don't know. It was like, for me, it was like 50-50. Okay. I mean, could even have lost, right?
I mean, you had your hardcore fans on the right? Okay, what do you want to tell them?
I love them. Thank you for the support.
Incroyable. So you're going to Tokyo, but now you have to, face NEF for the seeding. What's your game plan?
Win.
Okay.
As simple.
Okay, simple as that. Just win. Okay. Thank you very much, STARTIIK. Congratulations and good luck and fun in your final. Und damit gebe ich nochmal zurück an Marzo Knight, die nochmal das Match zusammenfassen.
Nice, nice, nice. What's your tactics for the final? Win.
Yeah.
I mean, that's...
Yeah, that's how you don't lose.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's a pretty solid strategy.
Yeah.
I mean, that's how you're going to do it. STARTIIK, great to see that a lot of fans in the audience as well rooting for STARTIIK. It might be quite serious when it comes to the actual gameplay itself, but to see the smile afterwards, I think it's kind of a sigh of relief. I've made it. I've got there to Tokyo.
I mean, he actually told us a story from prelims when he found out that he'd qualified. He ran downstairs and him and his girlfriend made eye contact and they both started crying.
Oh,
they actually started crying.
I love that.
So I can imagine right now, backstage, maybe there's some more tears going on right now, but tears of joy. tears of joy.
I can just imagine him and Neff, despite facing each
Yeah.
other in the finals, just crying, going, "We did it, man! We did it! We did it!" I mean, HANZELOT put up. You could see his body language there. You could see there was kind of like a dejected kind of feel of like things just didn't quite work out. I mean, say Shizo, was it just a case of on the day things just didn't kind of work out as he hoped it could do, or was there a tactical kind of flaw to the plan?
Well, I would definitely say in that final match, it was like that one was very either way. Like a few resistance here or there, accuracy checks, it does happen. And if things don't really go your way, plus a Sierra on Despair, you don't see it all too much, but if it does land and it does Despair multiple units, that's very deadly.
Definitely is, and you saw here anyway as well. He did get that first win against the Vertihill, but what I would say is really interesting now is that STARTIIK did adapt a little bit in that draft. The first one didn't work out with the Vertihill. He got some good additional turns, as you can see, but the Etna was crucial for him, the Laura was crucial, the Heigang always having to appear on the field as well. I'm wondering if he's going to be able to get through another, or a bigger bruiser like Neff in that final, because it's a completely different matchup from what he's just faced right now.
Yeah, absolutely. So that Ragdoll was one of those matches where he struggled a little bit more. He still did win that one, but he's going to be facing a lot more Ragdoll when it comes to Neff, because if Neff has the chance, there's Ragdoll every match.
Yeah, I think there's no doubt that ISMOO is watching, obviously with HANZELOT. We're going to break that reel down very soon when that comes our way. But a debutant getting to the final, there's so much about the caliber of talent here who's taking part in the Europe Cup. Have a look at the brackets here, folks. You can see that is how things have turned out here. A grand final coming your way later on, a best of 5 between Neff and STARTIIK playing for the championship. However, both are qualified for Tokyo. But look at that third place matchup. That'll be beforehand very shortly, with ISMOO taking on HANZELOT for the third and final ticket to get out there later on this year to the World Finals to join the 2 in the Grand Finals. This is going to be incredible. I think, we would never have planned that this is going to happen the way it did.
One guy
apart from one person there who's here with us, and it wasn't me or Sam.
I have a few of them in wrong positions though, because I have ISMOO winning in the finals, but I do have STARTIIK in the finals, so I have those two actually in reverse spots.
Interesting. He's very good.
Yeah, that's why he's here, to be honest.
Yes, that's why he's probably here, yeah. I mean, for you guys at home as well, did you get close? Did you get the same thing? Who knows? Let us know in the chit-chats whether or not you got close to predicting how this was going to turn out. But one thing's for sure, we have got ourselves a very special third-place matchup coming our way. Dare I ask who you think is going to take that? Shall I?
Can I say one thing?
So you can say it as much as you want.
I know at least one of them is going to Tokyo.
Great. That's why Sam's...
No, but I was trying to say in terms of ISMOO's going anyway, right?
Yeah,
Just give the ticket to HANZELOT.
That would be nice, wouldn't it? That would be a nice thing to do.
That's what it's about, our game. All about community. They all know each other and they all want to be together with everyone.
This is true, this is true. We see Verdi back on the main stage, which can only mean one thing, which is he's addressing you guys at home to give you something lovely jubbly, courtesy of an event coupon. Look at that as well, the SWC2024 statue as well, that you can win alongside 3 SWC emblems. This is incredible, by the way. Loving this statue here. This goodie for people at home here, Sam.
Yeah, exactly. It's something to keep on your island, to prove that you are here watching us. We love it.
We love it. I mean, things to cherish or take away. That's one of the great things. We feel very fortunate coming doing this each year, because there's something different. There's a kind of asset, digital kind of token you guys can have at home, things you can take away from this. Not just the entertainment, obviously, but something you can, like a little kind of like a treasure you can keep too.
Yeah, absolutely. For me, actually, behind my summoning circle, I have all of the years of SWC lined up as banners. It just looks amazing.
Oh, that's awesome. I love that. Right, for you guys at home, we are going to be going to a short break as we need to prepare ourselves for 2 absolute showdowns, courtesy of our third place playoff and our grand final here in the Summoners War World Arena Championship 2024 Europe Cup. We'll take a quick break. For you guys at home, do not go anywhere. Stay exactly where you are. Maybe nip off to the restroom for 1 second, then you get right back here again as it's about to go down here in Berlin, Germany. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you right after this break. Guten Tag. Welcome back into the Summoners War World Arena Championships 2024. It's great to have you back with us here again. As you see, Verdi taking to the main stage. Myself, Adam, joined by Sam and Shizu, bringing you all the action from the last 2 games of the day. The crowd are getting on board as well. And we're all looking forward to this because we've got ourselves 3 players out of the 4 are going to Tokyo, baby. And we are very close now to figuring out who the 3rd person joining Nef and STARTIIK is going to be.
Exactly. Let's find out exactly who's going to make it. I think ISMOO technically has a ticket already, but HANZELOT doesn't have one confirmed at the moment. But it could be a real prize for somebody today.
It certainly could. Speaking of prizes, voila, look at the screen right now. You're welcome. An event coupon code for you guys. You can feed into your account. You can get yourselves an SWC2024 statue as well as emblems as well there, courtesy of this year's championships from us to you guys for being amazing. I was at the back just now chatting to the players, having a bit of a break, and Nef just walk around going, Tokyo, Tokyo. What a vibe that guy is. Say Shizo, whatever happens, he just seems so elated to be going out there and being part of that World Finals, which is going to be a beauty come November.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just full-on vibes, aura, everything. He's just so happy, over the moon. Still has to focus on that last final because the seeding in the end does still really matter.
Yeah, yeah. You can see here your players coming out to the stage already. There is no stopping this competition as ISMOO retakes a seat for the 3rd time today. This time, though, it is all on the line. It is do or die as he's playing for that position. And his competitor in a second, HANZELOT, coming out as well here. 2 Germans going toe-to-toe here. This kind of feels very fitting in the heart of Berlin.
Yeah, for sure it is. They're here. They want to get through to that World Finals. This match has never existed before this year, so usually we would have been already jumping to the finals and finding out 1st and 2nd. But HANZELOT is here to see if he can be that person. He came 3rd technically last year.
True.
Can he come 3rd again, and this time it guarantees him a spot at the World Finals?
This time it counts even more than it's ever counted before. I think probably would feel quite disappointed about his result in the last match. However, he's already got his revenge on Glorious today. Say it could happen all over again, courtesy of getting into that last spot.
Yeah, absolutely. And both of those players, we saw a really different vibe between like the 2 finalists and the 2 players for playing for the 3rd match. They were like really focused, reruning, doing their things, explaining what went wrong, trying to figure that out. Whereas the 2 finalists was like, yay, happy, super happy. So that vibe was just amazing to see like the 2 differences in that, and it does make a lot of sense.
Yeah, what also makes a lot of sense is these fabulous scarves we're rocking, by the way. I mean, look at these puppies. They're just, I mean, did you even notice them? Of course you did. Look at this. Look at these things. They're great. We're all kind of dressed up for the kind of the final kind of couple of battles here. For you guys at home as well here, want to make sure that we get a massive shout out as well to our partners, the brilliant Google Play Games on PC, which is the official sponsor of the 2024 Summoners War World Arena Championship. An updated version of Summoners War will be on PC, come out later on this year on Google Play Games on September 26th. That is a date that you do not want to miss, because you get lots of great stuff, inclusive of expanded keyboard controls, smoother graphics, login rewards, such as that Devilmon. We talked about your first login to your account. You're going to get that as well, which is huge. So a massive shout out to Google Play Games. We love you. Thanks for being part of this fabulous show. Guys, I mean, speaking of fabulous, us, and also competition. We've got later on, Nef and STARTIIK going head to head. But these 2 players here, the fact that they have been in the competition. I mean, ISMOO had with a track record of being here, as well as you mentioned 3rd last year for HANZELOT. So it's not experience. They both got it. They both got it to some degree. Okay, it's not a debutant like STARTIIK. They both got some. Does that help them in many ways? I mean, what we've seen thus far today as well with the courtesy of what they've brought to their drafts, particularly their stats now. Sam, ISMOO first and foremost, what does he have to do in this next match? How do you think he's going to handle HANZELOT?
I think it's going to be really interesting to see how these guys deal with having Yeonhong on both sides. Yeonhong is a key component of HANZELOT's draft, can be of ISMOO's, sometimes not so much, depending on how he wants to kind of play around it. I also feel like Vanessa might get contested as well with that Julian on ISMOO's side, knowing how much damage it can do from the defense breaks. If it gets through, it's going to be very hard to play against. But I know HANZELOT can do some sort of things with constant pushbacks, using the Ela, using the Light Twin Angels, the Chungpungs, the Cigars. Maybe he reverts back to that, or
Well, there's a lot of options that you could go for, because we also do have the Twin Angels that are water on the side of ISMOO to boost up that Julian. So the Julian is still very deadly. Plus, there's that Gianna. But the Gianna also has a counterpart in that Twin Angels on the side of HANZELOT. So there's a little bit of both for both of those, like having an AoE strip that they really do rely on. However, big question is, there's that Julian. The Julian is still very deadly, and are you going to be pre-banning that Julian if the Yan Hong is potential pick by first pick of ISMOO, or are you gonna leave that in right there?
Exactly, it's a battle of the mind games, to be honest, and realistically, this is probably the most stressful match that's going to happen today. This is a deciding factor on whether you go to Tokyo or if you don't. The final, okay, it's about seeding, still important, but this one is really the most crucial match. If ISMOO, he lost 3-0 in that last match there against Neff. He's the man of 3-0s. Are we seeing another 3-0?
Yeah, I called it yesterday, but we could rename him Threemo. I mean, this is because that's pretty much the gist of what's going on right now. But HANZELOT looks very focused right now. You can see just thinking about the best way to kind of go against ISMOO, who has competed, who's already beaten out PINKROID earlier in this competition today, who's been there before at the Europe Cup. You know, fans I think are on bated breath, waiting to see exactly how this is going to unfold. And love to see fans grinding there as well, playing well in the crowd. The fun never stops, courtesy of Summoners War.
Never does. If you come to any of our events, everybody's still farming on the side. You have to be prepared and ready to get to this level where these guys are. You've got to be farming, getting your R5, getting your Giants teams, get them as fast as the guy sat next to me say, and if you need any help, make sure you check out all of his stuff, because it's definitely going to help you. But we're getting into this matchup, Adam.
Yes, we certainly are. Remember, it's all on the line. Whoever wins this best of 5 is going to Tokyo with our grand finalists. Will it be HANZELOT? Will it be ISMOO? Let us know. Get it in the chat. We want to hear from you guys. For now, though, we're heading into this. It's going to be epic, but who's going to take it? It's over to Say Shizu and to Sam. It's big time, baby. Here we go.
Let's go. A wedding present could be on the horizon. Either way, I think ISMOO's going to join that honeymoon. Let's find out. ISMOO versus HANZELOT. Pre-bans coming in straight away. We see the Yan Hong. We actually see the Light Twin Angels as well being banned out. Zibala on the field, Say.
Zibala, once again, that is most likely still that violent Zibala. I'm not sure if HANZELOT would have changed that in the meantime. ISMOO does know that, so is he gonna go through like fast units? If he goes for the Twin Angels on Swift right now, nope. We're gonna go for that Vanessa plus that Julian.
Interestingly enough, these guys have faced each other a total of 4 times over the past 2 seasons. Both times it's been even, 2 apiece, 50-50. This match is still 50-50 right now. We see Han and we see the Dark Robo as well, Say.
Definitely speed contesting, especially on the side of HANZELOT. ISMOO joins in with the speed contesting with that Athena, but he doesn't have a second speed lead as of yet, so you would have to go for speed lead. That's also fast, but is that going to be fast enough to be contesting the whole draft of HANZELOT right here?
Exactly, we're going to find out right now. Who's he going to look to partner it up with right now? It's that first set. You want to get off to a good start. Yes, he brings those Water Twin Angels, setting up a defense break. Do you have to ban out already, Julian?
Well, it's going to be very difficult because the Athena is really good into all of the units on the side of HANZELOT. Vert is definitely a counter move against it. We have seen that work time and time again today. It worked out very well for most of these players, but I do think it's going to be banned out as well, and then that Athena could do a lot of work.
Let's find out then. It's relying on it in the previous matches, the Vertihill. It did very well in that first matchup for him today, but 3rd place right now. Set number 1. Who are you going to be banning?
It's hard to say. I would say banning out the Julian, but that Athena is looking too dominant. I would say Vertihill and Athena over here.
Vertihill and Athena working against each other. The mind games coming through. You can see the thoughts of the players right now. If you look at those cameras, their eyes are locked in, laser focused, making sure they're ready for this. Looked like HANZELOT maybe already selected there. ISMOO to the last second, bans out that Vertihill. No vampires coming into this matchup. Speed leads for both of them right now. It is our 3rd place match. Set number 1 between ISMOO and HANZELOT live in Berlin. Etna taking that first turn. No greed, skill 3, or are you going for the skill 2?
You absolutely go for skill 2 over here because you get 120% attack, but all of those units were definitely not at 100%. Big question right here. You are going to be taking next turn on that Twin Angels. You can strip something right now, and then the Cigar can move, and you can look at a full potential pushback over here. So in this case, you go probably on the Zibala, and then the Robo or the Cigar can go on the Oliver, and then you have everything pushed back if everything does land. Goes it for the other way around, but then this skill goes to that Zibala.
He's going in. Does he get it? He gets those provokes and the additional turn set up a defense break here. Say, is Vanessa going to be able to do enough on that Han?
It's not going to be able to do enough on that Han, but I would already prepare another defense break, probably on that Oliver. Athena will go in with another cycle of round 2 or skill 2 again, and that's just so much damage coming in. Like all of these units are just dropping, and that Athena shows too much strength.
Yeah, Etna came in clutch. The Twin Angels as well are managing to push up that Cigar to stop the turn of anything on HANZELOT's side. Speed contest, and he was too slow.
Yeah, it was definitely too slow, but that's also the thing. The Athna was working against 4 units that are all not fire. If there's nothing fire, Athna can easily go for a skill 2 into skill 3 rotation and just simply taking out things. Also, the Twin Angels, most likely on Swift, definitely did work out over here.
Yep, can you get a cool time maybe into that? Oliver doesn't get it, so he can still cycle, but they're going to be getting online soon. 4 versus 2.
Yeah, 4 versus 2 plus an Oliver that's looking at about like 12% attack power if I want to be very precise, and that is not that much to survive at least 2 hits.
Definitely not, and that provoke, into that additional turn, it's gonna reset that full Zibala right now, and it is gonna be ISMOO taking this very first set against HANZELOT right now. He has to regroup. Can he figure things out as ISMOO is confirmed as that first set winner, say?
Yeah, absolutely, and that I would say is just very well drafted. Like the speed tuning, everything, it just worked out very well. That you pretty much only had single target strips, but by having 3 of them and there's 3 will units on the other side, the Cigar in the end could still push back all 4 units, provoke on all 4 units, no fire units on the side of HANZELOT, and that is very dangerous to draft if you would say like, okay, I can deal with your Cigar if it moves first and I don't have any fire counters.
Exactly, I was just looking there. Etna currently on a 50% win rate overall in SWC, so it shows that when using the correct positions, can look to do a lot of damage, but it's a flip of the coin. Win rate in Europe is actually 77%. Insanely well ruined and artifact up Etna's popping around in Europe, right? Julian and Han pre-banned.
Yeah, definitely interesting to see also ISMOO pre-banning that Han, also owning that Han himself. So we have the 2 highest bruiser units not in the match, but we do have that Yeon Hong being backed by HANZELOT right now.
It's a steal. We know ISMOO also has that Yeon Hong right now. How are you going to look to answer? HANZELOT relying sometimes on that Cigar as well. ISMOO, are you going to look to take it instead?
Yeah, I definitely would think he would take it because it's also one of the core units, I think, from most of the players over here. Does go for that Vanessa plus that Cigar.
Exactly, getting the speed lead in. Contesting for a speed lead over there with HANZELOT with that Oliver right now. And the Light Twin Angels coming back out onto the field.
Yeah, in this case, it's going to be the big question. Do you go back to that Athna, but you might be contesting a 33 lead Yeon Hong with your 33 lead Athna. And that's kind of the speed game that I think ISMOO probably would not win.
Yeah, it's tough to find out right now. Are you going to rely on what happened in that last matchup? Oh, maybe a bit of a switch up right now. Hagan coming out onto the field with the Gianna.
With the Gianna, definitely a lot of CC in there, but there's not too much damage coming in for that whole draft, so that's maybe something that HANZELOT could utilize on.
How is he going to utilize it? I mean, previously when he saw something, he had a Douglas already, HANZELOT. It didn't work out against STARTIIK in that match right now. Probably not the best option right now, say?
Yeah, probably not the best option. I would rather go for more like Fire Monkey and then 2 Bruiser units in the first place, and then just trying to duke it out with Fire units that could probably live long enough. Maybe even the Meo Wang plus a Lucia. Haven't seen any Lucia today, but he goes for a different route with a Sierra and a Pater.
Yeah, getting that second speed lead, and we have just seen it there, say. That Monkey, we've had Monkeys critting 5 times in a row on a Miles earlier.
Yeah, we definitely had that going, but in this case, there's no water units on the enemy side, and that Monkey is looking very formidable right there.
Exactly. If you've got the speed, he's going to be stacking it. Oh, changing it up then for the Neftis.
Changed it up for the Neftis. Definitely an interesting draft there as well. Still has the Hey Gang, but it's going to be the big question because you have to ban the Pater in this position. But might you not be taken over by the Twin Angels?
And it's going to be... Pater has been locked out there then, as well as the Cigar. Speed leads for both of our guys right now in our 3rd place match at our SWC 2024 Europe Cup. It's ISMOO versus HANZELOT. ISMOO currently 1-0 up against HANZELOT. Can he look to benefit from this? Oh, Gianna coming in very soon.
Coming on very soon. Does once again goes for a skill 2, but does get the push up enough on the Twin Angels. Twin Angels, what are you going to do? Does boost up the Sierra and can potentially instantly take out a unit.
Yeah, you can look to land bombing. You're going to have to detonate likely to get rid of it. Does land it this time as well.
Does land it. A lot of damage coming in. Ooh, also once again, Despair. So in this case, it's actually learning a thing or two for STARTIIK. It might be already ruined up on this position, but that's where the Neftis actually did not do that much, and he had to need another Bruiser unit that could survive some of that.
Wow, we said it before, HANZELOT loves to watch matches, use what he's just seen in his own version. We've just seen him change it up to a Despair Ciara right now. Can you get some more stuns? Maybe a bomb on the Vanessa? Gets it.
Gets it, but also the Vanessa is... I'm not entirely sure if the Oliver was resetting that. I think it went for a different reset, so Revive is still there. But all of those HP bars are not looking that lively. Plus, there's not too much damage coming out anytime soon from the side of ISMOO.
And Oliver can look to control and make sure they don't take a turn, keep them down enough, say.
Yeah, definitely the Oliver is doing a lot of work in this match. But this match is all enabled by the Twin Angels being able to boost up and strip at the same time.
Exactly, even adding some damage in there just there to get rid of that Gianna. We get the defense break. He needs some stuns.
He needs a lot of stuns, but he's fighting two wrong elements for that Hagang to be trying to stun. And this is not looking very favorable for ISMOO. And HANZELOT does play very well on this one.
Yeah, look at that, changing things up. I mean, that's what we always say, your adaptability, right? You're drafting in those situations. Resisted the bomb, but still.
Resisted the bomb, but Vanessa's not going to be doing enough damage. Neither is that Hagang. And we have another charge vitality coming in for a lot of HP and a lot of attack bar.
Yeah, it's nearly over as the skill 2 should probably take out that Hagang. And it is confirmed HANZELOT bringing it back to 1 apiece against ISMOO right there. So, like we were saying, HANZELOT, one of those guys who will literally rune up until the very last 20 seconds before he needs to go out on stage to make sure something is ready, right?
Yeah, absolutely. But that also shows that, for example, with Gianna, Nefty's Hagang, it is very strong, but it's also, if you get outspat and you do lose that first turn, it's not really going to do too much. It's very hard to come back from that position, whereas I would have liked the Fire Monkey on that Nefty slot a lot more.
Yeah. Actually, just looking there as well at the moment, I was just looking at Gianna, currently also a 50% win rate in both EU and overall, so with enough games as well. I think 80 different sets actually as well, exactly 42 apiece. Han and Julian could be back in the picture then right now. Are we going to be seeing a Yeonhong pre-ban?
Yeah, it's definitely one of those pre-bans that I would be looking at for being dangerous. We actually have a Gianna respect. Even though she didn't perform that well in the previous match, it's still a dangerous unit to have in the draft and potentially in the match.
Yeah, I wonder if ISMOO is going to keep on going with that cigar steal to make sure that HANZELOT can't use it in any part of his draft, or do you already take that early speed lead? Or the Yeonhong? You
take the Yeonhong, but I think HANZELOT was anticipating that and therefore also going for a steal his own. So therefore we go for the cigar and the Vanessa steal right away on that.
Yeah, oh, another steal then coming out. So no, different Twin Angels, sorry, the water ones, and partnered it up with Julian right there. We see if the defense break lands, it's going to be a lot of damage from that skill too.
Yeah, that's always a very dangerous unit with the setup of the Twin Angels. How is HANZELOT going to be answering that? Doesn't have the Twin Angels himself, the ones that are light, and doesn't have a Yeonhong in this case, so definitely has to go for a different draft. First Smiter of the day.
Taking some inspiration from one of his close friends, nicest Smiter, or apparently not. Sorry, my friend. Oh, Nana. Actually, unit with the second highest win rate in SWC behind the Wind Robo and Devaraja. We saw earlier with ROSITH, it can be used to great effect. But how do you answer it?
How do you answer it? Well, a Juno and a Vermos is a very strong answer on pretty much the whole draft on the side of HANZELOT. Sure, the Cigar has something to say about pushbacks, but all of those 4 units will definitely struggle against both the Juno and the Vermos, and you can't ban both. Whereas there's still that Julian you have to deal with as well.
Exactly. All those provokes are just going to get cleansed out, and you can just keep hitting the damage right now. So maybe it is signaling a Cigar ban at the moment. That last pick is important now to try and take it away.
Well, that last pick is, I think, no matter what it is, you probably ban it anyways. I think that's definitely, ISMOO locked in that ban very fast. He was like, no matter what I play last, it's going to be gone.
Exactly. Speed leads for both of these guys. Then it's our 3rd place match, SWC 2024 Europe Cup between ISMOO and HANZELOT. 1 apiece right now, but the winner will go to Tokyo. Yeonhong taking that turn, and the Twin Angels will be following soon.
Yeah, then the big question is, you don't have to go for a skill 3 right now. I would definitely save it, but the big question is, where do you start chipping in the damage? Going first for that Vanessa, because there's a lot of revives. In the end, there's 2 potential revive units on that field.
Was it a Nemesis one there as well, sir? I didn't quite see if... No defense break.
No defense break, no activation on that. Still, good amount of damage, but did not actually manage to take it out.
Didn't get it and lands a defense break on that Yeonhong, and he's coming.
There's a lot of damage from this Devaraja potentially. Let's see how much it's going to do, but still there's that Juno and that Julian on the other side of the field.
Exactly, and it's hitting obviously with the same element. Both of those units get damaged. Can you push back that? Oh!
Does not get the damage, so that is going to be the first life, but I definitely do think Nana will get stacks from that Yeonhong dying pretty soon.
Yep, he needs to maybe try and confirm again.
Ooh, and there's a glancing landing on the Devaraja, lowering the damage by just a little bit. First unit being taken out before there was another stack on that Nana.
Exactly, that was important to get rid of it now, and now just confirm it.
Yeah, definitely gonna go for confirming the kill, but then the big question is, ISMOO, where's your next focus? Because killing the Devaraja is definitely pretty difficult, so it probably goes to either the Nana or that Cigar.
Yeah, do you have to get it down so you can retake it over again? Maybe some stuns on the Cigar he's hoping for there.
No stuns, but there's one unit that is pretty consistent with his stuns, and it's right over there, double resistance.
Yeah, that was a caster curse if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, it was right on the spot, it's like, but also taking the additional turn, getting another round of provokes in.
Exactly, Juno can come in. Are you looking for just chipping away the damage on that Cigar right now? You need to get the orb away from Nana.
Yeah, you have to get the ARP away, but it's going to be a position where at some point you have to start killing either the Julian or the Juno, and that's going to be a hard thing to do. Also, Julian knows a little bit about violent procs, taking once again that skill 2 with a lot of damage. But question on Nana, nope. High resistant Cigar, I assume.
Yeah, didn't look to greed as well. Got a big stun there though.
Yeah, really big stun over there. In this case, if you do Mana Storm, can you get the armor breaks? Does get AoE armor breaks, but we don't really have follow-up unless we take an additional turn on this one.
Exactly, you're going to be putting damage, trying to get an extra orb now by killing those Twin Angels, but not yet right now.
Not yet right now, and we can actually go in for a little bit of healing and AoE stun, and we once again have Julian shaking off that armor break.
Yeah, now if you're taking away that Nana, there's going to be no more revives coming out on the field.
Yeah, and we have this Julian just doing so much damage. It's just so hard to kill a Julian. If there's one good support unit, in this case the Juno next to it, killing the Juno feels, or killing that Julian feels near impossible.
Especially with defense breaks coming out again. Even skill 1 should be enough to take it out, right?
Yeah, I definitely would go for skill 1, or you go for stuns right away. You take the additional turn and then take it out. It's like, you know that what's going to happen.
He got rewarded, ISMOO there, takes the 2-1 advantage against HANZELOT in our 3rd place match. Probably the most crucial match of today right now. You are going to Tokyo if you manage to win another set, ISMOO. But does that Devilmon on HANZELOT's table have anything left to say, sir?
Yeah, that could definitely be a thing. It's definitely like the difference in drafting styles that you see. Like the match 2 was definitely very much in favor of drafting by HANZELOT. And we have seen actually today, most of the time, the upper hand in draft did manage to win.
Exactly. It's all about being consistent with your drafts. You've had some sort of preparation. It comes to effect during these matches in front of you. Last round pre-ban was that Gianna and the Light Twin Angels. Who do you think we're going to see this time? Do you have to respect Julian again?
Well, the Julian is just so difficult to deal with. But on the other hand, Yeonhong, yep, Julian and Yeonhong.
Yep, these two units being so dangerous at the moment. Does HANZELOT, are we going for a Cigar?
We'd probably go for a Cigar. Cigar is always comfortable for everyone.
Yeah, comfortable pick. Make sure you get that wind unit. Make sure you're using the Devilmon that you can get from the Google Play, you know. Skill 1's important.
Absolutely. That's actually a thing that a lot of people do lack out. Is like, oh, skill 1, just a little bit of damage. No, confirming those skills with the skill 1 damage absolutely helps out. And the Devilmon does help with that. Exactly. But let's look at this match. Oliver, going back at it again. Who do you want to pair that with? Because most of the time, ISMOO was more focusing on a Vanessa rather than Oliver.
Yeah, and now going for another speed lead there, obviously with the hand for the Dark only. Do you follow it up with some more Dark units? Is there a Dark Robo potentially on the cards for ISMOO? Let's see how HANZELOT wants to respond. Steal the other 33% speed lead. And Esche, okay, we're going for a bit of a speed contest.
We're definitely looking at a speed contest over here. And this is also a speed contest where an Atha looks a little bit less favorable than it did in that first round, because there's already that Vanessa on the field. And you have that Oliver, so that's double elementing on that one.
Double elementing, love that one. Velojo coming in as well right there, maybe changing it up a little bit, going back to some part of the Holy Trinity. We always like to see some of them on the field. Another unit actually part of that Trinity, skill 1 important, Chandra.
Chandra, absolutely. We haven't actually seen too much Chandra between the two players over here right now, so let's see. There we have it.
I like that, I called that one, that was nice. There we go, Robo-B. Oh, what?
Ooh, we got a Talisman, and I'm absolutely loving this unit. It does so much damage. ISMOO's gonna be, if he locks it in, I think it's actually placed in a really well position where you do have the good odds to outspeed.
Oh.
Takes it away. Also, the whole crowd goes like, we wanted to see the damage. Does he go backward? The whole crowd goes, and we're loving it. Let's see if it actually makes it all the way through, or is ISMOO's like, as we say on stream, is he gonna ban the content?
Yeah, I mean, Verdihill, he's taking the answer from HANZELOT usually there. We've got the Verdihill coming out. Does it mean that he's going to be leaving in that Robo? How much damage does a Talisman not...
He's banning the content.
I don't know if you guys can hear that. That boo is incredibly loud.
And the players are just laughing. That's great, really great.
Here it is, SWC2024 Europe Cup, 3rd place between ISMOO and HANZELOT. 2-1 for ISMOO. He might be on his way to Tokyo, but what does that Robo have to say?
Ooh, the Robo goes for a full AoE strip. That's absolutely what you want to see. Now all you have to be looking at, can we land some good dots from this? Decent amount of dots. Cigar, what do we have to say about the attack bars of the opponents?
Gets it as well. The cool time on that Velojo is going to be important.
And there's a lot of damage coming in from that Asher. This is definitely one of those matches where HANZELOT is very much in the driver's seat.
Definitely lands a defense break though. Right now, can you get maybe even a cool time on the other? Going instead?
Yeah, in this case, it's when you're 1 down on units that Asher is dropping in a lot of damage because Massacre goes off cooldown every time that you make a kill with it. So there's just a lot of stuff going on for a HANZELOT's draft right now and so much damage coming in.
Yeah, no additional turn either for that Villagel. So Vanessa can look to try and get the defense break. Second skill coming in. Robo is going to be cleaning up with that first skill as well. It's going to be down to Chandra. Wow, HANZELOT controlling that and bringing it back to 2-2. Here we go. It's going to be incredible to watch the rest of this one, say. I can't wait for it, in all honesty. Like, HANZELOT now brought out the content got banned, but he's back on the smiles.
Yeah, absolutely. That's just amazing to see. We have one more round once again going all the way best of 5. It's just so interesting to see all of these players duking it out. And it's definitely, once again, we see that the first turn is determining so much for your win potential in these matches.
Definitely is. When you're this fast, say, you know, you can do that. When you're as fast as me, you can't really do that. So for these guys at the top level, that's why they're here. We saw the Julian being pre-banned last time, as well as the Yonhong. Are we going to go back to, I think it was a Gianna even on the last time?
Yeah, it was a Gianna pre-ban, but so far we have seen that one match where Gianna was in and actually didn't perform that well, so maybe pre-banning it was not that interesting. But this is the case where ISMOO has a potential more chance for speed contesting as he has in the match like 3 and 1 that we, or no, in the 2 and the 4 that we just have seen.
Pre-bans coming in, it's going to be those light Twin Angels and the Yonhong.
So we have the Yonhong being gone, which also does mean, once again, ISMOO does have that Julian. And every time the Julian is open, it's just a more favorable match for ISMOO.
Let's see if he's going to steal again, yet again, the Cigar, or is he going to take a different speed lead already from... There's Oliver's being contested as well. We're going to see Vanessa here on the side of HANZELOT, do you think?
It's definitely one of those options that's always very strong to pick. However, we have seen that ISMOO likes to go towards the Water Twin Angels as well, so he doesn't really miss the Vanessa all too much if it is stolen.
Let's find out, HANZELOT. Remember, 2 apiece. This match decides if you are getting on the plane to Tokyo. There's nothing more at stake. This is it. This is your final chance. Who's going to rise up to be a representative of Europe at those World Finals? Kovaci coming out on the stage.
Kovaci coming out on the stage, and that does give the Vanessa potential towards ISMOO. Does he go back to the Julian? Absolutely. The unit has been so formidable so far.
Rely on what unit? Oh, wow! Changing it up.
Absolutely changing it up, and it's interesting that we just see it in the 5th match right now, because Dumon is a very strong counter into the Julian, because Dumon, with that Curse of Death, I think it's called Curse of Death, it's just 4 turns and then your unit is out. The only issue is that 15 check that you have landed, and the Ella does go through on the other side. We do have the Gianna being locked in with that Twin Angels once again.
I was just having a look, Dumon though. Might be doomed. Win rate of 37.5% currently in the SWC. Not very high save. Oh my god, what is he cooking?
I don't think he would be locking in that one, but he is definitely creative for hovering over that in their final match all the way best of 5. I think he's going to be looking at some kind of speed lead to get Dumon up to speed, but let's see what he does. Let's go for a Josephine. Interesting option over there because there's a lot of stuns on the enemy side.
Josephine was the unit that got him into the Europe Cup in the first place in the prelims. He picked it and it managed to come up trumps for him. Let's find out now how ISMOO is going to respond.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be curious because there's still the potential on the Twin Angels plus the Julian to kill anything, but Julian is off the battlefield.
Let's find out speed leads. This is it, folks. It's our SWC 2024 Europe Cup 3rd place match between ISMOO and HANZELOT. It's 2 apiece right now. Who's going to claim that ticket? The Twin Angels can look to boost up, and Gianna's coming soon.
Yeah, Gianna's coming right after, so I don't think you go for a boost right now because you want first Gianna to move and then you want your Cigar to move. So he does go for a boost on the Vanessa over here, so can go for an early armor break.
Can you resist it? Does get the defense break there, can land the bomb and use that 3rd skill to get some stuns.
Yeah, big question. Where do you go with the bomb and do you land all stuns? Gianna, are you consistent right now? Critical error does manage to land everything, and Cigar might be taking over this match.
He might be. Who are you looking to go for here, though? Say, going into that Doom and full pushback and provoke.
Full pushback and provoke. However, there's not too much damage coming out. Sure, the bomb is going to do a little bit of damage. The Twin Angel is going to do a little bit of chip damage, but it's going to be taking a little bit of time before anything actually happens. And if there's an additional turn on the side of HANZELOT, he might still be in this match.
He's needing Kovaci. Kovaci was violent earlier, right?
It was violent, but it did not show violent as of just now.
Oh, and keeping the provokes going. You can see how strong Cigar is. That's why he's the most picked unit in SWC.
Oh, that's where we have the additional turn, but it was still prevented by that bomb. We have an AoE skill on that Shadow Shock right now. How many? Not too many stuns.
No stuns and skill 1. Is it going to be enough to even take out that Ciara?
Oh, he did do a decent amount of damage before. Not enough, though.
Yeah, and it's not going to be enough for the rebound as well coming out from Vanessa. Do you just keep plowing the damage into it?
Well, I think you would apply the damage into it, and then you have another provoke from here. There's still a reset on that Duma. Duma didn't take any proper skills yet, so he could have chosen to go for that Ela because the cooldowns on that Duma were still there, and the Ela provoke probably would have been better.
If you put up immunity now, is Gianna already back with third skill?
I'm not entirely sure, but this Ela maybe has something to say about it.
Yeah, you can look to boost up right now. If Gianna has that skill 3, you can look to get some more stuns coming out.
There are the turns for the Gianna with the nonce again. Critical error doing so much work. Just locking down all of those units with the bombs, with the stuns. It's doing a lot of work right there.
Cigar being used against him. He's one of his favorite units for HANZELOT, and ISMOO is proving exactly why this unit is so strong in SWC.
Absolutely, but it's also, once again, the Twin Angel is enabling so much because the Twin Angel gives cooltime increase. Therefore, the bomb is coming back faster. Therefore, the critical error, the skill 3, is coming back faster. And it's just working so well, these two together.
Keep going, just chipping away that damage, and now Vanessa probably can do it.
Yeah, Vanessa's skill 2, definitely well placed on doing that skill 2 because skill 2 is scaling from enemy max HP. It does do a lot more damage. Ela's proccing, but that is a little too late right there.
Definitely is a little bit too late, and again, those Twin Angels just keeping on going. ISMOO, who's going to take the top bunk, who's going to take the bottom one between him and Neff when they're both in Tokyo, right? I mean, let's find out, because Cigar is just going to be cleaning up right now for him.
Yeah, it's just taking a little bit more time. HANZELOT is still liking his time on the stage, and he absolutely deserves it as well. But this Gianna is just slowly but surely keeping all of those stuns in, keeping all of those bombs in. Everything is just locked down. This is very favorable for ISMOO.
Definitely is. He can see he's enjoying himself, making sure those last clicks. Cigar taking enough additional turns for everyone, as it is confirmed ISMOO is the 3rd place person at our Europe Cup.
Tokyo!
Tokyo! Tokyo!
Congratulations, ISMOO is the 3rd place winner in this competition and has booked, as we've said, his fantastic lads trip with them to Tokyo to compete in the World Finals. A huge GG's to HANZELOT, though. What a valiant performance he put up there, Sam.
Yeah, it was really, really top-notch. You could see that he was bringing it back. I mean, it was still a full 5 sets. 5 sets is showing that you're still good.
Yeah, let's see what he's got to say.
So, hier haben wir ihn, ISMOO. Ich werde seine Antworten nur auf Englisch übersetzen, damit ihr, damit die Leute da draußen auch verstehen, worum es geht. ISMOO, erstmal erzähl uns mal über das Match. Tell us about the match.
Ich war sehr aufgeregt gegen HANZELOT, der ist ein sehr guter Spieler. Und ja, ich hatte ein bisschen Glück gehabt und es hat funktioniert, was ich geplant habe.
He was very excited. HANZELOT is a very good player and he's relieved that you won. Ja, wie ist das Gefühl hier? Ich meine, du bist jetzt Dritter, ja, und ich glaube, es ist auch dein dritter Anlauf, soweit ich weiß. Mit der Community, mit der Crowd, wie fühlt sich das an?
Boah, das ist unglaublich. Danke für alles, ihr wart super, ihr habt mir Mut gegeben und ich versuche mein Bestes im Weltfinale.
I asked him how he feels about the crowd. It's his 3rd attempt, and now he placed 3rd. And he said, "Thank you very much. That was an amazing experience." And he's giving it all in the World Final. Now, looking forward to the World Final. What is your expectation? Like, how are you going in? Jetzt zum Ausblick, zum Weltfinale. Wie gehst du dahin?
Ich werde mich gut vorbereiten und natürlich das erste Mal Champion werden.
Oh! He's gonna prepare hard and be the first German champion. Or European champion, actually. ISMOO, vielen Dank. ISMOO, thank you very much. Caster, ihr habt auch noch mal ein bisschen was über das Match zu reden, oder?
Love that. The most bilingual, I think bilingual interview ever. Verdi kind of translating, but then it's like... It was brilliant to hear from ISMOO, though. I mean, he said it himself, he wants to be the first ever European champion at the Worlds, which is, say Shizo, that is it's a big statement, and I think he's got everything in his locker to do so, perhaps.
Yeah, absolutely. He does have to go through multiple matches to actually get there, but he definitely is a very strong opponent for all of those other regions out there, and they're definitely watching right now.
And he's been there before. Don't forget, he's been there before. He got through to 3rd in the 2 years ago, right? So he can still make it. And if you've got your friend with you as well,
this is true.
How much preparation can you make for that?
Speaking of strong, I've turned the scarf into a neckerchief. Are we vibing this? Is it a strong look? I don't know. It feels it. I feel powerful.
I don't think I can pull it off, but I'll allow you to pull it off.
Thanks, mate. Thanks. It feels good. It feels good to wear it like this. But these guys, I mean, obviously we're kind of ready for this because the grand final's right around the corner. Neff, no doubt, waiting in the wings, eager to greet his buddy who's going through. But let's look at the highlights before we focus on that last matchup, that kind of grand finals here. HANZELOT and ISMOO, you know, 3-2 when the full distance here, say, and rightly so. As we said it before, but HANZELOT is, you know, he's been in this position before in the third place, and he was absolutely brilliant today.
Yeah, absolutely. But we also saw in pretty much all 5 of the matches, if I'm not mistaken, everything was won by the player that moved first. And that is very interesting to see. Like, the speed contesting was definitely there, but it showed most for ISMOO in his favor when that Julian was on the field. Every time the Julian was on the field, either it had to be banned or it had to be dealt with. Those are the matches where ISMOO is strongest.
Yeah, definitely. You can see as well, I mean, HANZELOT came out with some interesting tactics after using the Despair Ciara as well. We can just see the strength of Gianna and Julian. Having it in your box, able to pick it, really prevents your opponents, right? Even like Twin Angels couldn't really do much against it. The water ones had something to say for ISMOO. Those defense breaks coming out and the stuns, really good combination of units used by ISMOO.
Yep, it certainly is. And ISMOO, because of the well-conditioned way in which he saw out of HANZELOT in that last roundup, he is going through into Tokyo. Third place officially goes to ISMOO with a 3-2 victory. A superb effort today. And he's going to be joining both Neff and STARTIIK, already confirmed going to Tokyo, by the way, who we are grand final very, very soon indeed. We saw actually a minute ago, we saw the I think it was HANZELOT toyed with Geralt, going to be one of the kind of his final kind of monsters to add to the deck. Would that have made a big difference, do you think, at all, had he committed to that, not you know, and actually put it through, or not necessarily?
No, I don't think so. It's actually kind of memed on as one of the worst units in the game right now, so locking that in at this position probably wouldn't have really done it.
It would have been fun though, right?
It would have been good for the content. I mean, Talisman we didn't get to see. Yeah.
I know.
But the Talisman would actually have been really good. It would have one-shot the whole team.
The booze in this room when he kind of like banned it, everyone was like, get on it, and rightly so. We want the content, right?
For sure. These guys want it. We're okay with it, but they need it.
You need it. Okay, and on behalf of us, I'm so sorry that didn't happen. But maybe next time, maybe in 2025, that will. We turn our attentions again to Verdi on the main stage because we have got ourselves a grand finals. We're in the wings here. We've seen them all day long, our two competitors, and they've been extraordinary making their way through. We're going to meet them as they come out in just a second's time here. Can't wait to see what they bring to the party here. The grand final, Neff versus STARTIIK. Could we have ever, I mean, I say could we have ever, say you clearly basically planned this all out, didn't you?
I have half of them wrong. I had ISMOO in the finals, but I did have STARTIIK playing this final as well, so definitely very curious to see if they're going to be playing a different style. Are they going to be more duking it out, having fun kind of style, or is it still like serious mode, I need that better seed?
What do you think, Sam?
I think you still have to go for it. I just feel like STARTIIK was so laser focused throughout this whole thing. Neff obviously relaxed because he knew it was against his friend. I think we'll be able to tell the moment they take their first seat and sit down exactly how they're feeling for this one. Because if we've got a smiley Neff, maybe we don't have a winning Neff.
Yeah.
If we have a smiley STARTIIK, maybe we don't have a winning STARTIIK. If they're both smiling, I don't know how to call it.
Well, the thing is, both players backstage were absolutely buzzing.
Yeah.
STARTIIK made, laser focus absolutely, but he was giddy as anything backstage.
Sure.
Here they come now. Here is Neff first and foremost, who positions himself on the right-hand side of the stage, as opposed to the left the first time. But that's where STARTIIK's been sat the entire time winning his matches. They're changing seats. Could be some bad juju in the air here, some bad vibes. Is this you know, they could have like, I wonder if they've actually got like lucky charms and things. Is this a?
I mean, we've seen the Devilmon from HANZELOT, right? But it didn't work, so.
It did once.
Yeah.
Maybe it's a temperamental good lucky charm. Here comes his competitor. It's STARTIIK as well here, who is all smiles.
Yeah.
Sam, say. I mean, he's looking. We've got a STARTIIK chart going on.
Yeah, even Neff's joining it.
Probably Neff is joining in on the chanting, like that's the loudest one.
That is the most Neff thing I've ever seen. Yeah. That is the most Neff thing going, yeah, here he comes, my opponent. I love that from Neff so much here. For you guys at home as well, as you asked you the entirety of the prelims, we started this way back at the beginning of August as well here. And here we are here at the grand finals of the SWC2024 World Arena Championship 2024 Europe Cup. Please get your predictions in. Let us know who you think is going all the way. We saw kind of the predictions earlier, and we were all way off, apart from Say, obviously. But what's going to happen here in this match. We'd love to hear from you guys. Let us know in the chat who you think is going to be the winner here. They're both winners in many ways going to Tokyo. But I'm going to ask you both now. Okay, we've seen what we've seen in the course of today. Prediction time from you both. Sam, kick us off here. Who is going to be our Europe Cup champion?
I think it's going to be STARTIIK.
Okay.
I'm going to go for Nef.
Okay. And I'm going to ask, so one of each, do we ask what the score's going to be?
3-1.
3-1. Oof. I think 3-2. We're going full 5 again.
So 3-1 Nef and 3-2 STARTIIK.
Yeah.
Okay. And in the chat as well, we want to see exactly what you think in terms of games as well. How is it going to play out in this best of 5? Let's take a look at Nef first. Jump in here, Sam. Tell us about Nef once more, who is clearly baying for blood, apparently.
I mean, in terms of where he started, he was facing off against another ragdoll opponent in ROSITH at the very start. Against ISMOO, it was obviously a kind of Yonhong's turn 1 player. STARTIIK is going to be very similar. However, there is that Laura on the field as well that is going to be annoying. I think if he can out-bruise STARTIIK, he has very good chances to win. But obviously, STARTIIK should know that. You come into this knowing, okay, my opponent thinks I'm going to do this. How do I deal with it, right?
Yeah, absolutely. The only thing I do know about Nef is that he doesn't like to play into a Hay Gang. So he might be falling for the trap of also trying to steal a Hay Gang when it maybe doesn't always fit him that well. So that's going to be the question. I think there's going to be a lot of play around this Hay Gang and then the potential setup coming from that.
Yeah, it's interesting to see all the dark units are around there as well. I mean, we know Nef has been known for on his ladder for using Sigrid as well a lot. Bella, we haven't actually seen a lot of from STARTIIK during this match. I think only like once or twice. So I wonder if he's going to be kind of sticking with that, what is currently working, or if you do have to change things up against Nef.
Yeah, I think at this late stage in the competition here, it's like, would changing things up in a grand final be a good play or a bad play? I mean, has it worked in previous years? Has there been a constant amongst, previous champions that they've done kind of year in year? And is it usually sticking with your tactics, or is it changing?
I mean, the constant usually has been PINKROID. So, and that's not here this year.
This is true, because he was knocked out by ISMOO in 3rd place. So is there anything's possibly right here? I mean, looking at our players, do you think that there's kind of one that has the edge over the other?
Yeah, I do still think that in the end, for current season, Nef has been playing very well on leaderboards. He's currently ranked 12. Sure, that is with the draft that he can get away with on leaderboards because there's no pre-ban, so there's a little bit of different factor to that. But then you could also answer the question exactly that way. Nef has more experience with pre-ban. Yep. So that gives a slight upper hand to a Nef in that case.
Yeah, gotcha. One more time as well, I want to make sure that we are all on the same page here, which is a massive thanks to one of our fantastic partners here on Summoners War World Arena Championships 2024. Google Play Games on PC is the official sponsor. We love you guys. You can see them kind of emblazoned right underneath. Actually, there you go. And don't forget, you've got September 26th. That is the date you shouldn't forget here, because Summoners War, an updated version, comes to PC. You're going to have the likes of expanded keyboard controls, with the graphics, login rewards, and that Devilmon we've mentioned as well here, your first login, you'll get that on the latest version as well. So big shout out to those guys who've been an integral part of making this such a brilliant weekend for us here as well, and it's about to culminate in this final, which could really go either way. We just don't really know who's going to be the victor here, but we're looking forward to seeing. I know that the fans will be ready. We'll hear them kind of roaring in a second's time as well here. It's become quite a tradition here on the show that we get our scarves out here on the Europe Cup, and we give them a bit of a wave. I mean, I hope if you can see us waving them, if it comes back to us.
Yeah.
If it comes back to us. Nef there looks very serious though, doesn't he? And STARTIIK's got a big grin. This is the happiest I've seen him in public ever before.
But in backstage, he was very happy, let's be honest. He was extremely happy. He knows he's going to Tokyo, but I think he really wants to win everything. So he's very competitive. Let's find out. As we see it now, the star has been ticking along, but we are never going to give you up for the last one. Sit back, relax, and enjoy, Adam, along with us.
Enjoy, because here it is, the grand final of the Summoners War World Arena Championship 2024, the Europe Cup. STARTIIK versus Nef. It's a best of 5. The winner will be victorious. Both go to Tokyo, but to have that accolade after 3 years of PINKROID back to back to back, it is time for a new champion. Who will it be? I know 2 champions ready to cast the action here. It's Say and it's Sam.
Let's rise up one of these fellow Summoners will be there as we've got Laura and Ragdoll pre-ban and Hairgang already out on the field, say.
Bringing on the field also does mean that the Nefties is following very fast lockings from STARTIIK as well. Nef is playing more of a comfortable style with that Chandra and Cigar, so let's see if he pairs it up. In this case, Juno is looking very strong.
Yeah, is it early? Let's see. Obviously, STARTIIK must be expecting some sort of sustain through that. Well, Seimei is a good answer as well.
Well, Seimei is a good answer, but Seimei is not too great into heal blocks, and something that Nefties has a lot is heal blocks.
Let's find out. We've got Miles coming out there as well, so it can be some more damage coming out from the side of Nef. How does STARTIIK look to respond? Do you commit?
Well, he could commit. Like, normally he likes to use Marsha +1 in this position. He has been using like an Athena before. The Marsha on ladder, that's what he's mostly doing. But he's really thinking about like, okay, I also have to deal with the Miles, and the Miles might be some trouble for that Marsha.
Let's find out full amount of time. We're going to go Bella and Etna coming out right now. We saw that he's had wins with those units before.
Yeah, definitely had wins with those units before, but this Bella is pretty much on the tanky side and therefore a little bit more focused on dots. However, the Juno or the Seimei in this case is going to make work of those dots for actually healing. So let's see how that works out.
Important that he got that pre-ban of the Ragdoll as well. They're using monsters that are going to be critting a lot. How does Nef look to respond now? Raccoony coming out as the healer.
Very interesting Raccoon over there. I think that personally a Juno would have maybe done a little bit more in the sense of damage, because now the only damage source is Miles, which could be banned out.
And if it is banned out, how are you going to be able to deal with it and pushing it back all the time? Who do you have to ban on STARTIIK's side, though, say?
Well, you could go for the Bella, but the Athena's also not looking too bad to ban.
Let's find out. It's going to be some contest coming through right now and find out the full bans that are going to be happening. All the way through. Neftis and Miles.
Ooh, we have the Miles being gone, so that's a lot less damage on the side of Nef. However, there's a lot of sustain on the side of Nef as well, whereas the Chandra skill 1 can still do a decent amount of damage. So curious to see if that Chandra can maybe take out all of those units.
Speed lead on the side of Chandra, crit rate on the side of Etna. We're going into our finals match. It is Nef versus STARTIIK. Who will be taking it home? Etna going first. Can look to second skill, or do you already go for the stun there?
You can go for a second skill in this case, but tries to get a stun, does not actually get the stun, and this Cigar is being very fast. Big question right now, who do you reset? Does go for the Bella, does not mention to land on that Bella.
All resisted right there for both sides, actually, and Raccoony can look to push up again if needed.
Can push up again, but we do actually have a rotation where we have a Chandra skill 1 coming in, also not activating anything, so not too much happening on that Bella at this position.
You can see how tanky that Bella is as well, right? Taking some hits right now. Can you look to get some strips and stuns going through?
Does get a good amount of strips and a good amount of stuns. Now the Bella, it is potential to do a good amount of damage. Does also destroy HP. Did not land any dots which Seimei could have picked up from.
Do you just cycle now, go through some more immunity, get everybody another turn? Etna's going to be coming in very soon as well. Maybe land a defense break as well.
Ooh, could go for the defense break over here. That also provides Athena with a lot more damage, Bella with a lot more damage, and the Seimei and the Raccoony might actually not do too much here because there's a lot of damage coming in.
Yeah, and getting that... Oh, it's going to be enough, I guess, through the Bella.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be enough. 5 shots. Even with just additional damage artifacts, you will definitely take out that unit.
Yeah, and right now, the dots there are on the Chandra right now. Seimei is likely to be taking a turn.
He has been taking turn. It's just full healing everyone, but if we go through a cycle of that again, armor breaks, everything is on very low attack bar right now, so it's not going to be taking any turn, any healing coming in from that Seimei. We can kind of do the same thing with multiple units. Did not get the armor break, however, this time.
Exactly. Setting up that armor break for the Bella to come in and do more damage right now. You can even look to try and stun up on that Chandra right now, get its health low enough that a Bella can take it out.
Yeah, and we're also looking at a lot of pushbacks, and even though that this Bella is very tanky, it's working through those additional damage artifacts.
Definitely is. You can look to maybe push back now, keep going onto that Raccoony, but there's just no damage as soon as Chandra's even gone as well, right?
No, like the Chandra and Cigar had to do the damage, but they didn't have that much damage, whereas they're still healing on the sides with that Valagil, just getting that punishment in every other turn, which is just a slight bit of healing, but that's more than enough to get the Bella back to full HP nearly.
Exactly. Get the defense breaks, cycling through against skill 1. Are you even going to go on the Raccoony to try?
I think that Nef is really not looking at the game right now and actually looking around like, okay, what could I have done different in that draft? Really analyzing where did it go wrong? What could I have done different? In the next match, this match not winnable anymore, but the next match, how can you win that one?
Exactly, because Etna's going to come in with that skill 3, taking out the Chandra. Seimei versus the world, and Nef concedes as STARTIIK takes that first point in the final. Say, he is laser focused still.
Absolutely, and that is the right way to play. So definitely curious to see. This time around, we're gonna have different pre-events. Ragdoll's gonna be in the match, and that's definitely one of those units that Neff likes to use all the time.
Definitely is. I mean, it's going to be interesting now. STARTIIK is literally 2 sets away from being our Europe Cup champion. The first new one in over 3 years right now. But Neff also wants to claim that spot, right? And here we go. Last round pre-bans. Laura and Ragdoll, they'll be back out on the field, say. So we probably won't be seeing as much crit going out if you're going to face a Ragdoll.
Yeah, definitely, but I would say on the side of Neff, it's going to be probably banning that Nefties. The side of STARTIIK, there's a lot of options that you could ban for. You could go for that cigarette. There's a lot of more things that Neff can play around with. You could maybe even be pre-banning that cigar.
Let's find out. They've taken a full amount of time. Well, I'm pretty sure it's STARTIIK making the choice, and it is. It's going to be the Neftis, and it is going to be the secret. Neff respecting that ban there as well right now. That first pick right now, are you going to be doing the steals?
Yeah, that is going to be the big question, because you could go for a Hagang steal. You know STARTIIK will always pick it up no matter what, so it could be one of those units you go for a steal. But then again, that cigar is also such a strong unit to actually give away to your opponent.
Exactly, we're going to see a Hagang. Laura, Hagang, Velajul, the Holy Trinity are out on the field in separate drafts.
Well, we're missing the Chandra, unless you include the Hagang as a Holy Trinity part as well. But we do see him often enough where he does kind of fit in. But we have that Ragdoll and...
Hey.
Yeah, we got him.
Exactly, we got him out there right now. Ragdoll coming through. Ciara, we saw it was Despair in a previous match. Maybe it's the same, maybe he also re-roomed?
Yeah, it would be interesting to see as well. In this case, there's a lot of single target damage on the side of STARTIIK, so let's see if Neff can actually utilize that. Interesting, a few units that we haven't seen today was exactly the one unit I wanted to name right now, which has been just good in this one match over here. A Sonya, it's definitely very good to be killing out a Sierra or a Bella, and also more speed with that Asher.
Do you have the cojones to build a Sonya trap on the SWC stage there?
There are a lot of Sonya traps out there these days, but to be honest, I think that Sierra, it didn't show too much HP, so it might be on defense. It also didn't do too much damage, so it might be on defense. So it's actually, thinking about like previous matches where I've seen that Sierra, I was like, okay, that's actually taking quite a lot of damage, but it could be on defense exactly for that Sonya. So let's see how that works out.
Ooh, Vivichel coming out there as well, say.
Vivichel, that's definitely one of those units that we have seen ISMOO struggle against with he struggled against with ROSITH. There was definitely one of those units that he did not want to play against, so I do think he would ban that out again.
Let's find out then. You've got that Sonya out on the field. The Ciara, is it going to be staying there? Is it going to be a Sonya trap? Is it going to even be Despair? We have no idea right now, say.
Well, it was definitely not a Sonya trap, otherwise it would still be on the field.
Exactly, Sonya and Bella being taken out, so speed leads for both of our guys. It's our finals at the SWC 2024 Europe Cup between Neff and STARTIIK, who is 1-0 up at the moment, say.
Once again, Hagang plus 4-wheel, that's absolutely how you would like to draft those plays over there. But then the big question, where do you place the reset? Because you want to put it on the Vivichel, you want to put it on the Sierra, and you want to put it on the Velajul, but you missed it completely. And now we have Switch of Destiny once again. Attack bar is very high, HP very low.
Exactly, and you need to try and make use of it now. Skill 2, you're going for strips as well, but you might crit.
You might crit, does not get the crit on that first skill. This will definitely take it out if he goes for skill 2, but you have a lot less protection if you would do so. Does take it out.
Does take it out. Did have the skill 3 as well from Velajul available, but decided not to use it right now. Going for those slows to appear. This Ragdoll, how much damage can we start plowing in?
Ooh, not enough damage coming in. Also, no dispersants. That's actually a lot of damage once again coming from that Asher, but it's not enough. And we do have a bomb. Once again missing. If it is still on Despair, he goes for that skill 3 to try to get Dispersant. Does get the Dispersant on that Ragdoll right there.
Can look to use to the defend as well now, right? From the Chandra. Maybe give a hug out somewhere, but Ciara getting that stun.
Ooh, getting the stun back at it. We still have... Ooh, we actually take out a lot of the damage potential from STARTIIK right there. Sure, we have seen Vivichel do a decent amount of damage, but with slows, it does a little bit less damage because it's speed scaling. However, that Vivichel still has the Sanctuary coming up, cleansing out all of those debuffs.
Look at that attack bar going up right now from the cleanse of Velajul. He can even do just the skill 1 damage. It was ROSITH with the crazy damage, right?
There was a lot of damage coming from that one, but that was, however, on an armor break. So with the armor break, you deal a lot more damage. But he's coming back into that third skill, and that is the deadly one, because the third skill at the right rotation is going to take out a unit, as happened to that Cigar earlier.
Definitely, that's why you can see Neff is trying to focus all of the damage, and those additional turns are definitely going to be helping him.
And that Ragdoll is just so well ruined, but that Asher is taking a stun. Plus, there is a bunch of glancing, so there's less likely to be critted over there.
We can look to heal a little bit. Can you get the defense break? Resisted on that one.
Does not get the defense break. Once again, we go for that defense, that hug, as we so like to call it. A little bit of push bar up. Can we still crit? Did not crit.
Glancing hits. We've got that skill 3 available. Can look to do some more damage. Not quite enough, and you can heal.
You can heal, but the third skill, that is the main important one. That is the dangerous one. If he can take out the unit, he still has a round of rotation before the FIFA Chow comes back.
Yeah, you're looking to push back, get back on that Chandra. Didn't quite manage to do it here. An additional turn could at least get some healing up for him.
Does get some healing in, but the big question is, does that Ragdoll move in front of... Oh, it still moves in front. You need this crit, you need this dot. Does get the crit, does get the dot. Both of them that he needed. Neff is like, yes, those were exactly the two things that he needed through that glancing. Did actually manage to land it, taking out the FIFA Gel, and now he's in dry seat. However, Valajul still has something to say about it.
Oh, big damage though. And to be honest, he's the only one with sustain on his side.
He does have sustain on his side, but you are gonna get in this position, and it's called Torrent. But there's also something called Despair Stunt and Violent Procs, taking that out. Sanctuary, removing that. But the thing is, this Ragdoll has Torrent. Any given moment that you bring the Ragdoll to too low HP, he's gonna Torrent you for ignore defense damage, and that's so much damage coming in.
Oh, and you can see they're cleansed, obviously, from that stun. You need to get some healing through. Going for it on the Ragdoll now.
Yeah, you have to go for that Ragdoll. You have to try to kill it in some kind of like proc rotation. That is pretty much the only way, but Ragdoll decides to proc away that defense break himself.
Yeah, and even now it's getting close for the Villager. You get some of that pushing back.
Oh, you have to get the pushback, you have to get the stun. Does not get the pushback, does not get the stun. We have a defense, but that skill 1 would definitely take it out. Does he go for the skill 3 here? I think a skill 1 would have guaranteed kills. Skill 3, maybe not. Still kills it over there. And then we have Ragdoll definitely taking over this match.
Neff bringing it back with his Ragdoll gameplay against STARTIIK there. You could see how important it was for STARTIIK, the actual Ciara, and the moment it went down, he just had no more damage left until that cycle from a Vivicho came around, but it was too long.
Yeah, that's the thing, like the cooldown on the Vivicho is pretty long. If you would pair it with like a Twin Angel or something like that you can reset the cooldowns, it definitely helps out a lot. However, there's just a lot of things going on in those drafts with the Vivicho always being so dangerous.
Yeah, exactly right now. Well, let's find out exactly how STARTIIK can look to keep on responding to this one now, say, because it's all to play for. It's 1 apiece right now. We want a best of 5. Let's find out pre-bans.
Yeah, it's hard to say. I definitely would go back to that Ragdoll. That Ragdoll is just imminently a thing. If Neff has a Ragdoll, he just plays better. That's his most comfortable unit of all of his units that he has. On the other side, probably like the Nefties and the Laura. That's what we're going to see as pre-bans. Rotating around. Last time it was Nefties, this time is Laura.
Yeah, Laura coming out along with that Ragdoll right now. STARTIIK has that first pick. Likely to go back to the pocket picks. The Hagan coming out. Let's see if Neff is also going to keep responding with a cigar.
Yeah, I definitely do expect the Hagang. So far, I think STARTIIK, every time he had the chance to first pick Hagang, he did do it. However, this time we are going to switch it around. And the reactions of both players are pretty much also saying that, like, okay, you're not going to play Hagang. Is he therefore going to go for a Hagang steal? No, goes for the playstyle that he actually did use against ISMOO in that first round previously.
Yeah, and we've seen it. Is he changing things up? We saw Zibala being used, I think, as well prior. Oh, we're going for a weirdy speedy thing now.
Oh, the crowd lost this one. The crowd lost this one. I don't think you're going to lock it in. You don't have enough speed contesting right now against that Athena to actually do lock it in. Might be a Zibala, but Zibala into an Athena is always dangerous because the Athena is 4 higher on the base speed.
And you have to trust your Swift sets. And can you trust them against someone like STARTIIK, who we know has been lightning fast? Maybe bringing in another 33% speed lead could help.
And that is Silver, the Dark Hacker. A very unique unit, but that is exactly 33 speed lead right there.
Yeah, exactly. It's the first time I think he might... Oh, maybe he might be appearing here. I'm not sure. I know that Mards has one. That's why I've seen it before.
Yeah, we don't see it all too much from all of the SWC players. I do only know STARTIIK that has it. Plus, once again, Gingerbrave, so we're definitely heavy speed contesting over here.
Yep, and seeing that Zibala on the field, he was like, yep, Gingerbrave's coming to cook. Well, maybe bake, actually. He's baking.
Yeah, kind of. But then the big question is, do you double it down on speed contesting on that 5th slot, or are you actually maybe going for like a Fire Monkey to bruiser it out and ban out the Nefties?
Yeah, you love your monkey fireworks. Let's find out if he does decide to do that right now. Instead of Verd.
Still a fire unit, and that's definitely working against those kind of units. You do have to ban out that Nefties, but in the process, also, your Verd might be banned out.
Yeah, and if that Verd is banned out, you're not going to be getting attacked by anytime soon. And can Gingerbrave and Etna get off their stuns and insert in the cool times as we're going into it? 33% speed leads for both of them. It's our SWC 2024 Europe Cup Finals, set number 3. one apiece between STARTIIK and Nef. They're live here in Berlin. Gingerbrave, can you do your Gingerbrave things?
Gingerbrave, and also the Athna's moving right after, so both of those units being very fast. Resist on the first. You can still go for a skill 2 into skill 3 because the 120% attack bar is not gained by the enemy yet. However, you can only strip and potentially stun one of those units on the Robo. Mostly does work.
Going for the Robo, knowing that there's no strips coming, so allowing any turns from the other side of Nef won't actually affect that much, right?
Yeah, it's definitely looking at the Robo for an additional turn. That's exactly what he needed, and that's exactly the reaction that you see over there. We do see a skill 3 coming in. There's actually 2 immunity units on the side of STARTIIK because the Silver, the Light Hacker, also does have immunity. So he does go for the bomb on that Veligil, does manage to land the bomb on that Veligil. Do you explode it? Does explode it, and there's a lot of damage. The slight bit of chip damage might take it out on the dot, and I would definitely go for it.
Oh, we didn't confirm it yet, but the Robo coming in, getting those extra additional damage over time. And Robo, the resistance was huge there.
The Robo just did so much work on that additional turn into stripping the whole team, into pushing it back, giving the Sierra and the Oliver a chance to take over this match.
Yeah, and right now he's cruising through with it as Oliver is going to be able to keep in control there right now. You could see the reactions of both of the players. Nef needed that, got it. STARTIIK obviously now having to consider exactly how he's going to change things up because the next set could be the winning set for Nef because Ciara is cleaning up right now with that Robo.
Plus the next set is going to be a Ragdoll open set again for Nef, so those are his more comfortable plays. So winning this one is really a one-up on that one.
Both of them taking a nice heavy breath actually there. Obviously it's really important here. Getting that first place and being that Europe Cup champion will allow you a bye in that first round in the World Finals. One less match to play when you get over to Tokyo. Means you can focus a little bit more on those challenges that you're going to be up against, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So let's see what they bring, because this is definitely going to be an open Ragdoll, and it's definitely going to be a Ragdoll pick. If STARTIIK really drafts his way around, like, okay, what are the good Ragdoll snipe kind of units? We haven't seen too many Federica, Sonias, like those kind of units to try to snipe out a Ragdoll comp. However, Nef doesn't really play the Ragdoll comp that is susceptible to those because he has that finesse and other units.
Exactly, and right now it's the mind games coming into play. I think, are we going to see Nef banned out? Are we going to see Sigrid? Yep, both of them being banned out again. I'm not sure if even Nef had it ruined up for this match, but just in case, STARTIIK is taking it out. Cigar?
Yeah, I do think we go back to Cigar, but the Secret is really one of those things, like you use it in ladder, but maybe it's not even ruined that much. He hasn't been using it all too much, except for, like, I think one match against ROSITH. So the consistent pre-ban on that is maybe a little bit overdone, but that's always like the hindsight drafting. Like afterwards, if it lost, it's not great. If it did win, it was great.
Exactly.
Right?
That's how you define a meta as well. Did it win? Yeah, it did. Okay, we're using that again.
Yeah, simple as that. On the other side, Chandra, Veligil, maybe once again. Yes, we do, but we don't see a Heigang on the side of STARTIIK yet, so he's kind of switching around, not going for Heigang that early, but we definitely do see that Ragdoll being shiny over there on the left side.
Yeah, for sure, it's so dangerous. Obviously, it's going to limit STARTIIK from potentially picking up the Etna coming up later on, which is being kind of using a lot, those Twin Angels as well, setting up some defense breaks. It's going to be crucial to push up the attack bar as well of those units to maybe control STARTIIK a little bit more.
Yeah, it's definitely difficult for STARTIIK right now because he does really like his Athna, but the worst thing for an Athna player to play into is Ragdoll, and that is exactly on the opposite side of the field. Oliver, good pick over there, but then do you go for some more Bruiser stuff? Does go back to the Heigang.
I'm struggling to see where his damage is coming out right now, and I see damage on the side of Nef coming out.
Yeah, actually very well called out on that one, because the damage is just the Chandra and a little bit of the Veligil. Sure, they can do still a little bit of damage, but it's not that much, especially not into a Ragdoll next to a Fire Monkey.
Exactly, and how is this last pick you ban anyway?
Yeah, this is the last pick you ban anyway. No, like, pretty much no matter what you pick right now, it's most likely gonna get banned, unless it's worse than what's already on the field. But with these players, that is probably not the case.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, why would you pick worse? You're gonna have to throw out your best things, and obviously, if Nef wins this, he becomes our Europe Cup champion. Miles banned.
Yeah, Miles is banned. I was thinking of something along water side, Chow, Miles, those are the units.
You were thinking Chow?
I was thinking Chow, but we haven't seen a single Chow today, and I'm a happy man for that.
Yeah. None of the fans are happy that are watching online with you, say, but let's find out who the bans are going to be on the side of Nef, maybe?
On the side of Neff, it's hard to say. Probably that Fire Monkey, but then the Ragdoll Juno is also there. There's just so many difficult things to deal with on the Neff side, so I really do like Neff's draft over here.
Yeah, he's drafted well. Ragdoll being taken out and the Miles being taken out. We know that if that Monkey keeps on going, he's going to do some fireworks for old Say here. Speed leads for both of them as we're going in to our SWC 2024 Europe Cup Finals between Neff and STARTIIK. If Neff wins, he's going to Tokyo anyway, but he'll be going there as a first-place champion, Say.
Yeah, we have that reset not going in, or that strip not going in, because you want to do the strip on that Cigar and a strip on that Chandra. Why do you want to do it on the Chandra? Because that defense, that's the only thing that's preventing the Monkey from killing anything anytime soon.
Exactly, and it's the water unit that could potentially maybe damage a little bit more over the eventuality of the match. Some more damage, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And now the 2 fire units can easily just tumble down into either the Velaju or the Oliver. I think it will go for the Oliver first, but that's also the thing on the opposite side. You have to try to take out that Fire Monkey.
Exactly. He can look to reset as well right now. There's no point really resetting the Juno, because if you strip anyway, you get an attack bar.
Yeah, absolutely. I would have personally probably tried to get a reset on that Fire Monkey. It is less likely to land, but if you do land it, it's going to be the Fire Monkey keeping that armor break for way longer.
Exactly, Kai. You're just going to keep piling damage into it right now.
Yeah, it's a bit damage coming in, but the moment he just gets his armor break gone, it's going to take quite a bit of time to actually get him offline.
Yep, exactly. How much skill 1 damage are we seeing here? Say you always love it. 1.4 Ks.
1.4k is not that much, but Velajos in general case are minus fire, as is the Oliver most likely. So that is definitely going in there. It's all eyes on this Fire Monkey. How long can you stay alive and how much can you do?
How much can you do? Twin Angels are going to be following up very soon. Oh!
The additional turn over there. That is going to be a lot of damage, 9.2k, that is doing a lot of damage. However, we could see an armor break on that Velajul at this position right away as well. We do see an armor break, skill 2 coming out through that reset, doing a lot of damage, 16k, nearly taking it out. But on the other side, also nearly taken out as well. But this Juno can easily take out that first unit. But we see a 1-to-1 trade pretty soon, I think.
Yeah, and Monkey needs to cycle through here. If he cycles, it could be game over.
Oh, he gets the cycle. He both resisted, but he still cycled, and that's exactly what you needed. Even all of those skills missing do not matter as long as that little bit of HP is coming back into that Monkey.
Exactly. It's an uphill battle right now for STARTIIK. Maybe Oliver has something to say, but in all honesty, you need to kill this Monkey.
Yeah, you have to kill this Monkey, and the only thing that can properly do it is that Chandra. But after you kill the Monkey, it's still a Juno, and these guys have great Junos. These are so hard to deal with. Getting a stun, but still there's no cooldowns on that Chandra.
Oh, not quite enough now. Does get another additional turn as well.
And it's the Monkey, once again, critting on water, landing that armor break, taking victories, and that's why we say we love Mayoang. And that's just an insane amount of damage. It's just doing so much work. Once again, crit. No critter in this case.
But Monkey business is all you love, sir, as well as all of you there. We are guaranteed anyway a new champion, and it's looking very much like a certain German hugger is going to be that person in Neff.
I want more crits. I want more crits. Oh. Give me the armor break. Oh, and we have the victory for Neff.
Yeah, let's go, Neff.
Here's your SWC 2024 Europe Cup champion. It's Neff. Oh, absolutely. Straight in for the heart. He's such a lovable rogue. I love this guy so much. What an incredible performance here. We're waving our scarves like crazy. That's right, Bernie. You get the crowd hyped up. They should be. What a champion. The German, the gentle German giant going all the way to Tokyo with the new accolade to his name. Let's hear from him now what he's got to say. You're champion.
What an amazing match. How did it feel in the end? Like when you turned to Procaholic, like how did it feel?
Unbelievable, but it won me the game, so it was very helpful.
Okay, obviously. So you heard the crowd. You heard, like, you know, the cheering right now. This is like, oh yeah, like. You are actually writing history books. And lowest percentage, exactly. So what is the feeling like when you stand up and you hear them cheer, the community feeling? How does it affect you right now?
I'm unbelievable happy. Thank you, everybody.
Now, you knew. Insane. One last question. Tokyo, title or not?
We make that dependent on the SWC packs, but I'm trying for sure.
Okay. 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 Let's say, don't try, just do. Okay. He will come up in just a second. We have our casters because they have to just talk about a little bit more about your match. So give it one other cheer for Mod tonight. Neff.
There he is. We're waving our scarves to the champion. It's Neff. Let's go, baby. What an incredible feat that was. What an amazing thing to watch that. A great final. I mean, STARTIIK, a valiant performer in this competition we've seen, and a brilliant debutant finalist as well, who's going to Tokyo. But Neff, if there's a guy who's going to win this thing that we can all be very happy about, it's the Neffmeister. I mean, say he was brilliant, and the monkey was the difference maker. Monkey is king, baby.
Monkey was absolutely king over there. It just worked out so well. But you called it out very early in the draft when the 4 and the 5 was locked in, or the 3 and the 4 was locked in. It's like, where's the damage? The moment you lock in a good 4 and 5 right there, you have to ban both. And that was very well drafted in that 4th round. And that was pretty early on. Seeable was like, okay, this is going to be very much an uphill battle for STARTIIK, and so well played by Neff.
Definitely was. And I mean, you saw him up there. He's so excited. He cannot wait now for Tokyo. And he's going to be representing us. He's our Europe Cup champion, Neff, and if you've never met him before, come to some of the events because he's the most talkative guy that you've ever seen, and he will give you a hug like he gave STARTIIK, right?
You know, we obviously after the Europe Cup, we get together and, you know, we kind of celebrate afterwards. Can you imagine? He's going to be absolutely going crazy. Yeah. Like, he's going to be living his best life, and I'm so here for it because, you know, very worthy champion. It's been an incredible, like, kind of Europe Cup, though, in general. We've seen some brilliant matchups. I think it all started off here with, like, PINKROID, first match earlier on today, but before we get into the kind of the breakdown of the bracket, let's take a look at the highlights from our grand final here in the Europe Cup here. Say, you mentioned it already about how strong Neff's drafting was, particularly in that last game, that 4th game. But STARTIIK had a good start to proceedings, but Neff just came back through a bit of a mid, kind of a semi-reverse sweep on the cards here.
Yeah, absolutely. It was definitely some of those units of STARTIIK worked out very well. Like that Heigang was multiple times in there. Definitely had his showing there. But the moment STARTIIK had to bruiser against that Ragdoll, it just became so much more difficult. I would say Neff on that additional turn on that Robo made all of the difference. But then again, he had the Ragdoll match, and that just worked out so well.
Yeah, it really did work out. I could see his reactions as well. He was enjoying every single moment up there on the stage. I would be too if my monkey was doing business like that. I mean...
Sam's monkey doing business. I mean, that you're absolutely right. I mean, it's been the kind of the star of the show, hasn't it? I mean, just look at the kind of the power, the damage dealt as well here. And STARTIIK, I think, agrees, a totally worthy champion, and he lived and loved every single second of it. And, you know, look at our bracket here for you guys at home, just to remind you of the epic adventure that was our SWC2024 Europe Cup. You can see it all started earlier on today with PINKROID versus ISMOO. We had our quarterfinals, a few shake-ups there, a few kind of players like ROSITH and PINKROID we lost earlier on, Scribble and Glorious. We move on to our semi-finals with Neff with a 3-0 over ISMOO. Started with a 3-1 over HANZELOT. ISMOO and HANZELOT go all the way to 3-2 with ISMOO progressing to Tokyo and joining Neff and STARTIIK, where Neff got the 3-1 victory, and Neff is your champion. As Verdi said, very soon we'll present that to everybody out there. But let's have a look at our world finalists confirmed now. Sam, November 9th, we have 6 of the 12 locked in for that grand world finals later on in November.
Look at that. I mean, nobody expected it from the percentages, but Neff is our champion, our representative for the Europe Cup, along with STARTIIK and ISMOO. 3 of the most handsome-looking dudes I've ever seen, if I must say so myself.
We're obviously biased being European, but still say.
Yeah, absolutely. But also these other players that are already locked in. We have Last H-Frog and Kanitama. They have played so well in their own respective cups. Plus, we have more cups to come with the Americas and the APAC region.
Yeah, we certainly do here. It's been an incredible kind of, it's summer, hasn't it? We started way back at the beginning of August, and here we are now kind of like at the mid-September, looking ahead to Tokyo later on this year. We've enjoyed ourselves, haven't we?
I've enjoyed every moment with you, Adam, and Say. It's been incredible.
It's been amazing. You guys have been amazing as well here. We've loved every single second. A massive thanks to myself, Sam, Say, the entire team here that put on the show for you guys, and I hope you've enjoyed every second. To the players as well, to the community, to everybody behind the scenes production. It's been absolutely electric. We've got our scarves. We're waving these until all through the night now. But for you guys, we'll head over to the main stage in a second. A massive thanks from us again. We love you lots, and we look forward to seeing you later on this year for Worlds. For now, though, to the main stage. Let's present that trophy to Neff. He deserves it. Here we go. Thank you very much. We love you. Bye.
Bye, guys.
Bye-bye.
Kurz und knapp, ich werde wieder auf Englisch switchen, weil jetzt rufe ich zwei unfassbar wichtige Personen für uns alle auf die Bühne und die werden auch nochmal was für euch sagen, beziehungsweise zu euch sagen. Sie würden gerne auch nochmal Danken sagen. Und zwar einmal David Moore und Tony Hahn.
Thank you, Verdi. Thank you, everybody. It's been an exciting day. I'm just so happy that we can all be here. I think nobody expected the results of today. And I'm very happy that everybody is here today to witness this together with us. So thank you all for coming. Danke an alle aus Deutschland. Merci à nos amis de France et de Belgique pour venir ici. Merci beaucoup. Thank you, everybody. We've been doing this for many years now, and I'm saying it every time because it is true. It's a lot of work to put this all together, so I really have to thank everybody who made it possible. I would like to thank the crew of Cosmos. I would like to thank everybody at Starladder for traveling very far to put all this together. I would like to thank the team at Come to Us Europe and Come to Us Korea. Thank you to our casters. Thank you to our players. And also thank you to Han Ji-hoon, my boss.
네, 안녕하세요. I'm Tony. I'm from Seoul, Korea. Even though I'm shorter than David, but fortunately I'm still his boss. Yeah. Thank you. Thanks God. Okay. It's exciting game, exciting night. Thank you for watching the Europe Cup. Thanks for loving and playing Summoner's War. Enjoy, please enjoy. Thank you, everybody. Hi, everybody. Thank you very much.
Und ich würde euch jetzt nochmal bitten, eure letzten Reserven an Stimme und an allen aufzuhoben, wenn ich unsere Platzierungen aufrufe. Und damit hole ich auf die Bühne Platz Nummer 3, ISMOO! Und als nächstes im Finale, Runde 1 vom Best of 5, kam die klare Dominierung und dann waren die Procs nicht mehr mit ihm, aber dennoch stark gespielt. Ein Applaus für STARTIIK. A round of applause for STARTIIK. Okay, now let's leave it in English so for everyone. Okay, guys. What? What is up? Now, we have him. We have the Slayer of ROSITH, the Destroyer of ISMOO, the EU Cup champion. Here he is, Neff!
This far overdue. Skies are black and no one to call out to. Filtering breath singing in the cold air. 100 years of glory and sadness too. nothing could compare to all you've been through in this long despair. Tears are falling, falling, rivers calling. Eyes are shut tight, can no longer fight. But don't you forget to keep your head up high. In this free tool of rebirth, the kingdom shines bright. So rise up from the ashes, dear one. Rise up brilliantly. Go rise up with the glimpse of victor. Radiant sorrow, beauty. No turning back, no making back. Bracing all the darkness. So rise up from the ashes, dear one. Glowing red and bold. Go rise up. Towards the altar of the scorching bright sun. Nothing can stop your journey.
To everyone out there, we still have one more gift for you. We have one of the most mysterious coupon codes. Here he is, your last and third coupon code for today. Take a picture, screenshot it, do like whatever. I see like everyone is putting out the phones. Very good. Very good. This is how you do it. Hopefully you can see it behind Neff because it's like super tall. Now, but I also still, again, want to say a huge shout out to our main sponsor, to Google Play Games. And remember, on September the 26th, you can download the latest version of Summoner's War from Google Play Games. And yeah, you can enjoy like way better keyboard integration, way better and smoother graphics, and also log-in rewards. And for your first login, if you don't have like all the pros, like a gazillion of Devilmons, secure your Devilmon with your first login. In the end, I also want to thank you, everyone who's watching, everyone who's here. You have been an amazing crowd. You made my job like, I don't know. I don't want to call it easy, but it was amazing. Thank you very much. Can you please cheer for yourself because you were awesome. And with that, I conclude the Europe Cup today. Thank you very much. Goodbye and have a great rest of the day and great weekend. Bye.